My name is Mu Yi, an orphan who transmigrated into a digitized world. Today, I stood on the Awakening platform, triggering 3 class advancement options, an A-ranked Berserker, an S-ranked Arcane Mage, and a D-ranked Cursor. Profession 3, D-class Cursed Technique Sorcerer, Hidden, SSS class Talent, Divine Evolution. Despite the boos and laughter from the students in the audience over the D-class rating, I ignored everything. Teacher Wang beside me urged me to choose the top-tier S-level Arcane Mage, but I firmly declared, "Teacher, I choose to be a Curse Master." The grey phantom shadow seeped into his brow, completing the job change. The teacher and the students in the audience instantly erupted, shouting criticisms at me for choosing the D-level life-consuming offensive Curse Master. I ignored them and walked to the corner to open the attribute panel. Primary Curse Order, learned at level 0, consumes 8 hours of the caster's lifespan to deal base mental power * 100% damage to a specified target. The outrageous cost of this skill made my eye twitch uncontrollably, leaving me to pin my hopes on my hidden talent. SSS level talent, Divine Evolution. Whenever a new skill is learned, it evolves to SSS level. Primary Curse Order evolves to Soul Snatching Curse Order. Soul Snatching Curse Order, skill has no cooldown, consumes 2 hours of the caster's lifespan, and deals base mental power * 150% true damage to a specified target. For each target killed, skill damage multiplier increases by 1%, all attribute values rise by 1 point, and double the consumed lifespan is refunded. I bet right. This is truly a divine tier skill. The novice trial tower will open in 10 minutes. The teacher shouted. The surrounding students deliberately kept their distance from me, and those who had been clamoring to form teams earlier had vanished. Mu Yi, you dug your own grave by choosing a D-class profession, and now you're still trying to find teammates? The perennial runner-up Lu Yingwen walked over with a sarcastic taunt. Do people really think they can take first place by choosing a trash tier class? None of your business, eternal second place? I hit his sore spot. This spoiled and selfish guy had his grades consistently overshadowed by me throughout high school. I'm an A-class adventurer, this time I'll definitely surpass you and take first place. Lu Yingwen shouted loudly. I smiled and ignored this clown. 10 minutes later, the colossal phantom of a tower appeared. I chose to enter the dungeon solo, Novice Trial Tower, first floor, mountainous terrain. Chapter 2, The Killing Curse Command? King Yama's Roll Call. I entered the trial tower, where over a dozen level 1 raging tusked boars were roaming ahead. The mission requirement is to kill as many wild monsters as possible to earn points. Wild boar enters detection range, lowering head to charge. Killing Curse Command. I focused my mind, formed my fingers into a sword gesture, and pointed fiercely at the wild boar. -139. The wild boar instantly collapsed, foaming at the mouth and dying. Damn, this isn't some mere killing curse, it's the king of hell checking names at dawn. I swept my gaze over the dozen wild boars ahead, instantly annihilating them all with a psychic attack. Killed LV1 Frenzied Boar * 15, my squad gained 15 experience points. The killing curse's damage multiplier is increased by 15%, all attributes are increased by 15 points, and 60 hours of lifespan are refunded. Not only permanently boosting attributes, but also earning an extra 30 hours of lifespan. I completely let loose. For steady progress, I decided to stay in the wild boar territory. Wild monsters respawn every 5 minutes, giving me just enough time to rest. 30 minutes later, I successfully cleared the 7th wave of wild boars and leveled up to 1. Level, first level Death Curse Order, deals true damage equal to 255% of base mental power. My base attributes have already reached the standard of a first level S-rank profession. I walked forward, entering the territory of the LV2 bloodthirsty wild wolves. Soon, more than 20 wild wolves appeared in sight. Killing Curse Command. -530 to 630, critical hit. With this damage, each wolf still owes me 2 or 3 health bars. The wild wolves collapsed one after another, defeated. 15 minutes later, after clearing the 4th wave of wild wolves, a full 100 of them, I successfully leveled up to 2. Level 2 Death Curse Order, deals true damage equal to 355% of base mental power. Before entering the level 3 zone, I checked the assessment rankings. First place, my team, 305 points. Second place, Team Lu Yingwen, 110 points. The eternal runner-up, firmly trampled beneath my feet as expected. I entered the hilly terrain of the level 3 falcons, their shrill cries intermittently piercing the air. Though their presence was intimidating, each of my focused gazes brought down a sharp-eyed falcon circling at low altitude. After collecting 5 passing falcons, I advanced into the level 4 black rhinoceros territory. Lu Yingwen's team rested at another location, recovering their mental strength. Lu Yingwen suddenly jumped up. Damn, my has already scored over 300 points. Teammates were shocked. Lu Yingwen squinted his lecherous eyes and sneered, humph. Cursed techniques consume life force. Scoring over 300 points was nearly his limit. 3 minutes later, back to grinding monsters. We must surpass him. Chapter 3, What's it to me if he turned into an idiot? Mu Yi stood 20 meters away from the black rhino, staring at its elephant-like form, feeling a bit uneasy. Black Rhinoceros, LV4. HP, 260, Strength, 150, Defense, 150, Agility, 80, Spirit, 60. Rhinoceros Charge charges at target with full force, dealing 130% base strength damage with its horn. If hit by that, even Muyi with over 300 HP would be critically wounded and forcibly ejected from the instance by the system. So he tried standing his ground and unleashed the spell at the Black Rhinoceros. Death Curse Command. 655. Ha ha. Watching the Black Rhino crash to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, Muyi finally grasped just how devastating his damage output truly was. His worries had been unnecessary. Sometimes damage wasn't tied to size. Moreover, it wasn't just the skill damage that increased, his casting range had also grown. When he first entered the Trial Tower dungeon, he had attacked a wild boar from this same distance, but it hadn't worked. Muyi surmised this must be related to his increased mental power. The final area of the first floor proved incredibly rewarding for Muyi. A single wave contained a full 50 black rhinos. Clearing one wave netted him a whopping 200 EXP. Muyi decided to grind here until he reached level 5 before advancing to the second floor. Over 30 minutes later, Muyi finished the 7th wave of black rhinos. Killed 350 LV4 black rhinos, gained 1400 EXP. Muyi successfully reached level 5. Level 5,220,600. HP 685, Strength 635, Defense 635, Agility 635, Spirit 685. Reaper's Curse, skill with no cooldown. Inflicts true damage equal to 710% of base spirit on the designated target. Acquired skill, Basic Curse Shield learned at level 5. Basic Curse Shield consumes 16 hours of lifespan to create a shield that absorbs 200% of base spirit damage. Blocks all damage except true damage. 30-minute cooldown. Basic Curse Shield evolved into Absolute Curse Shield. Absolute Curse Shield gains a curse shield with layers equal to 200% of base spirit power. Maximum damage absorption is 1. Shatters upon impact and cannot be ignored by any attack. Layers automatically regenerate after attacks, restoring 1 layer per minute of lifespan consumed. No cooldown. This left Makino utterly bewildered. From a standard damage absorbing shield to a shield that blocks attacks? Muyi stared at the real-time buff displayed on his interface. A golden shield icon stood out prominently, its top right corner marked with the number 1370. So he now possessed 1,370 layers of shields, capable of withstanding 1,370 hits of any damage? No, wait, the skill has no cooldown. Meaning as long as he had life points to expend, he could continuously refresh the count shield. Equivalent to infinite shields. And so far, he had already slain over 500 dungeon monsters, gaining over 1,000 extra hours of lifespan. Shields can be consumed and refreshed at will. A pale blue spherical spell shield materialized, enveloping him within its embrace. He selected the hide appearance option, and the shield instantly vanished from sight. Time remaining until instance closure, 10 minutes. All new adventurers, please exit the trial tower promptly. Successfully cleared the first floor of the novice trial tower. Next entry will begin from the second floor. Muyi stepped into the teleportation vortex with satisfaction, leaving the trial tower and returning to the main world. Our team's already nearing 500 points. We're definitely taking first this time. Let's see how that guy can keep showing off this time. No sooner had he returned to the main world and stepped onto the campus's awakening plaza than Muyi heard that voice again, the one he detested. Holy crap, English brother, his score changed again. 1,720 points. Luingwen's companion stared at the scoreboard, his eyes widening in shock. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. He's just a lowly D-rank sewer rat, a short-lived piece of trash. And he's solo, no one's even grouping with him. How the hell did he kill so many monsters? He was only in the 300s an hour ago. Luingwen screamed in disbelief, losing control. Cheating. He's definitely cheating. Listen. What kind of mindset do you have? A calm yet puzzled voice reached the ears of the surrounding students. Upon seeing the newcomer, all the students except Luingwen immediately composed their expressions and fell silent. I've done nothing to you. Why can't you stand to see others succeed? I can't stand seeing you do well. 1720 points over 1,200 points higher than my second place score. We're all just level 1 or 2 rookie professionals, how could he possibly achieve that? Muyi smiled. Because people do laugh when they're speechless. So what do you want? For me to hand over the top spot to you? Luingwen paused, then flashed a cold smile. No need for you to give it up. Once you're dead, first place will be mine automatically. A wooden bow, its surface rippling with green light, materialized in Luingwen's hands, gripped by a hand with bulging veins. He drew the bowstring taut, the arrow's tip nearly grazing Muya's nose. The sharp arrow's aura sliced painfully into Muya's skin. Anyway, you're just an orphan with no parents. Killing you won't cost my dad much in compensation. Luingwen cursed, revealing a savage grin. Die. Whoosh. The arrow flew from the bowstring. Struck by the arrow, Muyi fell backward from the impact, letting out a pain scream. All the students around them turned to look. But no one noticed the faint upward curve of his lips as he fell in apparent agony. How is this possible? My. Lu Yingwen's eyes widened as he stared at the damage value, a mere 1 point from the arrow fired with all his strength. Wah! Just as he was about to say more, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his entire body convulsing uncontrollably. Simultaneously, his health bar plummeted at a visible rate until it hit 0. He writhed in agony on the ground, finally trembling violently before losing consciousness. Half an hour later, Mu Yi slowly regained consciousness in the school infirmary. Mu Yi, you're awake? The voice of Teacher Wang, who had been overseeing the awakening process, came from beside him. Teacher, where's Lu Yingwen? At the mention of that name, Teacher Wang's face fell. You've really stirred up a hornet's nest this time. The school doctor and pastor confirmed his mental capacity has dropped to 0. He's become an idiot. In his panic, his father, Lu Jianrun, didn't even bother to confront you first. He just took him away to seek treatment from a top-tier pastor. Mu Yi sneered coldly. Teacher Wang, what does his becoming an idiot have to do with me? The surveillance footage proves I didn't even touch him. You can check it if you don't believe me. Do you take me for a fool? If it wasn't you, then who else could it be? The teacher snapped. Enough. Get out of here now. Find a place to hide these next few days, or escape. The farther you go, the better. Teacher Wang sensed Mu Yi was feigning mutual blame. He pulled him off the bed and shoved him out of the infirmary. Lu Jianrun asked me to pass on a message. He'll definitely come looking for you to settle the score. Forget about the rookie assessments. Saving your life is the top priority. Chapter 4, Assassination? Just a line of suicides. Thanks, Teacher Wang. Don't worry, I'm tough as nails. Mu Yi smiled as he bid farewell to his teacher and walked out of the school. The sun had already set completely. The school was nearly 2 kilometers from his low-income housing. But today, Mu Yi felt like he'd been walking for nearly an hour and still hadn't reached home. On the 36th pass by the same streetlight, he finally stopped. The silence around him was eerie. Not a single car graced the road. Before and behind him stretched the dimly lit streets, bathed in the glow of streetlights, fading into the darkness ahead. If you want to kill me, come out. Do you really need to hide and sneak around when facing a rookie practitioner like me? As Mu Yi's words faded, a pale-faced practitioner slowly emerged from behind the lamppost 15 meters away. Kid, sharp observation. Looks like wearing you down in this illusion won't be happening. Dying by the hand of a level 25 illusionist isn't a bad way to go. My employer wants this over quickly. Let's make it swift then. Die. 2 headless purple illusion beasts materialized from the illusionist's command, streaking toward Mu Yi with black trails trailing behind them. The illusory beasts opened their gaping maws, lunging to bite into Mu Yi's body. One critical hit. How is this possible? The illusionist's anticipated scene, Mu Yi vanishing after being devoured by the illusion beast, did not unfold. Instead, as the illusion beast continued its relentless attacks, a pale blue spell shield periodically manifested around Mu Yi. Is that all? Makino raised an eyebrow. You're done. Now it's my turn. Soul Reaping Spell Command. Nuko extended his left index finger, unleashing a psychic assault. The illusionist grunted in response to the spell, stumbling back a step. Clutching his chest, he grimaced in pain. 826. How can your spell command deal such high damage? This isn't. Before he could finish, Mu Yi struck again. Hi. I haven't even used half my psychic power yet. As Mu Yi had anticipated, while his spiritual power and skill multipliers were undeniably high, he could still control the skill's power through his manipulation of spiritual energy. The illusionist knelt on all fours, his 2 illusion beasts howling in agony as they trembled and exploded into nothingness. With your pitiful strength, you were sent to assassinate me? Tell me who sent you, and I won't kill you, Mu Yi said calmly. Really? What guarantee do you have? The illusionist struggled to lift his head and ask, but was immediately struck again, his head smashing hard against the ground. He no longer had the strength to even push himself up. Mu Yi crouched down, staring into the illusionist's unfocused pupils. I'm the one asking the questions now, and you have no right to negotiate terms. Understand? The illusionist's lips trembled as he gave a slight nod. Yes, it's the Lu family. The Lu family of that recently exposed corrupt corporation, Lu Jianrun's Lu family? Yes, that's... Before he could finish, Mu Yi unleashed a fatal spell, draining his health bar dry. His form instantly vanished. It was them after all. I didn't expect them to move so fast. The sound of cars on the road reached Mu Yi's ears as several hurried pedestrians passed by him. It seemed he had left the illusion. Suddenly, the words of Teacher Wang from that afternoon flashed through his mind. Hide? Mu Yi immediately shook his head to himself. Hiding was impossible. Not in this lifetime. After finally getting another chance at life and securing an SSS-tier talent, you're telling me I can't enjoy it? If push comes to shove, I'll fight fire with fire. The theoretical damage value of his soul reaping curse had already reached 4,864, nearly 5,000 points. He was confident he could swiftly eliminate any practitioner below level 30. Back in his modest apartment, Muyi mentally reviewed the day's experiences and gains. After a quick wash, he lay down to sleep. A moonless night with howling winds. Crash! The bedroom window shattered suddenly. 3 shadowy figures pinned Muyi to the bed with lightning speed. Muyi struggled desperately, but it was futile. A dagger, glowing with a sinister purple hue in the moonlight, plunged viciously toward Muyi's chest. To the 3 assassins' surprise, the dagger was halted by a faint blue barrier that materialized. 1 poison. The 3 exchanged stunned glances before plunging the dagger downward once more. 1 poison. The dagger-wielding assassin refused to believe it, attacking repeatedly. 1 poison. 1 poison, critical hit. Have you stabbed enough? Muyi looked at the 3 assassins. Big brother, you take him. Something's off about this kid. Another black-clad assassin nodded, releasing Muyi. He summoned a 2-meter-long warhammer in his hand and swung it viciously at Muyi. 1 armor shatter, critical hit. Crack. Boom. A pale blue barrier materialized once more. The bed frame beneath Muyi shattered into pieces from the immense impact, yet Muyi remained unscathed. Damn it, what kind of skill is that? Or is it gear? You're not finding out. As Makino's words fell, the 3 assassins clutched their heads and collapsed to their knees in agony. You have 5 seconds. Tell me which organization you belong to and who hired you. 5. 4. At the count of 4, the assassin wielding the warhammer collapsed to the ground. His health bar drained completely, and he slowly faded away. 3. 2. By the time he counted to 2, another assassin's health bar was depleted, vanishing from this world. 1. I'll talk. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The remaining assassin kneeling in the center, the slender one who had stabbed him with the dagger at the start, finally broke down, screaming. Alright, then tell us. Muyi pulled a plastic stool over and sat down, watching him. We're assassins from the Abyss cult. The Lu family paid us 300,000 to kill you. The Abyss cult? That cult? That thing on your chest is their emblem, right? Take it off so I can see. Yes, yes. The assassin trembled as he removed a black tooth pendant from his neck. All 3 of you, what are your class levels? The eldest brother is a grade A Warhammer warrior, level 29. The second brother is a grade A Skymaster, level 28. I'm a grade B assassin, level 27. Sir, please let us go. Before the assassin could finish, he collapsed face first onto the ground like a pile of mud, fading from existence. The Lu family enterprise isn't particularly large, but they've dabbled in quite a few shady dealings. He tucked away the black tooth pendant. I reckon he's got a few more assassins up his sleeve. He spent a sleepless night, but unfortunately, Muyi didn't witness a 3rd assassination attempt. The next morning, Muyi arrived at school on time. Muyi! What happened to you? Teacher Wang rushed over, his words trailing off as he whispered urgently, how dare you come to school? Don't you fear death? Don't worry, teacher. I dealt with 2 waves of assassins last night. I'll take on however many he sends. Ha! Teacher Wang understood the words, but coming from a child who had only awakened his profession yesterday, it was utterly incomprehensible. After all, to become an assassin, one must at least reach level 20 and become an intermediate-level professional to qualify. Level 20 and below are all novice practitioners. Him? A practitioner barely a few levels in? He handled 2 assassination attempts last night? Chapter 5, The Mayor's Daughter's Superpowered Backing. Looking at Muya's harmless smile, Teacher Wang sighed. Alright, since you insist so much, have it your way. If anything happens later, don't blame me for not warning you. I won't. Thank you, teacher. Watching Muya's retreating figure, Teacher Wang suddenly realized this kid might be an orphan on the surface, but his background could be anything but simple. Half an hour later, all the new senior year practitioners gathered at the Instance Plaza. The ethereal form of the novice trial tower slowly materialized in the plaza's center. Muyi, wanna team up? I'm an A-rank healer, healing power guaranteed. Muyi. Muyi. I'm an A-rank tank. Once we're in the dungeon, I'll handle the damage. You just focus on unleashing your full power. Students who had avoided Muyi like the plague yesterday were now shamelessly groveling for a spot in his party today, after witnessing his absurdly high points tally. To these fair-weather friends, he flatly refused, stating he didn't need teammates. Thanks, but I don't need teammates. No teammates? How about money? A crisp female voice chimed in from behind him. Muyi turned to face the pretty girl standing before him, barely 5 feet tall, and raised an eyebrow. That depends on what price Miss Luo Shiryao is willing to offer. 20,000 yuan after the job is done. Secure me first place on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the novice trial tower. Just first place? That's a piece of cake. No problem at all. Muyi replied with an easy smile. Not just top in the school, Luo Shiryao shook her head gently. Top in the entire province. Your results yesterday were the best in the province. It's already caught the attention of higher-ups. At this revelation, the surrounding chattering students instantly fell silent, all turning to Muyi with looks of admiration and envy. Muyi froze. He'd merely been grinding monsters for experience. If not for the time limit, he could have farmed forever. He hadn't expected to become the top in the province so easily. Of course it's no problem. Mu Yi agreed. Free money? Why pass it up? Alright, everyone, quiet down. First, let's review yesterday's scoreboard. Points have been converted into corresponding scores. As Teacher Wang finished speaking, a massive holographic panel materialized at the front of the plaza. South Province Ju City First High School, new practitioner assessment results. First place, Mu Yi, profession, D rank sorcerer, level 5, provincial rank 1. Second place, Luo Shiryao, profession, a rank aura priest, level 2, provincial rank 8992. Third place. After the results finished scrolling, the surrounding students erupted into eager discussion. No wonder they call him the academic god. He's already level 5. That pace is insane. I'm only level 2. Choosing a D rank profession and still taking first place top in the entire southern province. He's a god. Hey, I thought you weren't saying that yesterday? No way. Almost everyone was bashing him yesterday, but not me. That's why they call me the wise one. Quiet. Now, I'll explain today's assessment schedule. This morning and afternoon, the second and third floors of the Novice Trial Tower will be open. Entry will be mandatory in groups. Upon entry, related quests will be automatically assigned. As always, good luck. Entering instance, Novice Trial Tower Level 2, LV 510. Party Leader, Luo Shiryao. Party Member, Mu Yi. Strongly recommended for newcomers to enter in groups of 2 or more. Solo attempts carry extremely high failure risk. Ignore the risk. Proceed. The two exchanged a glance before stepping into the teleportation vortex one after the other. Novice Trial Tower, second floor, Wild Forest. They materialized at the entrance to a forest. Newcomer Assessment Task Day 2, morning, second floor of the Newcomer Trial Tower. This floor is a large-scale multiplayer instance. Each team will receive a map indicating the approximate distribution of common, elite, and boss-level monsters. Killing monsters grants a chance to drop gear. The more gear obtained and the higher its quality, the greater your score. Final rankings will be determined by team points. Good luck! After all that talk, it's still just grinding monsters like yesterday, Mu Yi shrugged. Let's go. We'll head straight to the nearest elite-level monster roaming area. Alright. Luo Shiryao followed his lead. Hey, Mu Yi, how did you rack up so many points yesterday? Don't worry, you'll find out soon enough. About 15 minutes into the dense forest, the pair finally located their first elite monster by following the map. Viper Belly Giant Python, LV3 Elite. HP, 200, Strength, 140, Defense, 120, Agility, 80, Spirit, 80. Gazing at the camouflage-patterned python coiled around a crumbling stone pillar, Mu Yi raised his left hand. Don't be fooled by its level 3 rating. Its stats are already close to those of a regular level 5 monster. Luo Shiryao warned. No need to worry. Mu Yi approached the python, whose body was as thick as a calf, coiled around the stone pillar. The moment he entered its detection range, it instantly awoke. I'll support you. Luo Shiryao summoned her Cleric's Codex, casting a blessing aura on Mu Yi. The viper-bellied giant python flicked its tongue repeatedly, rearing its head upward. From its lofty position, it snapped its gaping maw toward Mu Yi. Watch out! Luo Shiryao cried out in alarm. 4763. The serpent's head grazed Mu Yi's shoulder before crashing to the ground, followed by its coiled body, which dangled lifelessly from the stone pillar. Killed LV3 Elite Viper Belly Giant Python 1. Luo Shiryao's party gained 6 EXP. As the giant python gradually dissipated, a chestplate shimmering with green light floated down to the ground. Giant python breastplate, fine quality. HP 100, Strength 80, Defense 80, Agility 10, Spirit 0. Dropped a fine piece of gear on our first kill. Looks like we're in luck. 4700 damage. Seeing the damage output from Mu Yi, Luo Shiryao gaped in astonishment, her mouth wide enough to fit an apple. Mu Yi had already stowed the gear in his backpack. Equipment came in 9 tiers: Common White, Fine Green, Rare Blue, Ultra Rare Red, Epic Purple, Legendary Gold, Prismatic Rainbow, and Chaos Black. Black tier equipment is the highest quality, and there's also the Artifact tier. However, such items are national treasures, and ordinary adventurers might never see one in their lifetime. The higher the quality, the rarer the equipment and the greater its value. This is just an appetizer. Let's push deeper and hunt bigger game. Whatever you say. Luo Shiryao nodded obediently, realizing she'd finally found a true powerhouse to follow. A super powerful ally who could one-shot elite monsters. It seemed her father, the mayor, had been right about her all along. Central Mang Forest. Mage. Is your attack charged yet? I can't hold on much longer. A wooden mace slammed heavily against the thick shield. The tank beneath it couldn't withstand the massive impact, collapsing to his knees and sinking into the mud. The nearly 2-meter-tall goblin, having landed its blow, leapt back with a cheer, its tiny eyes gleaming lecherously at the female mage in the party. Ready! A fireball the size of a human head, fully charged, hurtled toward the goblin. The goblin reacted swiftly, swinging its club to scatter the fireball, but the lingering flames still seared its arm. Enraged by the sting, the goblin lost all interest in toying with the humans. Bloodshot eyes blazing, it swung its club 3 times, swiftly knocking the half-exhausted male adventurer flying. Charging forward, it pinned the female mage against a tree trunk. "Get off me!" the female mage screamed. 4436. To her surprise, the goblin before her truly collapsed onto her body with a muffled groan, its death fading away. Killed LV5 Elite Jungle Goblin 1. Luo Shuryao's party gained 10 EXP. A blue quality wolf tooth club. Not bad, not bad. A man and a woman approached the female mage and picked up the rare quality wolf tooth club. Goblin club fine. HP 80, strength 130, defense 30, agility 10, spirit 0. Chapter 6, Smash Your Shell. Thank you for saving me. My name is Feng Cheng, the female mage said, her face still pale and shaken. You killed the monster, the weapon rightfully belongs to you. Though Feng Cheng didn't know how they'd managed it, she was always reasonable. No big deal. You're welcome, Mu Yi replied. Hey! That's our loot. Who gave you permission to take it? A tank from Feng Cheng's party, having regained his composure, shouted to stop the two. Your spoils? Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. If I hadn't saved you, do you think you'd still be standing here talking to me? Oh, I wonder who it is. The muscular tank stepped in front of Mu Yi. Isn't this the academic whiz who cheated his way to first place in the province during the initial assessment yesterday? I, Shurjan, despise people like you the most. Shurjan raised his sturdy shield. It was just a momentary lapse that let the goblin break through our defenses. We were about to wear it down. Never thought you'd steal our thunder. Shurjan didn't actually know if Mu Yi had cheated, he'd only heard rumors and spread misinformation. But what mattered more was that rare quality wolf tooth club in Mu Yi's backpack. That was the gear they'd fought for nearly an hour against the jungle goblins to finally farm. Shurjan glared at Mu Yi, thrusting out his broad palm menacingly. Hand over the dropped weapon. What are you doing? Luo Shiryao pressed closer to Mu Yi, uneasily watching Shurjan's 3 teammates closing in on either side. Sigh. Mu Yi shook his head. Seems I've been far too merciful. He equipped the goblin war club, summoning it into his hand. If you want it so badly, come and take it yourself. Mu Yi's innate talent allowed him to wield weapons from any class. Raising the wolf tooth club high, he swung it down with all his might toward Shurjan. Bring it on! Shurjan's eyes flashed with excitement as he raised his sturdy shield in defense. He had withstood the attacks of a level 5 elite monster for an entire hour. Surely he could withstand the physical attack of a mere D-rank spellcaster? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the shield suddenly buckled under the brutal impact, sending him crashing to his knees. Compared to the jungle goblin's earlier assault, this pastoral attack was far more ferocious. The hands gripping his shield began trembling uncontrollably. Feeling the terrifying shock reverberating through his shield, Shurjan stared in horror beneath its protection. How could he possibly possess such strength? He didn't know that Mu Yi's strength and defense both exceeded 600, already reaching the base attributes of a level 15 S-rank main combat class. You like defense, huh? Mu Yi raised his wolf tooth club and brought it crashing down once more. I'll smash your turtle shell to pieces. Boom! 256 critical wound. As the wolf tooth club struck for the second time, Shurjan's pride and joy, his sturdy shield shattered into pieces. The mace slammed heavily into Shurjan's chest. Detected new adventurer, Shurjan. Health below 5%. Initiating emergency teleportation immediately. A teleportation vortex rapidly expanded behind Shurjan, sucking him in and expelling him from the instance. You lot, who's next? Mu Yi held the wolf tooth club leveled in his right hand, scanning the group around him. The targeted adventurers all took a step back. Even Shurjan, the main tank with a B-rank Stoneox class, couldn't withstand 2 blows from Mu Yi. How could the others possibly dare to confront him now? Sorry, brother Mai, we're leaving right now. Feng Jing stepped between the two groups, leading his teammates steadily backward until they vanished into the thicket. That woman's no saint either. Luo Shiryao, standing nearby, pressed her hand to her chest and pouted. Why do you say that? Mu Yi glanced at the map, planning the route to the next spawn point, and asked casually. That Shurjan guy tried to steal your gear earlier, and she didn't say a single word. She only dared to lead them away after you kicked your teammates out of the dungeon. If you'd been the one to lose, she'd probably be showing a completely different face. That's a pretty spot on analysis. Mu Yi nodded. Next, let's head straight to the heart of the wildwood. Only there are level 10 monsters. Alright, I'll follow your lead. Luo Shiryao followed behind Mu Yi, watching his back as a strange emotion suddenly welled up in her eyes. Half an hour later, the two entered the central region of the Mang forest. Roar! A tiger's roar echoed through the mountains and forests, startling a flock of birds into flight. We've struck gold. Gazing at the Tiger King staring intently at him from a short distance away, Mu Yi's voice betrayed his excitement. Tiger King, LV8 high-level elite. HP 423, Strength 225, Defense 240, Agility 130, Spirit 80. Beast King's Dread instills an aura of the King of Beasts, boosting all stats by 20% during combat. Ferocious Bite increases attack power by 30% and agility by 5% during offensive actions. Seeing his eager anticipation, Luo Shiryao felt a surge of excitement too. A level 5 sorcerer, accompanied by a level 2 aura priest, hunting an 8th level high elite monster. This absurdly improbable scenario was unfolding before their eyes. Ever since shattering Stonewar's sturdy shield earlier, Makino felt close-quarters combat was far more exhilarating than casting curses. Moreover, the passive effect of the Reaper's Curse Order counted all his kills as Curse Order kills, granting him 4 hours of life restoration. Not only did this boost his combat experience, but it also let him freeload on extra lifespan. With the Absolute Curse Shield, his safety was completely assured. Luo Shiryao summoned the Cleric's Codex with perfect timing, already casting the Aura Blessing buff on Muyi. Courage Aura increases target's attack by 20%. The Tiger King arched its back, ears flattened against its head, resembling an oversized, rabid house cat. The thunderous roar echoing from its throat sent shivers down Luo Shiryao's spine. Roar! The Tiger King lost his composure first, lunging at Muyi. Muyi showed no intention of dodging. Raising his wolf tooth club high, he swung it viciously at the king mark on the Tiger King's forehead. 196 resistance. 1 tier. As the wolf tooth club inflicted damage on the Tiger King, its claws struck out toward Muyi's body. But a pale blue barrier suddenly flared around Muyi, absorbing the attack. A single blow had already knocked the Tiger King back, costing it nearly half its health. Realizing it was no match for Muyi, the Tiger King began slowly retreating. But Muyi's agility was 5 times his own, there was no way he'd let it escape. Trying to run? Too late. Muyi swung his wolf tooth club with all his might, striking the Tiger King squarely in the head. 366. The Tiger King's health bar drained completely. Powerless, it collapsed to the ground and began to fade away, dropping an item with a surface shimmering with crimson light. Defeated LVA Tiger King high-level elite. Luo Shiryao's squad gained 24 EXP. Holy crap! It's ultra-rare gear. Luo Shiryao jogged over, picked up the item, and obediently handed it to Muyi. Beast King's Cloak ultra-rare. HP 200, Strength 80, Defense 60, Agility 80, Spirit 0. Beast King's Dread. Equipping this cloak automatically boosts all attributes by 5% during combat. This could fetch at least 500,000 at auction. Luo Shiryao exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 7, Who exactly is this background you mentioned? Yeah, what a shame, Muyi nodded in agreement. Once these items leave, they all have to be exchanged for achievement points and handed over. How many points do we have now? Already 120 points. Ranked first. Luo Shiryao opened the points leaderboard and exclaimed joyfully. A basic piece of gear is worth 1 point. Each quality upgrade multiplies the points by 10. We've farmed a fine quality Giant Python Breastplate and Goblin War Club, plus a rare quality Beast King Cloak. Brother Mai, equip them first. Even though we can't take them outside, they'll boost your stats for the upcoming battles. No, you take the chestplate and cloak. Muyi shook his head. The monsters ahead will only grow fiercer. My only worry in battle is that you might get attacked. Muyi walked forward, analyzing the situation with utmost seriousness. Hearing his words, Luo Shiryao's lovely face flushed slightly. He has feelings for me. Miss Luo, why are you standing there spacing out? Ha? Oh, right. I'll equip them now. Thank you. Luo Shiryao lowered her head, her cheeks flushed crimson, unable to meet his gaze as she accepted and equipped the armor. I'll keep the wolf tooth club. After all, a priest like you wouldn't need it. Luo Shiryao nodded obediently and followed in Muya's footsteps. The girl's beautiful fantasy didn't last long. An arrow shot from the shadows shattered the atmosphere between them. Whoosh! Watch out! Muya's mental prowess far surpassed that of other practitioners at his level, allowing him to react to the attack much faster than Luo Shiryao. An arrow trailing crimson flame suddenly shot out from the forest directly ahead. One burn. With no time to dodge, he instinctively spun to shield Luo Shiryao. The arrow struck the back of Muya's head squarely, only to be blocked by a blue barrier that suddenly flickered into existence. A barrier? Keep shooting, a furious voice echoed from the woods. You think a barrier will save you? Whoosh! 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 Arrows rained down relentlessly from the woods, stripping away layers of Muya's spell shield. This couldn't go on. He clutched Luo Shiryao and rolled them both to the shelter of a nearby tree root. Muyi! Are you okay? I'm fine. Muyi shook his head, pushing himself up with both hands, yet still shielding her beneath him. Their eyes locked, breaths mingling close, yet neither had room for anything else. Muyi tried to lift his head, but a blue-flamed arrow whizzed past, grazing his hair. Brother, my psychic energy is depleted. I can't shoot anymore. Damn it, that kid's still alive? Not yet. I only sensed the arrow inflicting a few points of damage. Useless. After a volley of arrows, a few exchanges echoed from the woods. Rustling sounds stirred among the surrounding foliage. Muyi deduced there were more than 2 attackers. I know whose voice that is. Luo Shiryao whispered from beneath him. Who? Muyi looked up at Luo Shiryao, inhaling the faintly sweet scent of her breath. It's the teammate I stood up today. Luo Shiryao said with a hint of grievance. I left the team I joined yesterday just to team up with you today. So you're partly to blame too. A wave of heat washed over him from behind. A fireball struck a tree trunk 5 meters away from Muyi's right hand, scorching it black. A blast of heat swept over them. Startled, Luo Shiryao flung her arms out, wrapping them around Muyi above her. Before we came in, you promised to protect me. I'll add another 50,000. Just get rid of them all. Even if you stood them up, they wouldn't go all out to kill us, right? Muyi felt frustrated. If not for protecting Luo Shiryao, he would have charged back through the attacks long ago. He gently released her embrace. Stay here. I'll handle them. I'll see for myself who's so ruthless. As Muyi rose, a fireball slammed into him head-on. His fist shot out, and a blue spell shield flared into existence the instant his knuckles met the fireball. One burn. Raising his hands high, Muyi shouted, ceasefire. Let's talk this out. I've got gear worth 120 points on me. If you knock me out and force me to leave the dungeon, you won't get any of this gear. Barely 10 seconds after Muyi finished speaking, over a dozen figures burst out from all around him and Shiryao. Seeing there was no escaping, Luo Shiryao also stood up, brushed her school uniform skirt, and looked around at the students with a flustered expression. Muyi scanned the crowd. 15 people, 3 teams. You're smart to hand it over. I'll let you quit voluntarily. A scruffy-faced boy extended his tattooed arm toward Muyi. If she hadn't known he was from the school, she would have thought he was some street thug. Luo Yuxuan, even if I stood you up this morning, you don't have to treat me like this. Luo Shiryao retorted indignantly. It's none of your business. You're the mayor's daughter, we wouldn't dare touch you. We just want him to quit the dungeon. You can stand over there. Luo Yuxuan waved his hand, signaling the students surrounding them to make an opening for Luo Shiryao to leave. You. Seeing you go out first. I'll follow shortly. Luo Shiryao hesitated. Muyi spoke up. Fine. If they dare harm you, I'll report them to my dad the moment I get out. Luo Yuxuan swallowed hard upon hearing this. Even if you do complain, we're still doing this. After all, they're offering way too much. Too much? Observing Luo Yuxuan's menacing expression, Muyi fell deep in thought. But as long as he doesn't resist, I won't hurt him. At that point, Luo Shiryao could only sigh and step out of the circle. She recognized nearly all 15 of the ambushers. Only one was a B rank professional, the rest were A rank, and most were frontline fighters. She had already decided, the moment Muyi was severely wounded and forced to retreat, she would withdraw immediately. So, who gave you too much? Hearing Muyi's question, Luo Yuxuan sneered dismissively. Kid, I don't think you've grasped the situation yet. You're the one surrounded now. Even if you're the top fighter in the province. With that, Luo Yuxuan glanced at his brothers surrounding them and nodded toward Muyi. Can you take on 15 of us? In this game, it's all about power and connections. Got it? Muyi nodded. You make a point. Then tell me about your background. As his words fell, the blood bars of the archer and mage who had ambushed Luo Yuxuan from the side emptied, and they both collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Detected new adventurers, Yang Chao, Lai Yu and Jia. Health below 5%. Initiating emergency teleportation. The fallen students were instantly sucked into the teleportation vortex, forcibly ejected from the instance. You're asking for death. Luo Yuxuan summoned his twin axes, and the remaining 11 students also conjured their weapons, aiming them at Muyi. Luo Yuxuan. Don't you dare hurt Muyi. Or I'll tell my dad. Luo Shiryao shouted from outside the circle. Shut up, you noisy brat. If it weren't for fearing your dad, I'd have kicked you out first. Luo Yuxuan turned and snapped. Luo Shiryao stomped her foot in anger. She decided that no matter the outcome, she was going to complain to someone. I asked about your background. Why aren't you answering? As if nothing had happened moments before, Muyi looked at Luo Yuxuan, his face full of confusion. Woo. Ugh. Big brother. This kid. Except for Luo Yuxuan, every student surrounding Muyi had their health bars drained to 0. Foaming at the mouth, they collapsed to the ground and were forcibly teleported out of the instance. Muyi raised the wolf tooth club in his hand, pointing it at Luo Yuxuan as he narrowed his eyes. I'll ask you one more time. Who is this background you keep mentioning? Chapter 8, I'm dishonorable, so what? You're amazing, Muyi. Luo Shiryao exclaimed excitedly. Watching the students surrounding Muyi fall like wheat stalks in perfect unison, the admiration in her eyes deepened. It turned out there was an academic god Muyi fan club right here on campus. She had once dismissed it with disdain, even feeling a touch of envy. But now that she understood his character and abilities, she found herself wanting to join too. Too bad she'd be graduating after today. Just tell me, and I won't kick you out of the dungeon with serious injuries. Mu Yi tossed the wolf tooth club in his hand to him. This is yours too. Witnessing Mu Ye's deadly, invisible cursed techniques, Luo Yuxuan was utterly terrified. He fumbled to catch the club, his face plastered with apologetic smiles. Thank you, bro. Honestly, I don't know who it was either. Oh? Staring at Mu Ye's expressionless face, he swallowed hard. Before entering the trial tower this morning, someone sent me an anonymous message with a 20,000 yuan deposit attached. They told me to gather forces to beat you back in the assessment dungeon, make sure you get no score, and promised another 80,000 after the job was done. You're not lying to me, right? Absolutely not. Luo Yuxuan shuddered in fright, raising 3 fingers on his left hand to the sky in a solemn oath. Alright. Mu Yi nodded thoughtfully. Then, bro, transfer this weapon to me, and I'll leave immediately? As he spoke, Luo Yuxuan's legs were already shifting backward. Leave? Did I say you could leave? And you still want the weapon? Aha! Luo Yuxuan's health bar plummeted rapidly as he collapsed to his knees. Detected new practitioner, Luo Yuxuan. Health below 5%. Initiating emergency teleportation immediately. You're despicable. Kneeling on the ground, Luo Yuxuan clutched his chest and looked up, his face twisted with fury. I'm underhanded? So what? Wasn't it underhanded of you to ambush me with so many people? As Luo Yuxuan was sucked into the teleportation vortex, the wolf tooth club he hadn't yet retrieved fell to the ground. Luo Shiyao picked it up. Well done. She watched the vortex vanish before returning the wolf tooth club to Mu Yi. You're not hurt, are you? No. Her cheeks flushed again as she looked at Mu Yi, recalling what had just happened on the ground. Just now. I didn't mean to hold you like that. It was an emergency. I trust Miss Luo isn't some kind of hooligan. Let's keep moving forward. You're the hooligan. Your whole family are hooligans. Listening to Mu Yi's booming laughter, Luo Shiyao pouted, her face flushed as she followed after him. The heart of the primeval forest. Surveying the massive cave entrance completely covered in green crystals, Mu Yi nodded. This must be the location of the final boss, the Blue Crystal Valley, right? A level 10 boss. Can the two of us really handle it? Luo Shiyao looked worriedly into the pitch-black cavern. What? You don't trust me? It's absolutely not that I don't trust you. Luo Shiyao hastily clarified. A boss like that, even an A-rank professional would need at least 10 level 5 players to take it down. Relax. Just trust me. If we can't win, you run first. Saying this, Mu Yi strode deep into the cavern. Unable to dissuade him, Luo Shiyao hurried to follow. The cavern branched into countless winding passages. Only by following the glow of Luo Shiyao's priest's tome did they finally find the main path. Roar! A thunderous roar, like an exploding thunderclap, echoed from the depths of the cavern, sending a shiver down Luo Shiyao's spine. Should we keep going deeper? In the dimness, Mu Ye's eyes suddenly lit up. Hear that? Sounds of battle. Someone got here before us and is fighting the Azure Crystal Lion King. Luo Shiyao strained her ears, then nodded. That sounds about right. Following the sounds of combat, the pair wound their way along a winding path that led to a brightly lit clearing. They found themselves in a hollow valley within the mountain, its ceiling open to the sky, allowing sunlight to stream in. Fireball! A slender girl hovered in midair, channeling energy to chant forth a fireball over a meter in diameter. It slammed toward the Lion King, whose mane was studded with blue crystals. Blue Crystal Lion King, LV-10 Boss. HP, 800, Strength, 460, Defense, 492, Agility, 236, Spirit, 200. Azure Crystal Barrier, consumes strength to form a damage-absorbing shield. Amethyst Rage, when endangered, can be activated voluntarily. For 120 seconds, all attributes increase by 150%. After 120 seconds, enters a weakened state. A crystalline barrier coalesced from the Blue Crystal Lion King's horn, blocking the attack. Yet the horn's radiance visibly dimmed. It worked! Brother Jinan, you guys move in now. Don't give it a chance to catch its breath. The female mage descended to the ground, sweat streaming down her forehead. She pressed a hand to her chest, clearly drained by the exertion. Yunjin, enhance the blessing. Li Kuei, Yang Yang though were drained, were charging. The boy called Jin Nan gritted his teeth, lunging forward with his long sword. Flanking him on either side, 2 other professionals joined the assault, one wielding a spear, the other a massive axe. They're students from Guoxue High. Luo Shiyao recognized them instantly. 5 people daring to take on a single Azure Crystal Lion King? They're a bunch of daredevils. Not just one, there's a cub over there too. Mu Yi followed the direction of her finger and saw a young Azure Crystal Lion King crouched behind a pile of crystal stones, baring its teeth menacingly at the 2 of them. Perfect. They take the big one, we take the little one. No interference. Mu Yi summoned his wolf tooth club and approached the cub, while Luo Shiyao instinctively cast an aura of protection over him. Roar! Sensing danger as someone approached, the young blue crystal lion instinctively retreated while gathering an energy orb on its blue crystal horn. Young blue crystal lion king, LV8 high-level elite. HP, 600, Strength, 300, Defense, 280, Agility, 160, Spirit, 110. Seeing the young Lion King's charged attack, Muyi not only didn't dodge but instead seized the moment when its speed slowed to advance. With all 5 stats far surpassing the young Lion King's, plus the blessing of his spell shield, what was there to fear? 1 Corrosion. The energy orb struck the spell shield, inflicting a single point of damage before dissipating. Seeing his full power attack utterly ineffective, the young Lion King realized he was no match for the professional before him. He began roaring for help. Scream all you want, it won't do you any good. Mukai sneered, swinging his fist toward the young Lion King's head. 388. This single blow knocked out most of the young Lion King's health bar, sending it into complete panic. Ignoring the fact that the Azure Crystal Lion King was still battling the other 5, the young lion dashed behind its parent, wailing pitifully. Feeling the genuine threat, the Azure Crystal Lion King's body glowed blue, and an even angrier roar erupted from its mouth. Damn it! It's gone berserk! Jin Nan yelled as the Azure Crystal Lion King flung him away with a tail swipe. Woo! He slammed hard into the blue crystal wall, losing 1/5 of his health in one blow. The 5 fighters at Guoshua High finally noticed 2 more professionals arriving. Did you idiots disturb its cub? Are you morons? Mu Yi, who had initially intended to speak calmly, raised an eyebrow. So what if we startled it? We'll just kill it together, won't we? Besides, even if I hadn't disturbed it, wouldn't it still go berserk once cornered? Chapter 9, 5S ranks? What a grand entrance! But still no instant kill. Idiots! You greenhorns don't even know what happens when a blue crystal lion king goes berserk. Jin Nan glared fiercely at Mu Yi. As if to validate Jin Nan's words, a spherical energy storm gathered above the Lion King's azure crystal horn. The blue crystals that had covered the ground and mountain walls began to crack and peel away, flying toward the rapidly gathering energy storm. Let's get out of here. This blue crystal storm will engulf the entire valley. Without the guidance of the Waystone, I'd be curious to see how you plan to escape. Prepare to die. Before leaving with his teammates, Jin Nan hurled these parting words. Recalling how they had entered this labyrinthine cavern, finding their way back now seemed daunting indeed. Meanwhile, the energy storm had already swelled to the size of a soccer goal frame. Mu Yi, what do we do? Amidst the storm of blue crystals, shards of rock, and mud, Luo Shiryao clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands, eyes tightly shut as she shouted. If we can't escape, then let's kill it. Once its attack ends, I'll kill it. Roar! The accumulated green crystal storm erupted violently. Mu Yi clutched Luo Shiryao tightly to his chest. A blindingly white energy wave expanded relentlessly, engulfing both figures in an instant. Those 2 idiots. If they hadn't interfered, we would have taken it down ages ago. Jin Nan, who had narrowly escaped, felt the violent tremors echoing from the cavern behind him as he brushed stone dust from his clothes. Brother Jin Nan, they were actually right. Even if they hadn't provoked the young Lion King, the Azure Crystal Lion King would have resorted to this move once cornered. The slender female mage remarked. Jiao Jiao, you're just too kind-hearted, being so forgiving of these bumpkins. Too bad the assessment forces us to lock our health at 5% and exit. Otherwise, we should have let them die in there. What if they could actually kill the Azure Crystal Lion King? The female mage hesitated. Jiao Jiao, what are you thinking? Is that even possible? I think it's possible. It's a woman's intuition. Recalling Mu Ye's unflappable gaze, the female mage couldn't shake the feeling he was hiding something. Should we wait a few minutes until the storm subsides before going in to check? Asked the boy wielding the spear. Even if the Azure Crystal Lion King and those 2 destroy each other, it wouldn't harm its own cubs, would it? Yeah, let's wait until things quiet down inside before we go in. The energy storm gradually subsided. Mu Yi released Luo Shiryao and brushed dirt and stone fragments off his body. Glancing at his status bar showing only 523 layers of spell shield remaining, he swallowed hard. Damn it! Over 1,300 layers of spell shield, and it just wiped out more than 800 layers in one go? With a pang of regret, Mu Yi expended over 700 minutes of his lifespan, instantly replenishing the shield's layers. We survived? Luo Shiryao opened her eyes, still trembling with fear. For a moment in Mu Ye's arms, she truly believed she was going to die. After all, she'd only studied such energy-level blue crystal storms in theory classes. Back then, the teacher's data stated that for practitioners below level 12, the survival rate was 0. What nonsense are you talking about? You're perfectly fine. Mu Yi said, ruffling her hair. Roar! A weak roar echoed from nearby. The Azure Crystal Lion King's all-or-nothing attack had not only drained its own energy but also left it gravely wounded. The cub lay nearby, unharmed but knocked unconscious by the storm's shockwave. What a coincidence you didn't die either. Gazing at the defeated lion's head, Mu Yi delivered the final blow with a spell command. Luo Shiryao's squad defeated LV10 Azure Crystal Lion King boss level 1. Squad gained 80 EXP. He then walked over to the cub and finished it off. Luo Shiryao squad defeated LV8 Young Azure Crystal Lion King High Elite 1. Squad gained 32 EXP. Monster tiers are divided into 8 ranks: Common, Elite, High Elite, Boss, Grand Boss, Lord, Demon Lord, and Chaos Demon Lord. The experience gain formula for defeating monsters is Monster level Monster quality 1 EXP for defeating a normal monster. Each tier increase doubles the EXP. Since these monsters were generated by the world's data-driven rules, Muyi didn't harbor any undue mercy toward them. Muyi. Purple gear. It's epic. Luo Shiryao gasped, staring at the spot where the Azure Crystal Lion King had vanished. A pair of Azure War Boots, their surfaces rippling with purple light, lay quietly on the ground. Azure Crystal Beast Boots epic. HP 350, Strength 150, Defense 90, Agility 180, Spirit 100. Azure Crystal Defense increases defense by 20%. Azure Crystal Swiftness, after continuous movement exceeding 5 seconds, agility increases by 30%, lasting until 5 seconds after movement ceases. Azure Crystal Barrier, in critical situations, the boots will shatter and self-destruct, forming a barrier lasting 120 seconds or until it absorbs 5,000 damage. So, your dad's the mayor, right? Muyi stared intently at the purple glowing beast boots. Could you ask your dad to keep this gear safe? Luo Shiryao nodded firmly. I'll contact him right now. With that, she drew a communication crystal, crushed it, and a wisp of light drifted into the distance. Wow, wow, wow. A spatial communicator costing 200,000 per use? Your family sure is loaded. That's nothing. As long as we can get these Azure Crystal Beast boots out there, even if the slot's a bit off, they'll still fetch over 2 million guaranteed. Though it pained Luo Shiryao, this was a surefire money spinner. Even splitting the profits 30-70 with Muyi, she'd still pocket 400k. Unfortunately, the little Lion King hadn't dropped a single piece of equipment, dashing Muyi's hopes. Too bad. You won't be taking that 2 million with you. I have no idea how the two of you survived, let alone how you managed to kill these 2 top-tier monsters. But I can tell you've pushed yourselves to the absolute limit. Muyi looked up to see Jinnan and his group returning. Hand over the equipment you mentioned earlier, and I'll let you leave unharmed. Muyi appraised the 5 of them with a single glance before declaring, "You're not worthy." Washua High School, Jinnan, S-rank Sword Immortal, level 5. Jinnan stood tall, chest puffed out, and stepped forward. S-rank Professional Holy Light Priest, level 4. S-rank Professional Gun God, level 5. S-rank Axe Master, level 6. Finally, the tall, slender female mage hesitated for a moment under Jinnan's gaze before announcing her title. Li Yujiao, S-rank Arcane Mage, level 5. Why are you all listing your stats like ordering food? Muyi scratched his head, utterly baffled. You don't seriously think reciting a menu will scare me, do you? Young man, though I don't know which school you attend, please hand over your equipment. It's for everyone's benefit, Li Yujiao urged. No. Muyi shook his head. Not at all. You really won't leave? I gave you a chance. Muyi continued speaking to himself. You. Her brows furrowed slightly as she stared at this stubborn boy. You'll get knocked out of the instance with serious injuries. Muyi extended a finger, first pointing at Jinnan, the leader. 423. You're sure I'll be the one knocked out? Ugh. Damn it. What did you do? His second finger pointed at the male student wielding the Axe God class. 586. Who's really going to be critically injured and eliminated? This is so hard to guess. The third finger pointed at the male student with the Gun God class. 513. What about you two? Stay or go? Muyi looked at the 2 girls still standing. Chapter 10, Mayor's Provincial Tournament Invitation. Muyi reveals hidden dangers. Detected 3 individuals with health below 5%. Initiating emergency teleportation immediately. You're a curse master. Observing Muyi's attack pattern, Li Yujiao finally realized. You guessed right. He snapped his fingers. No need for you to intervene. Save what little life you have left to scrape by. I'll take care of this myself. As she spoke, another girl, overcome with anger, voluntarily exited the instance. I apologize on their behalf, Li Yujiao bowed to Muyi. I hope we meet again someday. Muyi waved his hand dismissively. Though you're the only decent person in your team, I'd rather not meet again. She exited the instance. The strongest one's dead, and we don't have much time left. Let's just farm some minor mobs nearby. With that, Muyi headed toward the exit. Whatever you say, Luo Shiryao agreed readily, trailing behind Muyi like a dutiful little wife, her steps light and quick. Half an hour later, Muyi and Luo Shiryao had farmed 3 more common quality gear pieces. The morning assessment period officially concluded. 1123 points. Our team's in first place. Teleported out from the second floor of the novice trial tower, Luo Shiryao cheered upon seeing the final scoreboard for the second round of assessments. That 1,000-point gear. Did your dad reply? Can he secure it? Let me check. I'm so excited, hee, I almost forgot. Luo Shiryao smiled sheepishly and opened the green bubble chat. My dad said they're heading to the school right now and want to meet you. All students, please line up to submit any gear you've obtained for score verification. Teacher Wang bellowed from the makeshift inspection platform in the plaza. Do not add any unauthorized gear. All combat activity within the dungeon is recorded in real time. Any cheating will result in immediate disqualification. 5 minutes later, a stretched black sedan slowly pulled into Zhucheng First High School. Dad! Luo Shiryao spotted the approaching middle-aged man and threw herself into his arms. How old are you, still acting like this? The middle-aged man, with a touch of gray at his temples, gently pulled Luo Shiryao away and looked at Mu Yi. Are you Mu Yi? Truly a prodigy at such a young age. Hello, Mayor Luo Qingyun. You flatter me. After a few brief pleasantries, the three entered the car. The surrounding students whispered among themselves, and soon the news that Mu Yi was to become the Luo family's son-in-law spread throughout the campus. Mayor Luo, this is the equipment I farmed in the dungeon. Mu Yi presented the blue crystal beast boots, which were accepted by the man in a suit beside the mayor. Indeed, these are epic quality combat boots. Send them to the Southern Province auction house starting bid 1.8 million. Yay! Dad, that 200k wasn't wasted after all. Luo Shiryao cheered triumphantly, beaming at Luo Qingyun. That's Mu Yi's 1.8 million. What does it have to do with you? Luo Qingyun turned his gaze to Mu Yi. After another round of flattery, they agreed on a split. Luo would take 20%, Mu 80%, to be divided after the auction. Luo Qingyun dismissed everyone including the driver and Luo Shiryao from the car to speak privately with Mu Yi. Mu Yi, actually, besides this matter, I came here for another important reason, one that also concerns you. Mayor, please speak freely. I will do my utmost to fulfill it. Your achievements have caught the attention of some high-level officials. They wish for you to participate in the provincial rookie professional competition. Am I qualified? Absolutely. Based on your current results, you ranked first in the province for both the first and second rounds of assessments. Hearing Luo Qingyun's response, Mu Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Actually, Mayor Luo, I've run into a rather tricky situation. If I can't resolve it, I really won't be able to participate. Oh? Tell me about it. Without holding back, Mu Yi recounted everything to Luo Qingyun, from yesterday's conflict with Lu Yingguan to the multiple assassination attempts he'd faced. I will give you a satisfactory resolution to this matter tomorrow. As he listened to Mu Yi's account, Luo Qingyun's expression grew increasingly grave. Even if not for him, he had to do it for his daughter. For this afternoon's final round of the new recruit assessment, you can take it without worry. I guarantee there won't be any ambushes like this morning. Come on, I've reserved a private room at the hotel. Let's have lunch together today. Mu Yi found it hard to refuse and joined Luo Shiryao and her father for lunch. Before long, afternoon arrived, and the towering silhouette of the newcomer trial tower materialized once more in the center of the plaza. Students, this is the final round of assessments. Your cumulative scores from all 3 rounds will determine your future paths. Give it your all. Same as before, you'll automatically receive the quest upon entering. You can form teams now. Entering instance, Novice Trial Tower Level 3, 1015. Party Leader, Mu Yi. Party Members, Luo Shiryao. Warning! Level 3 is a large-scale multiplayer instance with extreme danger. Proceed with caution if your party is small. Confirm entry. The two exchanged a glance and stepped into the teleportation vortex. Stepping onto soft, damp moss, Mu Yi nearly slipped and lost his balance. Simultaneously, a foul stench assaulted their nostrils. This place stinks. Luo Shiryao covered her nose and mouth with a delicate hand in disgust. Newcomer Assessment Task Day 2, afternoon, 3rd floor of the Newcomer Trial Tower. This floor is a large-scale multiplayer instance. Each team must hunt 20 level 10 common swamp monsters to pass. 30 to 50 monsters, good. Over 50 monsters, excellent. Final rankings determined by team points. Good luck. 50 is considered excellent? Mu Yi closed the unchallenging assessment task panel and looked at the dark green swamp bubbling before him. It looked exactly like a gigantic piece of dark green starry sky cake. Bursts of forgotten memories suddenly assaulted him. Mu Yi, why are you spacing out? Ah! Before Luo Shiryao could finish her sentence, a pitch-black tentacle shot out from the swamp, wrapping around her ankle and attempting to drag her down. Fortunately, both reacted swiftly. Mu Yi immediately cast the Death Curse command spell at the tentacle, causing it to explode upon contact. The foul-smelling black slime splattered onto both of them, making Luo Shiryao retch uncontrollably. Mu Yi couldn't help but frown. Unexpectedly, this final trial tested not strength, but mental fortitude. The monster beneath the swamp seemed unwilling to relent. This time, it extended 4 tentacles simultaneously, each wrapping itself around one of Luo Shiryao's limbs. Before she could recover, another wave of foul stench overwhelmed her. Mu Yi grew impatient. Under the attack of his cursed command, the 4 tentacles instantly exploded, sending a long string of bubbles rising from the swamp. Stand behind me. I'll see how many more tentacles this creature can sprout. After a 5-minute stalemate, the swamp creature lost patience and lunged forward again, its tentacles streaking toward Muyi. Muyi seized the moment, grabbing a tentacle. With nearly 700 strength points, he yanked the creature out of the swamp. The tentacle monster resembled an oversized sea urchin, except its spines had been replaced by tentacles. Those with weak stomachs might even find it nauseating. Swamp monster, LV10. HP, 550, Strength, 311, Defense, 220, Agility, 220, Swamp 20, Land, Spirit, 80. Tentacle Bind, consumes energy to extend tentacles toward targets outside the swamp, binding them and dragging them into the mire. Like ambushing? I'll take you out instantly. Death Curse Command. 4986. Killed LV10 Swamp Monster 1. Makino Squad gains 10 EXP. Chapter 11, Who says a sorcerer can't use a wolf's fawn club? Easy peasy. Makino, whose sleeves were slightly stained, brushed off her clothes. But Luo Shiryao felt like crying, staring at her hands and feet covered in foul-smelling, sticky slime. Muyi, let's head to the clear spring pond at the map's center. Seeing her pouting expression, Muyi couldn't help but laugh. The surrounding area was littered with dead wood and muddy swamps, not a single clean spot in sight. Alright, let's grind our way through then. An hour later, the pair had fought their way through, harvesting 49 swamp monsters along the path. Luo Shiryao had been ambushed repeatedly by them during the journey. For some reason, Luo Shiryao seemed to attract them like a magnet. Just one more to get an excellent rating. The clear spring pond is up ahead, Muyi pointed forward. Gazing at the crystal clear pool ahead, Luo Shiryao nearly burst into tears. Clear spring pool, she exclaimed, dashing to the water's edge to scrub the filth from her hands and feet. In a place like this, where filth is everywhere, how could such a pool of clear water exist? Muyi gazed thoughtfully at the pitch-black depths of the pool. Usually, this would be where high-level monsters lurk. Ah! Before Muyi could finish speaking, Luo Shiryao's startled scream by the pond shattered the tranquil atmosphere. A brown tentacle thicker than Muya's entire body burst through the clear pool's surface. Its base was covered in rows of white suction cups of varying sizes, an utterly terrifying sight. The tentacle cast a massive shadow over the two, then slammed down toward them with terrifying force. Watch out! Just as Muyi prepared to unleash his soul-snatching curse to obliterate the colossal tentacle, an arc of energy accompanied by a shout sliced the descending appendage clean in two. The severed lower half of the tentacle twitched violently before retreating back beneath the clear pool. Are you two okay? Seeing Muyi and the others drenched by the splashing water, another 5-person squad rushed over. Li Yujio? Muyi recognized the tall, beautiful girl among the 5 and tentatively called her name. It's me. Are you guys okay? Li Yujio nodded. We're fine, thanks. Muyi replied politely. What's up, Jiao Jiao? Do you know them? The male leader observed Li Yujiao's expression, his eyes flickering with a hint of unease. Yeah, this is Muyi, the cursed arts practitioner who wiped out me and the Jinnan squad this morning. I see. Ji nodded. Brother Muyi, since I saved you this time, it should settle our morning's conflict. How about we each go our separate ways now? Jia, clad in a gray robes, looked at Muyi and inquired. Saved us? Muyi remained noncommittal. Could it be that we never needed saving in the first place? I intend to hunt the monster in this pool. You may do as you please. Well, that's unfortunate. Our squad's target is also the Swamp King in this pool. The atmosphere, which had been slightly easing, began to freeze over after Jia's words. This Jia is an S-rank battle mage, the top student in classical studies at the academy. Luo Shiryao whispered into Muyi's ear. Brother Muyi, do you think the two of you can take down the boss in this clear pool? I think we can. Muyi nodded. In that case, let's spar. The winner gets first shot at the kill. Before Muyi could respond, Jia finished speaking. The purple gold patterns on his gray robes glowed faintly as he grasped a gray energy-formed longsword in his hand. Li Yujiao's attitude toward Muyi had already annoyed him, and now she was even bragging about competing for the kill. Just the two of them? What gives them the right? I'm no useless fool like Jinnan. That's a trait of battle mages, they can condense their energy into tangible weapons, doubling their power. Luo Shiryao explained to Muyi from the side. No problem. If he wants to play, I'll play along. Muyi clenched his left hand in the air, and a wooden wolf tooth club materialized in his grasp. Thanks to Mayor Luo's mediation, none of the gear Muyi's team had farmed that morning was confiscated by the school. But aside from the beast boots destined for auction, he kept only this weapon, giving the rest to Luo Shiryao. A wolf tooth club? Aren't you a spellcaster? Jia exclaimed in surprise. Who says a spellcaster can't wield a wolf's tooth club? Muyi twirled the club in a flourish. He actually disdains using curses? Jia's anger flared even more, though his expression remained calm. Then I'll have to offend you. Jia swiftly closed the distance, swinging his gray energy sword forward. A arc of light shot toward Muyi, the same technique that had severed the Swamp King's tentacle moments ago. He was confident that this full power strike would be impossible for any ordinary spellcaster under level 10 to withstand. Boom! One laceration. With a dull thud, a shocking outcome left Hijia utterly stunned. This can't be. Mu Yi didn't even dodge. With a casual swing of his wolf tooth club, he shattered the arc of light. Before Hijia could recover from his shock, Mu Yi had already closed the distance, swinging the wolf tooth club straight at his head. 263. Hijia's energy sword dissipated. He collapsed to his knees, where his teammates rushed forward to help him up. That's enough. Mu Yi shot a glance at Liu Jiao, who seemed to want to say something but held back. Though Hijia hadn't lost much health, the psychological damage far outweighed the physical. Don't gloat. Next time I will definitely. Swish. 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 Gigantic tentacles burst from the clear pool, obscuring the sky. This time, there were 7 of them. Covered in dense clusters of white suction cups, they lunged to entangle and drag everyone including Mu Yi underwater. Damn it! That beast ambushed us. Hijia's teammate shouted. Mu Yi, with nearly 700 attack power, severed the tentacle coiling around him in one strike. But the others weren't so lucky. The others were coiled like wires by the tentacles and hung upside down in midair. Having captured 6 victims, the Swamp King could no longer contain itself, revealing its entire body from the depths of the pool. As the tentacles tightened relentlessly, the 6 victims' health bars steadily drained. Mu Yi! Woo woo! You promised to protect me this morning. Luo Shiryao cried out from her upside-down position. Mu Yi, aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Hurry up and save us. In this dire situation, Hijia had no choice but to plead for help from Mu Yi, the only one still standing. Staring at the monstrous, nauseating head of the giant octopus as large as a car, Mu Yi felt his sanity slipping. Swamp King, LV-15 boss. HP, 1823, Strength, 820, Defense, 360, Agility, 180, Spirit, 620. Unbearable gaze, any creature staring at the Swamp King's body will suffer continuous mental drain. Tentacle bind, extends tentacles to entangle and strangle the target. As the Swamp King revealed its true form, it ceased hiding. Over a dozen massive tentacles shot toward Mu Yi. One man versus one monster. The disparity in size resembled that between an elephant and an ant. Yet this very ant, with a single finger, instantly slays the elephant. 3226. Mu Yi squad defeated LV-15 Azure Crystal Lion King boss level 1. Squad gained 120 EXP. Chapter 12, The Octopus Curse Ring, the God-tier Cthulhu Spirit. The Swamp King's monstrous, grotesque head rapidly shriveled, and its dozens of tentacles dissolved into water. The 6 entangled members fell to the ground one after another. Instance broadcast, my squad defeated Swamp King LV-15 boss level. All swamp monsters in this instance now have 20% reduced stats. Applies to all players. Another gear drop. Luo Shiryao, who had just fallen to the ground, stared at the purple ring floating motionless on the pond's surface and shouted excitedly. Holy crap, purple gear, it's epic. Hijia's teammates spotted it too. They all instinctively turned to look at Hijia. After a few seconds of contemplation, Hijia sighed softly and shook his head. From the 2 previous encounters, he understood he was no match for Mu Yi. Even if all 5 of them attacked together, it wouldn't work. Their fate would be the same as the Jinnan squad that morning. Under the gaze of the 6, Mu Yi walked to the edge of the pool and picked up the ring. Octopus Curse Ring Epic. Life, 400, Strength, 150, Defense, 50, Agility, 50, Spirit, 200. Curse Spirit Summon, a call from Cthulhu, summons an energy form sea monster. Mind Erosion, all your attacks inflict mind erosion, reducing the target's maximum spirit by 5% per second for 30 seconds, never falling below 1 point. This cursed ring stats actually suit me pretty well. I'll keep it then. After all, the epic tier Crystal Beast boots are already up for auction. Luo Shiryao gazed excitedly at the spell ring slowly floating in Mu Yi's palm. Equipment of epic quality or higher becomes unique gear once equipped by a professional. Even if the wearer removes it, others cannot equip it, making epic tier gear even rarer. Thanks for saving us. Soaked to the skin, Li Yujiao's alluring figure was fully exposed, causing even Mu Yi, who prided himself on being a proper gentleman, to steal a few extra glances. No big deal, Mu Yi replied, his eyes shifting uncomfortably toward the distance, trying hard not to stare. Jiao Jiao, we should be going. Hijia's expressionless voice rang out from the side, then stepped between the 2, blocking the hoped-for glimpse of skin. Mu Yi. Staring at what you shouldn't will get you a needle in your eye. Luo Shiryao grabbed Mu Yi's arm and pulled him away, steering him toward the direction opposite Li Yujiao. An inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within her, driving her to act. Only after walking several dozen meters did Luo Shiryao release Mu Yi. What, jealous? Mu Yi watched Luo Shiryao's retreating figure. Though not tall, she possessed a curvaceous figure with all the right curves in all the right places. In terms of beauty, she was no less stunning than Li Yujiao. Who's jealous? I just wanted to remind you to grind dungeon experience for leveling up. Once you leave, there won't be anywhere to level up. Luo Shiryao protested, her cheeks flushing pink. You make a good point. And so, for the next 2 hours, Mu Yi embarked on a relentless streak of defeating every monster he encountered. For a full 2 hours under Luo Shuryao's buff, Muyi slayed 125 swamp monsters. Time remaining until dungeon closure, 5 minutes. New adventurers, please be mindful of the time. Killed 125 LV10 frenzied boars. Muyi's party gained 1250 EXP. Averaging 625 EXP per person, combined with scattered kills from earlier, Muyi leveled up to level 7. Muyi took out the Octopus Curse Ring. Octopus Curse Ring epic and epic tier item. Once equipped, it cannot be traded or exchanged. Confirm equipping? Muyi selected confirm. Binding successful. Triggered the innate talent God tier evolution. Muyi has successfully reached level 7. Name, Muyi. Level, 70800. Health, 1275. Strength, 975. Defense, 875. Agility, 875. Spirit, 1025. Equipment, Curse Ring Octopus Curse Ring. Reaper's Curse, skill has no cooldown. Inflicts true damage equal to 440% of base spirit on the designated target. Curse shield layers increase to 1025 200%, 2050 layers. Mental corrosion evolves into mental erosion. Spirit corrosion, all your attacks apply spirit corrosion. Affected targets lose 20% of their maximum spirit per second, minimum 1 point, lasting 120 seconds, and stacking. Simultaneously leaves an explodable soul mark detonation, deals true damage equal to 100% of base spirit. Curse Spirit Summon evolves into Divine Curse Spirit Summon. Divine Tier Curse Spirit Summoning. The Divine Tier Curse Spirit Cthulhu resides within the Cursed Ring, ready to be summoned and commanded at any time. When its health falls below 5%, it retreats into the Curse Ring to recover. Unless the Curse Ring is destroyed, the Cthulhu will not vanish. Recalling the eerie, giant octopus from moments ago, Makino swallowed hard and attempted to summon Cthulhu. Wow, what an adorable little octopus! Luo Shiryao watched the pale blue octopus materialize in Muye's hand and couldn't resist reaching out to touch it. Ha! A mini version of Cthulhu? While Muyi was still in a daze, the seemingly small and adorable octopus had already crawled onto Luo Shiryao's palm. Is this your pet? What's its name? I guess, yeah. Its name is Xiao Su. Muyi blurted out the name on the spot. With a thought, Xiao Su, who had been resting in Luo Shiryao's palm, suddenly shot into the air, its body rapidly expanding. Half a meter, 1 meter, 5 meters, 10 meters, 30 meters, 50 meters. Finally reaching a staggering 80 meters before hitting its limit. Luo Shiryao was so terrified by this bizarre, monstrously oversized creature that she fell backward onto the ground. Tentacles as thick as trees whipped through the sky, like giant seaweed entangling a drowning victim in dark currents. This is your pet? Yes, this is my pet. Muyi nodded, summoning Xiao Su back. The hill-sized Xiao Su rapidly shrank, settling obediently onto Muye's shoulder. SSS rank Cursed Spirit, Cthulhu Larval Stage. Base attributes, identical to host. Skill 1, Call of the Abyss summons abyssal beings to fight alongside. Skill 2, Infinite Devour, consumes creatures to nourish the host. Want to play some more? Muyi suppressed a smile as he handed the small Cthulhu on his shoulder to Luo Shiryao. No! Get away! Luo Shiryao screamed, backing away. Instance closing. All new adventurers must exit immediately. Instance closing. All new adventurers must exit immediately. As the system warning sounded, a teleportation vortex appeared before them, forcibly sucking both players back to the main world. Brother Mai! You're amazing! Thanks to your kill buff, I took down a few more swamp monsters and barely scraped by. Ah, God tier Mai! You're incredible! That buff boosted my score so much. Mai, your kill broadcast went out to every participating school in Southern Province. You're famous now. Teacher Wang approached Mai, watching him with satisfaction. As soon as they stepped out of the teleportation vortex, everyone swarmed around Muyi, showering him with praise. Muyi remained unfazed by the students' reactions. After all, when he chose to be a spellcaster yesterday, the attitudes around him had been completely opposite. Muyi, Principal Luo and Mayor Luo are waiting for you in the office. Teacher Wang hesitated. It's about the Lu family hunting you down. Chapter 13, you said you made a sacrifice to the demon god, right? Muyi, Lu Jianrun, the head of the Lu family, has extended an invitation for you to visit his residence tonight. He says that if you attend, all past grievances will be forgiven and forgotten. He has also prepared a grand gift for you. The moment they entered the principal's office, Mayor Luo Qingyun delivered this bombshell invitation. But first, congratulations on your top-tier results. Principal Luo glanced at Mayor Luo before continuing. Indeed, I just returned from a meeting where provincial authorities specially approved your and Shiryao's direct admission to the capital's premier professional academy. The Lu family also learned of this news through their channels, which is why they sent you this invitation tonight with such urgency. Of course, the decision to accept rests entirely with you, Principal Luo stated. If you choose not to go, we'll decline on your behalf. You won't need to worry about any fallout. If you choose to go, I, as your principal, will accompany you. They wouldn't dare cause any trouble. Yes, you can go with peace of mind. Regarding the process of Lu Yingwen becoming an idiot, the Public Security Bureau has already concluded that you bear no responsibility whatsoever. Luo Qingyun added, following his younger brother's words. Whether this was a celebration banquet or a hongmen banquet, even a fool could see through it. A mayor and a principal spoke one after another before Mu Yi, leaving him no chance to interject. But what if I choose not to go? What will the Lu family do? He tentatively asked. If that happens? Principal Luo's tone suddenly turned grave. The Lu family has stated they will hire assassins to hunt you down relentlessly until the day you are dead. Within the city, I can guarantee your safety. But outside. Luo Qingyun trailed off. Open attacks are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are hard to guard against. Though he had instantly killed the last 2 assassins, could he still handle future ones at levels 40, 50, or even 60 or 70? Very well. I, Mu Yi, shall attend this hongmen banquet. At 8:32 p.m., a black sedan slowly pulled into the Lu family estate. The moment they entered the estate, Xiaosu inside the curse ring became unusually active. Mu Yi released it, letting it perch on his shoulder. Mu Yi, this little octopus, is it your cursed spirit? Principal Luo, seated beside him, asked curiously upon seeing it. Yes. He nodded. Truly the top genius in Southern Province. Ordinary spellcasters don't acquire spirit familiars until at least level 50, yet you have one before even reaching level 10. Though the spell spirit octopus on Mu Ye's shoulder appeared small and delicate, it gave Principal Luo an intensely dangerous feeling. Boom! As the two chatted idly, a dull thud suddenly echoed from the vehicle. Principal Luo Hong, the tire seems to be. Ugh! Before the driver could finish his sentence, an ice spike glowing with pale blue fluorescence pierced through the windshield and struck the driver's chest with pinpoint accuracy. The poor driver vanished on the spot, his health bar drained completely before he even knew where the enemy was. Mu Yi and Luo Hong exchanged a glance, both instantly going on high alert. They had long anticipated the Lu family would turn on them, but hadn't expected it to happen so soon. Though it was not yet 9 o'clock at night, the car was already completely enveloped by an eerie, thick darkness. Looks like we have to get off the bus, Mu Yi said hesitantly. It's okay, Mu Yi. Just stay right behind me. With me here, no one can hurt you. Beyond being the principal of Zhucheng First High School, Luo Hong was also a level 65 triple weapon specialist. As they stepped out of the car, they noticed the front tires of the vehicle ahead had been blown out, leaving only the rims. Mu Yi, I've finally waited for you. A middle-aged man emerged from the thick darkness of the night, his appearance grotesque and terrifying. The left half of his face had been completely eroded, revealing charred muscle tissue beneath the skin. Pushing a wheelchair before him, he was none other than Lu Yingwen. Who are you? How dare you attack a public official? Luo Hong stepped in front of Mu Yi. A flash of crimson light appeared as Luo Hong held, or rather, clenched between his teeth, a katana in each hand and another in his mouth. Who am I? Ha 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 ha. I am Lu Yingwen's father. Lu Jianrun. The terrifying man screamed hysterically, see this, Mu Yi. All of this is because of you. 2 humanoid creatures emerged from either side of Lu Jianrun. Count me in. 5 professionals above level 60 to entertain a cursed sorcerer below level 10. With that, Lu Jianrun grinned savagely, spreading his arms wide. The muscles in his face twisted grotesquely as the corners of his mouth stretched into a terrifying grin. Well, do you like this grand gift? You deserve it, Mu Yi murmured indifferently. Those who do evil will meet their own downfall. Like father, like son. He had nothing more to say about such a family. Lu Jianrun, I advise you to surrender peacefully. Both Mu Yi and I have tracking devices. The moment our signals vanish, the deputies waiting outside the estate will storm in. Luo Hong withdrew the long knife from his mouth and shouted. The estate? Ha 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 ha. We're long gone from the estate. Lu Jianrun laughed triumphantly, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. I sacrificed the entire Lu clan to strike a bargain with the Dark God. That's how I obtained this death space. And these 4 humanoid monsters, each matching the strength of a level 60 professional. I've staked everything. Let's see how you survive this time. Lu Jianrun leaned close to the wheelchair, his gaze fixed on the clear-eyed Lu Yingwen. Son, your vengeance, your old man will let you witness it with your own eyes. Now attack. Tear Mu Yi to shreds. For humanoid monsters, hideously grotesque, each face covered with over a dozen pairs of mournful eyes of varying sizes. They crawled and leaped toward Mu Yi and his companion with deadly speed. Mu Yi, find an exit. I'll hold them off. Luo Hong summoned his 3 blades, preparing for battle. Seems unnecessary, Principal Luo. I have a plan. What? Luo Hong turned to Mu Yi. With that Lu Jianrun guy, that makes 5 level 60 professionals. How do you plan to handle them? I can only hold them off for a short while. You run. The Public Security Bureau should locate this space soon. As 4 monsters charged toward them, Mu Yi turned his gaze to the octopus on his shoulder, whose head was no bigger than a ping-pong ball. Xiaosu, everything you said, is it all true? Receiving confirmation from the Cthulhu tentacle, Muyi decided to let it act. The palm-sized green octopus floated from Muyi's shoulder into the air, slowly expanding until it reached the size of a human head. The four menacing humanoid monsters suddenly froze in place as if their systems had crashed. They then turned, fixing their gaze on Lu Jianrun, who wore a look of absolute certainty. WH what? Muyi, what did you do? Why aren't they under my control? Lu Jianrun's rage turned visibly frantic. Damn it! Lu Jianrun pushed his wheelchair behind him and summoned a shield. He was a level 63 Dark Knight tank. The fastest humanoid monster charged forward, its pitch-black arm transforming into a silver-hued metal blade that slashed viciously at the shield. 3 more humanoid monsters closed in immediately. Lu Jianrun's defenses visibly crumbled at an alarming rate. Muyi, what the hell did you do? I recall, you just said you offered everything of the Lu family to the Dark God, correct? Could it be that I now possess a demon god myself? Chapter 14, No More Lu Family. A little surprise for the governor. But honestly, you're not human at all. Muyi shook his head slowly as he spoke. From childhood, you pampered and indulged Lu Yingwen, spoiling him rotten. He grew up eccentric and dissolute. You always tried to take the fall for him, but one day, the people he provoked and the crimes he committed would be too much for you to handle. Facing the assault of 4 humanoid monsters, Lu Jianrun's shield shattered with a crash. He was knocked down in disarray, his health bar rapidly depleting. Sacrificing the lives of every member of the Lu family, you truly are cold-blooded and selfish. Let's end this. The humanoid monster swung its blade, completely emptying the health bar of the collapsed Lu Jianrun before vanishing. The entire sequence unfolded in under a minute. Luo Hong, standing beside Muyi, was too horrified to utter a word. It took him over 10 seconds to recover. Muyi, that you mentioned earlier. That's it. Cthulhu. I call it Xiaosu. Xiaosu had shrunk back to the size of a palm. Muyi extended it toward Luo Hong, who instinctively took a few steps back. He still couldn't believe that the little red creature extending its tentacles was showing goodwill. You mean to say, the Cthulhu from the outer universe has become your cursed spirit? Yes, Mayor Luo. Xiaosu shared a telepathic bond with Muyi. When Muyi chose to befriend humans, Xiaosu willingly regarded them as companions too. The pitch-black sky began to peel away, and everything around them gradually collapsed. Lu Jianrun is dead. This space will vanish soon. Mayor Luo, let's go. Alright, you handle it. Luo Hong didn't even spare a thought for Lu Yingwen in the wheelchair far away. A rookie spellcaster possessing a demon-level spirit. And judging by the current situation, this was real news. Upon returning, this must be reported to higher-ups immediately. Muyi isn't just a genius in Nan province, he might be 1 in a million across all of China. Xiaohong used spatial power to open a teleportation vortex. Fortunately, this was its own territory, so it was relatively easy. Before departing, it devoured 4 humanoid monsters. Consumed 4 high-tier level 60 practitioners. Cthulhu attributes enhanced. Cursed spirit advancement system unlocked. Host Muyi receives nourishment, all attributes plus 400. As the 2 stepped into the teleportation vortex, the space collapsed completely. Lu Yingwen, still trapped within, was instantly shredded to pieces by the spatial turbulence. Main world, Lu Family Manor. Above the estate, illuminated as bright as day by a swarm of constables wielding powerful flashlights, a teleportation vortex suddenly appeared. 2 figures plummeted from it, crashing heavily to the ground. Xiaosu's spatial power manipulation isn't quite mastered yet. Please forgive me, Principal Luo. It's fine. As long as you're back safely. Muyi and Luo Hong rubbed their backsides as they stood up. Muyi, are you both okay? A worried yet light voice sounded behind Muyi. He turned to find a warm little hand clasping his. Dad said your signal disappeared the moment you entered the estate. If we'd been found any later, Dad was going to call in help from the Huaxiao War Alliance. We're fine, really. Muyi smiled at Luo Shiyao's worried expression, while Xiaosu took the chance to climb onto Luo Shiyao's pale pink wrist. Muyi, I finally found you. You. Luo Qingyun, who had been stern-faced, suddenly softened upon seeing his daughter holding Muyi's hand. He even struggled to suppress a smile. Ahem, Shuriwe. Luo Qingyun's whisper thundered in her ears like a sudden clap of thunder, jolting her back to reality. She realized they were surrounded by onlookers gossiping constables. Her face flushed crimson instantly. That. You two talk first, I've got something to do. Luo Shiyao practically fled into the car. Muyi briefly explained to Luo Qingyun how the 2 of them had been ambushed and transported to another dimension. Mayor Luo, as for what happened in that space, we need to find a quiet place to discuss it. MHM. Luo Qingyun nodded. This Lu Corporation isn't just involved in black market operations, it's also connected to the Dark God. We discovered a ritual array connecting to the demon god within the city. Specialized personnel have already been dispatched to handle it. After tonight, the Lu family will cease to exist in Zhucheng. We're heading back to campus now. Luo Qingyun suddenly leaned close to Muyi's ear. The governor wants to see you. Mu Yi paused for a moment before nodding. All right. Had he really become that influential already? The three got into the car, with Luo Hong driving, surrounded by 6 security vehicles front, back, left, and right. On the way, Mu Yi recounted his entire story without holding back. Compared to Luo Hong's shock upon learning his cursed spirit was a demon god, Luo Qingyun showed little emotional reaction. Just make sure you recount all of this to the governor later without holding anything back. All you need is for the governor to place great importance on you. You must hold nothing back from him. Understood. Knock knock knock. Governor, the person has arrived. Luo Qingyun knocked respectfully at the door of the principal's office and inquired. Let him in. Mayor Luo should have already informed you. You are the top-ranked professional admitted to the Capital Academy through the Provincial Recommendation Program. That's why I wanted to meet you personally and learn about your background. The man before him was over 50, yet he still looked vigorous and alert. Governor Liao, good day. Don't be so formal. Sit down, let's relax and talk. Mu Yi obediently nodded and shared his profile attributes with Governor Liao Yu. A D-rank spellcaster? Your professional aptitude is a bit lacking. But don't worry about your lifespan. Liao Yu patted his shoulder reassuringly. As long as your future achievements are high enough, you can apply to the National Treasury to exchange for longevity pills. Mu Yi nodded in understanding. Unfortunately, he didn't lack longevity. In fact, the longer he lived, the more he gained. SSS rank talent. Liao Yu shot Mu Yi a startled glance before adjusting his glasses and continuing his examination. Yes, SSS-tier talent. Please review its effects and then examine my skills. Mu Yi suppressed a smile as he guided the governor to scroll down. Divine Evolution. All skills evolve to SSS rank. Curse Command evolves into Death Curse Command. After killing the target, double the consumed lifespan is returned. The old man in front of him shot upright with a snap. Mu Yi, you're not exactly short on lifespan, are you? Yes, Governor. My lifespan increases with every kill. A designated skill that doesn't consume lifespan and grows infinitely, terrifying. The next skill is Curse Shield, transformed into a shield with a set number of uses. Mu Yi, you're only level 7, right? Yes, Governor. Liao Yu gazed at the young professional before him as if he were a precious treasure. What began as a routine assessment of the provincial top scholar unexpectedly uncovered a top-tier talent. Over 1,000 in all 5 attributes. Barely level 7 and already achieving such feats, his future potential is limitless. Hold on a moment. I'll contact the president of the Huaxia Guild immediately and have him come over right now. Huaxia Guild? Is that the top guild in Huaxia? But Mu Yi remembered that one had to reach level 15 to join a guild. I'll report your information to the higher-ups immediately. Liao Yu struggled to steady his emotions. Your value extends far beyond being the top scholar of Nan province. Governor, there's one more thing I need to mention. Have you heard of the Dark God? The Dark God? Why bring that up now? My cursed spirit is the evil god. Chapter 15, the 3 giants of Huaxia gather in the principal's office. What did you say? Your cursed spirit is a demon god. The governor, already brimming with excitement, leapt to his feet upon hearing Mu Yi's words. You must summon it for me to see. Mu Yi summoned Xiao Su from the spell ring on his finger. This is the demonic god you mentioned? Liao Yu hesitated, staring at the tiny green octopus in Makino's palm. Could you have misremembered? Evil gods are all eek. Liao Yu, who had been hesitant moments before, was instantly overwhelmed by the eerie, terrifying energy emanating from Xiao Su the instant his fingertips touched it. It really is an evil god. Liao Yu exclaimed in shock, completely shedding the dignity expected of an elder. The war of all worlds is possible. The war of all worlds is possible. Ha 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 ha. What war of all worlds? Staring blankly at Liao Yu's reaction, Mu Yi suddenly recalled a lesson he'd learned in his previous life on Blue Star. Fan Jin passes the imperial exams. My boy, you are unaware, Liao Yu said, gently placing his somewhat aged and withered hand on Mu Yi's shoulder. These entities are called evil gods because they originate from other worlds and possess the power to open portals between realms. And for ordinary people, contact with such power usually ends in death or injury. Any organization outside the official Chinese government that deals with these entities harbors ulterior motives and ill intentions to varying degrees. This often leads to disastrous consequences, which is why they're defined as demonic deities to keep ordinary people away from them. But in truth, they are incredibly rare and precious beings. In the war of the multiverse set to commence within 3 months, they will play a pivotal role. I'll send you the detailed information immediately. I'll contact the others now. Hold on a moment. Liao Yu picked up his communicator, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed out at the night sky beyond. File received from Liao Yu. Received successfully. The Huaxia Flood Control Project. The multiverse portal will open on a specific day 1 month from now, at the latest, no later than 3 months. The Huaxia Great Yu Cultivation Program. The day the multiverse portal opens will be the day of life and death for human practitioners and invaders from other realms. In less than 5 minutes, Muyi had already skimmed through the top secret plan concerning the entire Huaxia, indeed, the entire Blue Star. Could such top secret documents truly be accessible to a lowly commoner like Muyi? Just as he pondered the reason, 3 teleportation vortexes suddenly materialized in the principal's office. Yawn. Old Liao, disturbing my beauty sleep in the middle of the night? If it's not something earth-shattering, you'll be treating me to dinner tomorrow. A woman of exquisite beauty and languid grace emerged, draped in a black form-fitting nightgown and a plush fur coat. Even without makeup in the dead of night, her stunning beauty shone through, radiating an innate allure. Ha, rest assured, President Liu. What I'm about to tell you will keep you so excited tonight you won't be able to sleep. Liao Yu patted his chest. Oh? Does it have something to do with this little one? President Liu narrowed her beautiful eyes slightly, glancing at Muyi beside Liao Yu. Muyi cleared his throat twice, his voice slightly hoarse. His gaze shifted uncomfortably elsewhere. Old Liao, what's the rush calling me out? I was patrolling the border. No sooner had Chairman Liu finished speaking than a tall, burly man strode casually out of another teleportation vortex. The burly man sported a thick beard, his solid, well-defined chest muscles straining against his field uniform, while the muscular lines on his arms radiated a powerful beauty. Hey, little Liu, he called you too? Yep, Brother Luo, President Liu nodded with a smile at the burly man. And who's this? He removed his ultra-thin night vision goggles and turned his gaze to Muyi. There's one more person I'll introduce later. My apologies for being late. I just finished approving a logistics plan. A cool, detached female voice emerged from the teleportation vortex, followed by a short-haired woman dressed in a black business suit. Though lacking the innate, captivating beauty of President Deng, she was nonetheless like a lotus blossoming in clear water. Alright, everyone's here now, Liao Yu chuckled, then gestured with a hand to settle the group. The 4 of us haven't gathered like this in ages. But there'll be plenty of time to catch up later. Now, allow me to formally introduce the young man beside me. Level 7D rank Curse Master, Muyi. The 3 men, who had been brimming with anticipation, were left utterly baffled by Liao Yu's words, feeling as if they'd been played for fools. Your illegitimate son, the burly man called Brother Luo ventured. Get lost. No need to keep you in suspense any longer. Makino, share all your information with them. Muyi nodded and complied without protest. These 3 gentlemen are the leaders of the 3 major guilds, Huaxia, Bright Moon Pavilion, and Treasure Pavilion Luo Zhanjuan, Lu Fengxiao, and Li Jie. Originally, we only intended to bring Brother Luo here, but your potential and future value have led the higher-ups to decide to fully allocate resources to you. A 4th bewildered figure appeared in the principal's office. So the leaders of the top 3 guilds in Huaxia had all been summoned here because of me. Was this some kind of dream? SSS-tier talent. Luo Zhanjuan's eyes widened as he stared at Muyi. Hasn't Huaxia seen a practitioner awaken a 3S profession and talent in nearly 80 years? Killing targets doubles lifespan return. Lu Fengxiao's originally languid eyes suddenly brightened. So he doesn't need to worry about lifespan depletion at all? Not only that, but the latter part, all his kills count as curse order kills. Short-haired Li Jie pushed her glasses up her nose. Theoretically, as long as he keeps eliminating targets, his lifespan is infinite. Combined with his continuous growth mechanism, his potential is limitless. Truly worthy of being called China's top strategist. This is precisely why I called you both here. Liao Yu agreed. But? Li Jie shook her head. It's not enough. This still isn't enough. She glanced at Muyi. If that's all, he'd barely qualify as an SS-tier talent. Not worth the 4 of us gathering here. So cold. The way she looked at him, like she was appraising the value of an object. Muyi had thought this chairwoman Li would be a pure, unadorned lotus, but she turned out to be an icy snow lotus. Exactly. Only little sister Li has such keen insight and discerning eyes. Muyi, summon your evil god and show them. Evil god, the 3 exclaimed in unison. Muyi summoned Xiao Su and unleashed its primal, terrifying power without restraint. He knew that in the eyes of these individuals standing at the pinnacle of China, only absolute strength and potential would earn their respect. Enough! Enough! Make it stop! Luo Zhanjuan's forehead broke out in a fine sheen of sweat as he raised his trembling hand, signaling Muyi to halt immediately. Chapter 16, The Grand Gift for Meeting My Older Brother and Sister. This is a cursed spirit I happened to obtain by sheer luck during the newcomer practitioner assessment dungeon. With a thought, Muyi commanded Xiao Su to withdraw the terrifying aura it had released, settling quietly in the palm of his hand. In the principal's office, all 4 people besides Muyi gasped sharply, then began breathing heavily. Though their spirits and minds had nearly been shattered by the cosmic terror, the gleam in their eyes remained undeniable. The final battle in a month, we have hope. Old Liao, I'm taking this kid. Tomorrow, I'll make him a member of the Huaxia Guild. Luo Zhanjuan exclaimed excitedly. Brother Liao, you can't be so domineering. My Bright Moon Pavilion also wants such an outstanding younger brother. Lu Fengxiao's beautiful eyes seemed to shoot golden light, as if she wanted to devour Mu Yi whole. But your Mingyue Tower is an all-female guild. It wouldn't be appropriate to make an exception for a boy. Why not join my treasure pavilion instead? We can strategize together. Even Li Jia, whose tone had been icy cold, softened after witnessing Mu Yi's terrifying demon god. Indeed, no matter where you go, strength speaks loudest. Alright. You're scaring our young brother Mu Yi. We haven't even asked his opinion. Before Liao Yu could finish, a frantic notification chime cut him off. Alright, no need to fight over it. Liao Yu clicked his tongue. Orders are in your to dedicate the next month to assisting brother Mai in grinding monsters for levels. Minimum level 30, no upper limit. He transmitted the upper level documents to the interfaces of the 3 guild leaders. Mu Yi, you are the sole professional cultivator selected for our Huaxia water control project. Great Yu. Don't misunderstand, Great Yu is just a code name, solely for your safety. Mu Yi, these 3 seniors are being so warm toward you, hurry up and greet them. Liao Yu reminded Mu Yi. Hello brother Luo, hello sister Lu, hello sister Li. It wasn't that Mu Yi didn't want to greet them, it was that their enthusiasm had been so overwhelming from start to finish that he hadn't had a chance to speak. Hahaha, excellent. Brother Mai, from now on, we're like brothers from different fathers and mothers. What's with calling me Sister Lu? That sounds so formal. Just call me Sister Lu. Or Lu Fengxiao batted her eyelashes and laughed coquettishly. Brother Mai, just call me second sister. Li Jie offered a pure smile. Alright, Brother Luo, Sister Luer, second sister. Mu Yi repeated the names in turn. Why did this suddenly feel like entering a family shrine to acknowledge one's ancestors? Alright. It's getting late. I've arranged rooms for all of you. Any plans can wait until tomorrow morning. Mu Yi has been tested all day and needs to rest. Liao Yu cut off the 3 leaders before they could launch into another torrent of words. My border patrol isn't over yet. I need to head back to continue it. Brother Mu Yi, see you tomorrow. I still have paperwork to finish. I'll be heading back too, no staying here tonight. Little Mai, wanna sleep with big sis? My bed's big and soft. Ah. No thanks, Sister Lu. Mu Yi politely declined, though the faint fragrance wafting from her still stirred his imagination. Alright then. Consider yourselves acquainted tonight. Tomorrow, I won't be the go-between anymore. Liao Yu spoke as the 3 presidents entered the teleportation vortex one after another, agreeing to meet here again tomorrow. After parting ways with Liao Yu, Mu Yi settled into a makeshift room under the guidance of the mayor and the principal. After the world became instance-based and digitized, all instances opened precisely at 8 a.m. and closed at 6 p.m. Once, a top-tier professional attempted to alter this world rule. The next day, he vanished from existence. The night passed without incident. The next day, the 4 met in the principal's office. Little Mu Yi, Sister Luer has missed you so much. Before Lu Fengxiao had even stepped out of the teleportation vortex, that sweet voice, carried on a fragrant breeze, already drifted out. Brother Mai. Ready to dive into the dungeon and grind monsters for levels? Luo Zhanjuan's sturdy frame emerged from the teleportation vortex, accompanied by his hearty voice. The dungeon run order is already planned out. I'll guide you through it in the most efficient way possible. Li Jia also emerged from the teleportation vortex. You 3 are far too kind. I feel a bit embarrassed. Though he was a second-generation heir, this was truly his first time experiencing such a scene. The pinnacle figures of Huaxia were revolving around him. Don't feel unworthy of this. We're all fighting for the survival of Huaxia, for the survival of Blue Star. Lu Fengxiao, usually fond of banter, grew serious. This is only the beginning. The best way to repay us is to carve out a place for Huaxia in this world. Oh, and here this is for you. Consider it a welcome gift from your elder sister. Lu Fengxiao handed a black bracelet to Mu Yi. Storage bracelet legendary. A legendary storage bracelet. This is far too valuable. Mu Yi instinctively protested, yet his hand tightened around the bracelet. Thank you, Sister Lu. Storage bracelet legendary equipped. Available storage space, 99.99. 99 inventory slots. It's nothing grand, but it should come in handy. No, it's very useful, Mu Yi affirmed. This is way more than the 6 inventory slots each person carries. Who knew little Lu had prepared gifts too? I have one as well. Luo Zhanjuan wasn't about to be outdone, transferring a chestplate to Mu Yi. Shilin chestplate legendary. HP 2000, strength 800, defense 1500, agility 600, spirit 1200. Shilin's blessing reduces physical damage taken by 40%. Shilin's blessing, total spirit increased by 20%. Shilin's wind ride increases total agility by 20%. Top tier. Mu Yi couldn't tear his eyes away from the golden glow emanating from the chestplate's attributes and inscriptions. Though he already possessed an almost invincible absolute curse shield, the sheer brutality of these straightforward percentage bonuses was terrifying. Brother Mai, just equip it. Alright, I'll gladly take your advice. Mu Yi couldn't wait to equip it, ensuring this piece of gear belonged solely to him. Total agility, 1770 increase, 295. Total spirit, 2670 increase, 445. The doubled spirit value meant both the damage of the Death Curse command and the stacks of Absolute Curse shield had doubled. Awesome! Little Mai, don't forget about your second sister here. With that, Li Jie transferred a pair of finger-like gloves to Mu Yi. Sorcerer's Finger Guards Legendary. Weapon limit increases the maximum number of spell weapons you can equip and use simultaneously by +1. I recall your SSS-tier talent states that your equipment isn't restricted by class. That means you can wield weapons from any class. When you enter the battlefield, your diverse attack methods might deliver unexpected blows to the enemy. Thanks, second sister. Mu Yi exclaimed excitedly. Awesome. Absolutely awesome. Truly worthy of standing at the pinnacle of China's professional ranks. Her introductory gift was a legendary tier treasure, and it would be incredibly useful to me. Being sponsored by the state doesn't sound so bad after all. Chapter 17, Lu Yuanshan, just average. Now that we've exchanged gifts, Brother Mai, let's go. Time to start leveling up. Luo Zhanjuan casually drew a circle in front of them, and a teleportation vortex slowly materialized. Instant teleportation magic? Lu Fengxiao blinked her beautiful eyes in surprise. Who'd have thought they'd even grant Brother Luo permission for this spell? Heh, I only gained this permission last night myself. It's all to make it easier for Brother Mai to travel across China and farm dungeons. Though identical to the spell used by the others last night, their cost to activate a teleportation vortex was 200,000 per use. Luo Zhanjuan's, however, was completely free, and the teleportation authority covered the entire territory of China. This clearly demonstrated how highly the higher-ups valued Mu Yi. Luo Zhanjuan waved his hand grandly. Let's go! The four entered the vortex one after another, materializing before the gates of an exceptionally grand mansion. Are these all students? Observing the crowd streaming into the mansion, Mu Yi inquired. That's right. This is where you'll be reporting in a week. Shangjing Academy. Luo Zhanjuan's booming voice drew glances from the surrounding students. We've already arrived in Shangjing City. Yes, Li Jia replied slowly. The dungeons here are the most efficient places for you to grind experience. Come on, let's go inside. The four stepped inside. Within the spacious mansion, over a dozen instance portals floated in rows along both sides. A teacher responsible for registration stood before each instance vortex. Beyond them stood a gray-haired veteran player, instantly recognizable as the hall steward. The old man had sharp eyes and quickly spotted three guild leaders whose presence stood out distinctly among the crowd of young, inexperienced faces. The moment he spotted the burly man leading the group, the old man immediately stepped forward. President Luo, how is it that you have the time to visit us personally today? And this is? The old man smiled broadly, turning his gaze to Mu Yi beside Luo Zhanjuan. Professor Zhang Qi, our little brother here, Lu Fengxiao said, gently wrapping an arm around Mu Yi. We're bringing him along for some dungeon runs today. We'd appreciate it if you could make arrangements. Chairman Lu, Chairman Li. I never expected to see you both here. My eyesight is failing me, my apologies. I'll make arrangements immediately. The old man called Zhang Qi promptly signaled several instance supervisors over to tally the available instance openings. Honorable Presidents, currently available slots are for the multiplayer dungeon, Miasma Labyrinth level 4050, the raid dungeon, Steam Iron City level 2030, and Starry Sky Illusion level 1020. Then our timing is perfect. Professor, could you please open 4 slots for us in the Starry Sky Illusion at Inferno difficulty? This. Zhang Qi, who had been wearing a broad smile, suddenly looked troubled upon hearing Li Jie's request. What's the matter? Didn't you say there were still slots available for Starry Sky Illusion? The Starry Sky Illusion is available, but only on hard difficulty. The Inferno difficulty has already been reserved by Lu Yuanshan and his group. Lu Yuanshan? Li Jie frowned upon hearing that name. Who cares if it's Qing Yuanshan or Lu Yuanshan? Does that compare to the importance of leveling up with our brother? Just go ahead and arrange it, Professor. The impatient Luo Zhanjuan interjected. I truly can't make that call. Please spare this old man, you 3 presidents. I still want to retire peacefully. Saying this, Zhang Qi wore a mournful expression as he glanced behind the 4. Here he comes. Here he is, young Master Lu. As if spotting a savior, Zhang Qi hurriedly added, if the 3 guild leaders can convince him to voluntarily give up his spot for you, this old man will handle it immediately. Who is this kid? Luo Zhanjuan asked, watching the slouching red-haired youth approach. The young man was surrounded by several heavily made-up girls who were constantly fawning over him. Lu Yuanshan. From what I've gathered, he's a descendant of one of Huaxia's founding elders. Brother Luo, Sister Lu, hold your tongue for now. I'll handle this. Seeing even the chief strategist of Huaxia looking so serious, the other 2 guild leaders nodded in agreement, putting aside their initial disdain. Oh? So it's these blind fools trying to snatch my dungeon run slot today? After hearing Zhang Qi's rough summary, the red-haired kid sneered with obvious displeasure. We're not here to snatch your spot, but to inform you, Lu Yuanshan, Li Jie stated firmly. For the foreseeable future, your slot will be temporarily assigned to us. Your grandfather has already agreed. With that, Li Jie shared the communication message from a certain influential figure with Lu Yuanshan. TSK. Grandpa, didn't he promise to increase my allowance after I finish the Starry Sky illusion? You're getting off easy. If Grandpa doesn't want me to grind, then screw it, we're outta here. With that, Lu Yuanshan led his entourage away. By the way, these 3 grandmasters, they're all here for you, right? Lu Yuanshan suddenly turned back, staring intently at Mu Yi. It's an arrangement from above. Just as Mu Yi was about to answer, Li Jie beat him to it. Fine. I won't ask then. Goodbye. With that, Lu Yuanshan strode out of the dungeon hall. Mu Yi had assumed he was just another freeloader living off his family's fortune. But to his surprise, Lu not only recognized the 3 guild leaders yet pretended not to know them, but also deduced Mu Ye's identity. Still, to have the presence of mind to mock and joke around in the presence of China's 3 top guild leaders. It could only mean he had someone even more powerful backing him. The kid's sharp, quite interesting, Lu Fengxiao remarked casually. Little brother, he might be your biggest rival at the National Newcomer Practitioners Tournament in a few days, Li Jie reminded Mu Yi. Thanks, second sister. I'll keep an eye on him. Could anyone within the 10th level actually beat me? Mu Yi certainly didn't believe it. Professor, can we go in now? Got it. Permissions are all set. Please bear with us. After assessing the situation, the sly old fox Zhang Qi had promptly transferred the instance access rights to the 4 from Mai. After the data descended upon Blue Star, the living space for human adventurers drastically shrank, with over half the regions transformed into dungeons. The number of human adventurers kept growing, yet the resources available for daily dungeon runs were limited, necessitating strict controls. Entering dungeon, Starry Sky Illusion level 1020, difficulty, Inferno. Team leader, Luo Zhanjuan members, Lu Fengxiao, Li Jie, Mu Yi. Confirm entry? Confirm. The 4 stepped into the teleportation vortex. Is this the Milky Way? Mu Yi gazed in wonder at the constantly flickering stars beneath his feet. Simultaneously, Xiao Su within the cursed ring sensed the change and sought to emerge. There are 2 reasons for choosing this instance. First, you're currently level 7, so you can only run instances below level 20. Second, the monsters in this instance wield a certain degree of spatial power. Letting your Xiao Su come out to harvest will greatly aid its mastery of spatial power. Chapter 18, Level Up to 10, Eternal Confinement. Go investigate, thoroughly find out everything about that little brat accompanying Luo Zhanjuan. Watching the 4 enter the teleportation vortex, the old man's face, which had been grinning like a chrysanthemum, instantly fell. Being personally escorted through dungeons by these 3, that privilege isn't reserved for mere elders' descendants anymore. Brother Mai, you don't need to lift a finger, just sit back and collect the experience. Luo Zhanjuan bellowed. Facing the gradually coalescing stellar conglomerate, the 3 guild leaders simultaneously summoned their equipment. Luo Zhanjuan, level 78, S-rank Holy Shield Warrior. Lu Fengxiao, level 76, S-rank Necromancer. Li Jie, level 73, S-rank Sanctuary Priest. Star Cluster, LVE 20 Elite. HP 2000, Strength 600, Defense 400, Agility 800, Spirit 1000. Stellar Corrosion continuously channels cosmic energy onto the target, inflicting ongoing damage equal to 20% of their spirit. Gazing at the translucent, jelly-like creature slowly coalescing from stellar energy, Mu Yi clicked his tongue. Truly a purgatory tier dungeon, even the lowest level mobs are elite grade. Not to mention the persistent damage they inflicted. Mu Yi was well aware of his current limitations. Though he possessed a shield that could be used multiple times, he feared nothing more than sustained damage. Suddenly, a cool, soothing energy surged into his mind from above. Mu Yi glanced at Li Jie beside him. She had already summoned her grimoire and was casting blessings on the 4 of them. As Luo Zhanjuan erected his golden shield, Lu Fengxiao, already floating in the air, chanted incantations that instantly obliterated the first wave of formed stellar aggregates. Killed 20 LV 20 star aggregates. Mu Ye's team gained 400 EXP. Xiao Su was released from Mu's spell ring, greedily absorbing the residual spatial energy left behind as the stellar aggregates dissipated. 5 minutes later, the monsters respawned and were instantly annihilated by Lu Fengxiao once more. Who knew the most time-consuming part wasn't grinding monsters, but waiting for them to respawn? Mu Yi remarked, realizing he'd have to wait for experience points to accumulate. No worries, Mu Yi. Once you hit level 15 and unlock the Tower of Heaven, you'll get a massive XP boost all at once. Luo Zhanjuan patted Mu Yi on the shoulder. This dungeon may be small, but its best feature is that monsters respawn infinitely. Mu Yi, today's goal is to get you to level 10. Floating in midair, Lu Fengxiao's tailored robes billowed without wind. Mu Yi silently calculated in his mind, one wave yielded 400 EXP, meaning each person would get 100 EXP. Currently at level 70800, he needed 2700 EXP to reach level 10. 35 minutes later, Lu Fengxiao instantly defeated the 8th wave of stellar aggregates. Mu Yi successfully reached level 8. Another 45 minutes later, Lu Fengxiao instantly defeated the 17th wave of stellar aggregates. Mu Yi successfully reached level 9. Another 50 minutes later, Lu Fengxiao instantly defeated the 27th wave of stellar aggregates. Mu Yi successfully reached level 10. Level 10. Hurry up! Mu Yi, check what your third skill evolved into with your talent. Luo Zhanjuan stretched his slightly sore waist, unable to contain his excitement. Mu Yi successfully reached level 10. Name, Mu Yi. Level 10-0-1100. Health 3280. Strength 1790. Defense 2390. Agility 1490. Spirit 2240. Equipment: Curse Ring, Octopus Curse Ring, Chestplate, Qilin Chestplate, Finger Guards, Sorcerer's Finger Guards, Bracelet, Storage Bracelet. Reaper's Curse, skill has no cooldown. Inflicts true damage equal to base spirit power 766% on the designated target. Absolute Curse Shield, gains a curse shield equal to base spirit power 200% per layer. Current layers, 4480. Basic Imprisonment learned at level 15, consumes 8 hours of lifespan to imprison a designated target for 8 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Basic Imprisonment evolved into Eternal Imprisonment. Eternal Imprisonment, single target cast. No cooldown. Imprisons a designated target. Each second of imprisonment consumes 2 seconds of lifespan. Each target killed increases casting range by 1 meter. Imprisonment activates unconditionally if the level difference with the target is within 80 levels. Area cast. No cooldown. Casts an area of effect bind within a 1 meter radius around the caster. Each second cast consumes 2 seconds of lifespan. For every 10 targets killed while bound, the bind radius increases by 1 meter. Binds unconditionally if the level difference with targets is within 40 levels. Both binding methods share the casting range, using the longest casting distance between them. Holy crap, what kind of god tier skill is this? Luo Zhanjuan, seething with envy beside him, grumbled resentfully, back when I was level 15, all I got was basic defense boost. It's nowhere near as good as yours. It works on singles and groups, and its range can grow infinitely. Truly a god tier evolution. Brother Mai, try it on the constellation aggregate and see how it works. Li Jie nodded toward the gathering mass of stars. Alright, I want to see the effect too. Mu Yi held his breath, focusing intently as he locked onto the star aggregate closest to the 4 of them. Instantly, it halted its movement, standing rigid as a piece of wood in place. That's the single target effect, Mu Yi indicated to the 3 guild leaders. He then approached the cluster. 9 transparent, gelatinous clusters simultaneously froze in place, as if time itself had paused for them. This is group immobilization, and both effects can be used simultaneously. This skill is truly terrifying. From now on, Sister Lu, don't instantly kill the star aggregates. Let them be left with low health for Brother Mai to finish off. Alright, I'll follow my little sister's lead. They always agreed with Li Jie's suggestions. Hold on, we might need to pause leveling for now. Mu Yi, poised to show off his skills, halted at Luo Zhanjuan's words. Luo Zhanjuan stared at the message on his interface, suddenly boiling with rage. Damn it! They're treating us like monkeys. What's wrong, Brother Luo? Lu Fengxiao asked. Mu Yi's Great Yu cultivation program has been suspended, and it's not just Mu Yi. Headquarters wants us to take Mu Yi to the China Sea to compete against the other 3 candidates. Only the ultimate winner will be the true candidate for the Great Yu program. Bunch of idiots. Even someone like Li Jie was unusually furious. Second sister, why get angry? I think having more options is beneficial for Huaxia's future. Perhaps there will be new professional practitioners even more outstanding than me. No. You are the most outstanding and promising new professional in all of China today. Li Jie looked into Mu Yi's eyes, speaking each word deliberately. The reason 3 more suddenly appeared. It's surely those stubborn nobles again, trying to secure this opportunity for their offspring to gain abundant cultivation resources. With less than 3 months until the War of 10,000 Realms, they still think they can get away with it. Mu Yi, promise me you'll eliminate every last one of them. This great you only you are worthy. Chapter 19, The Imperial Training Grounds Clash with the Nobility. I won't let my brothers and sisters down. After all, having received so much from them, I ought to step up, right? Now that's our little brother Mu Yi. Lu Fengxiao smiled as he activated the teleportation vortex, and the 4 returned to the main world together. Honorable guild masters, how did you emerge so swiftly? Old Zhang Qi rushed over upon seeing them emerge, his voice filled with urgency. We have urgent matters to attend to. Save the dungeon slots for us. Li Jie produced a thick envelope wrapped in oil paper and placed it in Zhang Qi's hands. Please keep an eye on things for us, Professor. Oh, how could I refuse? Ha ha ha. Very well. Even if I don't get paid today, this old man will make sure those dungeon slots are reserved for you presidents. Zhang Qi protested with words, but his aged face beamed brightly as he tucked the envelope into his wide sleeve. Let's go. They've chosen the competition venue, the training grounds at Shangjing Academy, Luo Zhanjuan said. Luo Zhanjuan led the way. Along the path, Lu Fengxiao and Li Jie's striking appearances drew many students' surreptitious glances. Naturally, some students recognized them. At the Capital Academy's training grounds, over half of the dozens of platforms were occupied by ongoing matches. The place bustled with activity, teeming with people. They actually chose to compete in public. But that's fine, it's about time everyone saw what my little brother Muyi is capable of. Lu Fengxiao produced a fan from somewhere, half concealing her delicate features. Honorable guild masters, I have been waiting for quite some time. As the four entered the training grounds, an elderly man with snow-white hair approached, leaning on his cane, and greeted them. I didn't expect such a minor skirmish would draw the director here, Luo Zhanjuan remarked with surprise. Heh, I'm practically halfway into the grave. If I don't seize the chance to join the fun now, I might never get another opportunity. And this young man is the one you've chosen? Come with me. Muyi acknowledged the greeting, and the four followed the director down the training hall's corridor to its end. This is the largest ring in the training hall. The other three contestants are already prepared. You may enter through the competition entrance as well. Thank you for guiding us, director. Our choice of candidates will not disappoint you. After Li Jie expressed her gratitude, the four were led by staff into the preparation room. Muyi, I just received information on your three opponents. I'll send it to you now. Muyi nodded and received the three profiles. Read while I explain. Lu Yuanshan, level 11, S-class Stealthwalker. Wu Wulin, level 15, S-rank Abyss Beast Master. Liang Kaier, level 13, SS rank Holy Light Angel. These three are around your age, all descendants of nobility. The resources they've received far exceed yours, and their Sony ranks are higher. But don't worry, your innate talent and attributes can fully bridge that gap. I have only one requirement for them, no casualties. After all, they are all noble descendants. If someone dies, it will be difficult for us to smooth things over. Lu Yuanshan, is that the red-haired student from earlier? Muyi recalled. Correct, Li Jie nodded. And since you're a candidate for Greatju, they're all challengers who've come to test you. Therefore, this selection won't involve one-on-one duels. You'll face all four of them in a round-robin battle. A round-robin battle, huh? Don't worry, Muyi, I believe in you. Luo Zhanjuan's broad hand came down hard on Muyi's shoulder. Who do you trust? Butcher Luo? The lounge door suddenly swung open from the outside as two men and a woman entered. A balding man with curly hair and an arrogant expression led the way, followed by a young man and woman. A D-rank worthless curse technique user? And you think they could be chosen to influence the course of China? Seriously, have you guys been sitting on your positions too long that your brains have turned to mush? A defeated foe, and you still have the nerve to bark like a mad dog here? Luo Zhanjuan raised an eyebrow. Liang Xia, it seems that 15 years ago, you didn't get beaten enough in that duel. Shut up. That was just a momentary lapse. Liang Xia stumbled for words, his voice rising in fury. Oomph. Let's see how you win this time. You're Muyi, right? The boy beside Liang Xia suddenly spoke, turning to look at Muyi. Muyi nodded. I'm Wu Wulin, an Abyss Beast Master. I came here before the match just to advise you to give up early and not throw your life away for nothing. No matter who backs you, we can still talk calmly off stage. But once we're on stage, my beast won't care about your life or death, D-rank Curse Master. My life isn't your concern. You claim to be an Abyss Beast Master. Compared to a demon god, how does your beast stack up? Evil gods? Wu Wulin laughed bitterly. What are you thinking? How could a beast compare to an evil god? Has fear scrambled your brain? Put. Lu Fengxiao, watching the spectacle from the sidelines, suddenly covered her mouth and burst out laughing. Wu Wulin shot her a puzzled glance. Forget it. Talking to a wall. Since you're so stubborn, prepare to be devoured by my beast. Uncle Liang, let's go. People who throw their lives away for fame and fortune aren't worth our pity. With that, Liang Xia nodded and exited the battle preparation room with the other two. Throughout the entire exchange, the girl beside Wu Wulin hadn't uttered a single word. Second sister, was that silent girl beside Wu Wulin just now? Liang Kaier? Ice Fruit Lu Fengxiao suddenly leaned close to Muyi. She came right up to us to mock us. Make sure you avenge us older siblings later, little brother. Absolutely, absolutely. Inhaling the sweet scent wafting toward him, Muyi cleared his throat and took a step back, prompting Lu Fengxiao to giggle. 10 minutes later, Muyi was summoned onto the stage, stepping onto the circular platform with a 50-meter radius. Surveying the area, he was surprised to find the spectator seats nearly filled to capacity. It seemed those nobles had gone to considerable lengths to secure their spots in this competition. If Muyi lost, everyone present would be witnesses. But if he could emerge victorious, his fame would surely soar. Misfortune may be the foundation of fortune, and fortune may be the seed of misfortune. Dear audience, hello everyone. A host gliding on a hoverboard descended from above, circling the platform as he announced. The next match features a showdown between 4 promising newcomers. First up is Lu Yuanshan, an outstanding rookie practitioner from Shangjing Academy. And our little-known rising star, level 10 sorcerer Makino. The host's words immediately sparked heated discussion among the students in the audience. A spellcaster? Isn't that a D-rank profession? How dare he challenge S-rank Lu Yuanshan? Probably just another poor soul trying to make a name for himself by challenging the top ranks. Hope he doesn't get crushed too badly. Who are you betting on? What's there to think about? Lu Yuanshan, of course. Who'd bet on a D-rank spellcaster? The rules of this match? There are no rules. The host waved his hand dramatically. Give it your all to defeat your opponent. The duel begins. Chapter 20, a single strike severely wounds Lu Yuanshan. We meet again. Long time no see, Mu Yi. After the host declared the start, the red-haired Lu Yuanshan didn't strike first. Instead, he ran his fingers through his slightly disheveled hair and casually greeted Mu Yi. I advise you to just concede now. I've looked into your background. You have no connections whatsoever. I can't fathom how a mere D-rank sorcerer like you managed to gain the favor of 3 guild masters. But before SS-rank prodigies, you're no match. Elites? Mu Yi nearly laughed out loud. He'd seen that term before in the Shinsha novels of his past life on Blue Star. We're already on the duel platform. Why waste words? If you can defeat me, I'll surrender without hesitation. Mu Yi said indifferently. Kindness taken for granted. Killing you would surely strain my relationship with the 3 guild leaders. As Lu Yuanshan finished speaking, his form vanished from the spot with eerie silence. I am a stealth walker. I can maintain a cloaked, stealthy state throughout the entire battle. Lu Yuanshan's voice suddenly appeared to the right of Mu Yi. As a sorcerer, you've even lost the advantage of your sole unconditional directional skill because you can't even lock onto me. His voice reappeared on Mu Yi's left side. Is that so? Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. How do you know I can't lock onto you? Then let's see. A blade glowing with purple fluorescence materialized behind Mu Yi, slashing viciously toward the back of his head. Stealth walker Lu Yuanshan, having entered stealth mode, strikes first, launching a surprise attack from behind on Makino. How will Mu Yi respond? Mu Yi didn't react, he stood completely still. Even the host's eyes widened as he watched the unfolding events below. One poisoned. Seeing the fleeting blue barrier appear around Mu Yi, the host suddenly understood. Curse shield. So Mu Yi used the sorcerer's curse shield skill. But as far as I know, using the curse shield skill drastically consumes a cursed technique user's lifespan and has a cooldown period. And Lu Yuanshan's stealth ambush has no cooldown. As Lu Yuanshan slips back into stealth mode, how will Mu Yi counter his next ambush? Right, Mu Yi. How will you handle my next attack? Lu Yuanshan taunted from his hidden position. Mu Yi offered no reply, only a faint curve lifting the corners of his mouth. Lu Yuanshan launches another surprise attack. This time, he's charging straight at Mu Yi's front. No attempt at concealment whatsoever. One poisoned. A spell shield. Mu Yi actually has a spell shield. The host, hovering above, shouted in astonishment, microphone in hand. No wonder he's so brazen. His spell shields aren't limited like ordinary spellcasters. Oomph. Let's see how many layers of that cursed shield you have left. Lu Yuanshan, his surprise attack failing once more, was visibly flustered. He felt like he'd just punched a pile of cotton. Not many, not many. Just a few thousand layers, I suppose, Mu Yi said casually, even resting his hands behind his head. Bull. If you have thousands of layers, I'll eat 88. One poisoned. One poisoned. One poisoned. Good heavens. Lu Yuanshan launched over a dozen consecutive attacks, yet every single one was blocked by Mu Yi's spell shield. The host suddenly seemed to realize something and immediately reminded Lu Yuanshan. Mu Yi only takes 1 point of damage each time. Could it be that his spell shield isn't an absorption shield but a count shield? Hearing the host's confusion, Mu Yi tilted his head back and gave a huge thumbs-up gesture toward the sky. You know how to pass on the message. Prompted by the host's hint, Lu Yuanshan, caught up in the heat of battle, finally grasped the concept. A shield that blocks a certain number of hits. Well then, let's try my second skill. A dazzling purple blur of sword flowers suddenly appeared behind Mu Yi. As time passed, the afterimages multiplied, spreading outward until they completely enveloped him. It's the Stealth Walker's second skill, poison-infused area attack. As far as I know, poison-infused area attack doesn't deal high damage, but its attack count can stack up to 300 times. Can Mu Yi's count shield still block it? Mu Yi remained standing in place. The host's excitement seemed to surpass even that of the contestants. Mu Yi, I admit your count spell shield is useful, but arrogance leads to death. Lu Yuanshan, having completed his charge, revealed his form and unleashed all his illusory projections in a volley toward Mu Yi. One poisoned. One poisoned. One poisoned. Holy crap! The host was utterly stunned. Muya's countdown shield blocked every single one of Lu Yuanshan's attacks. The audience erupted in uproar. No one had ever witnessed a sorcerer like this. How many damn layers does this shield have? Lu Yuanshan roared in fury. Didn't I tell you? Thousands of layers. But you wouldn't believe me. After his attack failed, Lu Yuanshan didn't re-enter stealth mode. Instead, he stood frozen in place. No, he's been immobilized by Mu Yi. Damn it, why can't I move? Frustrated by his failed attack, Lu Yuanshan attempted to cloak himself once more, only to discover he couldn't move an inch. It's the spellcaster's third skill, basic immobilization. But as far as I know, this immobilization skill only lasts 8 seconds. Those 8 seconds have already passed. Yet Lu Yuanshan remains immobilized. Mu Yi summoned his goblin club and slowly approached Lu Yuanshan, whose body was rigid as stone. You've struck him so many times. Isn't it my turn now? A rare quality war club. Wait, as a sorcerer, how can Mu Yi wield a warrior's weapon? Bye-bye. Next. Fear flashed in Lu Yuanshan's eyes as he watched Mu Yi swing the club toward him with seemingly effortless ease. 923 critically wounded. As he struck Lu Yuanshan, Mu Yi released the restraints. Lu Yuanshan, his health bar instantly depleted, flew off the duel platform like a discarded piece of trash. Lu Yuanshan, critically wounded by Mu Yi's single strike, knocked off the platform. I declare the winner of the first round, Mu Yi. The audience fell silent for a few seconds before erupting like boiling water, filled with shouts and curses. No way, bro. I bet a week's worth of breakfast tokens on you. You lost to a sorcerer. What a loser. Lu Yuanshan is such a piece of trash. For a moment, Lu Yuanshan was drowned in a sea of curses. Per the rules of this duel, Makino gets no rest period. The winner will immediately face the next challenger. Let's give a warm welcome to another outstanding rookie practitioner from Shokyo Academy, Wu Wulin. Wu Wulin actually showed up. What kind of background does this sorcerer have? Chapter 21, Abyssal Beast Master? Feels like he's no match for my little Su. A practitioner of similar stature to Mu Yi stepped onto the duel platform. Unlike his earlier arrogance in the lounge, Wu Wulin now wore a solemn expression. I never expected you to defeat Lu Yuanshan. As he spoke, he bit his left thumb until it bled, then knelt on one knee, letting a drop of deep crimson blood fall onto the ground. But that's where it ends. Unlike Lu Yuanshan, I'm no lone assassin. As the blood hit the ground, an arcane crimson light array materialized on the floor, steadily expanding. Emerge, Abyssal Bone Dragon. A pale, withered dinosaur-like skeleton was summoned by Wu Wulin. We Abyssal Beast Masters excel at overwhelming assaults. Brute force trumps all tactics. Emerge, Abyssal Demon Flower. Clusters of grass burst forth from the sand and gravel covering the duel platform. Xiao Su within the spell ring suddenly became extremely active and excited, constantly conveying to Mu Yi the urge to emerge. Roar! Whip-like thorns erupted from the grass, followed by a towering, nearly 20-meter-tall purple-green carnivorous plant. It abruptly raised its thick stem and let out an inhuman roar at Mu Yi. I'll see how your curses can break through my infinitely growing thorns and the bone dragon's attacks. Is that it? Just these two? Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. Oomph. These two abyssal summoned beasts are more than enough to kill you. Wu Wulin pressed his palm downward, commanding the carnivorous plant to open its gaping maw, lined with rows of razor-sharp teeth, and charge toward Mu Yi. Who would have thought Wu Wulin would summon the abyssal bone dragon and abyssal demon flower right off the bat? The host's excitement remained undiminished. If I recall correctly, in last month's training matches, Wu Wulin used these two abyss summons to win 33 consecutive victories, setting the highest winning streak record in Shangjing Academy. So, can Mu Yi, armed with a countless shield and binding skills, successfully withstand the onslaught of abyssal power? The abyssal bone dragon and abyssal demon flower attacked Mu Yi simultaneously from both sides, while thorny vines crawled toward him from all directions. Let's see how long you can keep up this act. Wu Wulin stood his ground, arms crossed, already formulating his strategy for the upcoming showdown with Liang Kaier. How will Mu Yi respond to Wu Wulin's ferocious assault? He remains standing still, exclaimed the announcer. No, he's moving. He extends his left hand, summoning a small green octopus. The announcer stared in astonishment at the octopus in Mu Yi's hand. Though it's unclear why a sorcerer like Mu Yi can summon an octopus, his consistently unconventional actions since the start have grown almost familiar to us. This is my familiar spirit, Makino said, looking up at the host standing on his hoverboard with a slightly exasperated expression. A familiar? That's something ordinary sorcerers only acquire at level 50. As far as I know, Makino is only level 10. He must be a once-in-a-lifetime shaman prodigy. But how could this tiny octopus in his hand possibly block the attacks of two abyss-summoned beasts? The moment Mu Yi summoned Xiao Su, the demon flower and bone dragon froze in their tracks as if they'd seen a ghost. Even the demon flower's thick stem began trembling uncontrollably in fear. What an unbelievable sight! The host circled the arena on his hoverboard. After Makino summoned the spirit octopus, Wu Wulin's abyss-summoned beasts actually halted their attack. They even seem afraid. Damn it! Move already! Wu Wulin glared furiously at his abyss summoners, who kept retreating before him. He could feel the overwhelming fear radiating from them, yet he couldn't fathom why. You two little guys don't look too hot either, huh? This time, it was Muya's turn to fold his arms, standing still and enjoying the spectacle. The tiny Su floating before him was extremely excited, constantly begging Muyi for permission to devour these two delicious morsels. You can't eat those two. Don't even think about it, Muyi cut in. Hearing this, little Su, which had been drifting like a jellyfish, instantly deflated. Seems I underestimated you. You actually possess a summoned beast with even higher potential than mine. As if making a firm decision, Wu Wulin exhaled deeply, closed his eyes, and bit through all 5 fingers of his left hand. In that case, I shall unleash my full power even if it costs me 3 years of my lifespan. He smeared the crimson blood across his face. When Wu Wulin opened his eyes again, they glowed with a deep, bloodthirsty red, making him look terrifyingly ferocious. Summon, Lord of the Abyss. A massive, pitch-black summoning array materialized behind Wu Wulin, its cold, malevolent aura instantly permeating the entire venue. A thick, black pillar nearly 3 meters in diameter slowly extended from the summoning array. What is that? Wasn't it supposed to be the Demon Lord? The professionals in the audience shivered uncontrollably, an inexplicable dread rising from the depths of their souls. It's one of the Demon Lord's fingers, someone in the audience suddenly shouted. To ensure the safety of all spectators, the energy shield around the dual platform is now active. The host waved his hand, and a pale blue barrier rose from the platform's edges, enveloping it completely. With my current power, I can only summon one of the Demon Lord's hands. Wu Wulin's face twisted into a savage grin. But it's more than enough to finish you off. Within the summoning array, what had been merely a pillar suddenly elongated, revealing a colossal, pitch-black palm looming above Muyi. The sky-obscuring demonic palm completely blocked out the sunlight, causing the professionals in the audience to feel a suffocating sensation. Had the host not activated the energy shield in advance, they might have faced mortal danger. The palm was covered in a dense array of eyes. Any ordinary low-level practitioner daring to meet the gaze of these eyes would have their mental energy instantly drained, turning them into fools like Lu Yingwen, who had been torn apart by spatial turbulence. But was Mu Yi an ordinary man? With Xiao Su by his side, Mu Yi remained unaffected. The previously listless Xiao Su perked up once more. The emotions transmitted to Mu Yi were even more intense than before. No, Xiao Su, don't. Under Xiao Su's overwhelmingly intense mental fluctuations, she broke free from Mu Yi and shot straight toward the colossal demonic palm looming overhead. Faced with this terrifying, suffocatingly close demonic palm, how will Mu Yi respond? The host, already at level 50, was somewhat affected by the palm's influence, yet his commentary remained fiery. He's actually launching the little octopus from his hand into the sky. Is Mu Yi really going to use this tiny octopus, as insignificant as an ant before the demonic palm, to confront it? Chapter 22, Angelic Realm vs. Sorcery Realm. Facing the colossal, sky-obscuring demonic palm, the minuscule octopus swelled in the wind, growing large enough to shatter the energy barrier. Fragments of shattered barrier energy scattered like starlight, gradually dissipating. Within the dual platform, the terrifying power unleashed by the demonic palm and the enlarged little Su swept across the entire arena without restraint. If the demonic palm completely obscured the circular 50-meter radius dual platform, then the gigantic Xiao Su utterly crushed the entire training ground beneath her. What kind of monster is this? Quickly evacuate everyone from the training grounds. Is this Cthulhu? Makino looked up, watching the harmless little octopus that usually rested on his shoulder. Now it gaped with a maw wider than 100-meter abyss, swallowing Wu Lin's summoned demonic palm whole. Crack! The massive magic array above Wu Wulin shattered in response. He was struck as if by a heavy blow, his health bar plummeting rapidly as he was flung backward, crashing off the edge of the dual platform. After swallowing the demonic palm whole, little Su instantly shrank, clinging to Muya's cursed ring before melting into it. Xiao Su? Muyi could sense the immense energy stored within it, but Xiao Su inside the spell ring showed no response, as if asleep. Had it fallen into slumber from consuming too much energy? Mu Yi, look at the mess you've made. The host swiftly flew to Wu Wulin's side, lowering himself to help him up. You win, Wu Wulin said weakly. You're welcome. Who's next? Mu Yi scanned the area. The professionals in the audience had long since fled, terrified by the scene. Everyone scared off? So, do we even have another match? You want another match? You think you won? You're finished, the host erupted in a torrent of curses. Do you even know whose grandson Wu Wulin is? Your cursed spirit devoured his abyss-summoning beast. He suffered backlash from the Abyss Demon Lord. He'll never even reach level 50 in this lifetime. Mu Yi sighed. The very thing he dreaded most had happened. This might be worse than outright killing someone. But could he be blamed? He summoned a demonic palm to kill me. Was I not allowed to fight back? Who said at the start that there were no rules, and life and death were left to fate? Since it had already happened, he might as well face it head on. Mu Yi wasn't the type to shy away from trouble. That's right. If there are consequences, the three of us will bear them. The host, still seething with anger, saw the new arrivals. His boiling rage cooled instantly, as if doused with a bucket of cold water. Chairman Luo, Chairman Lu, Chairman Li Li. This Mu Yi is one of your people. Take him for treatment first. We won't shirk any responsibility, Li Jie told the host. Yes, Presidents. Mu Yi, are you okay? Ignoring the host, Luo Zhanjuan launched himself into the air, landing beside Mu Yi. His cannonball-like body slammed into the ground, leaving a cracked crater. We sensed it in the lounge, that terrifying aura. Was it released by your dark god? Evil god? His? The host, already stunned, grew even more horrified. Not mine. It was Wu Wulin who summoned the demonic poem. Xiao Su devoured it, causing Wu Wulin to suffer backlash from the demon lord and locking his future potential. While the situation is serious, don't worry, we've got your back, Li Jie mused. After all, they started this. They're reaping what they sowed. Then, should this contest continue? Mu Yi glanced at the weakened Wu Wulin. This farce should end now, shouldn't it? Of course it continues. I haven't even entered yet. A dazzling white light erupted, accompanied by a crisp, resolute voice. Kair? Lu Fengxiao narrowed his beautiful eyes, watching the girl slowly descend from the distance. True to her profession as a sacred angel, a pair of enormous white wings slowly folded behind her. Golden hair flowed behind her, moving without wind, while her dazzling white armor barely covered her vital areas. Rather than a battle angel, she resembled a celestial maiden. Sister Lu, since we've already caused quite a commotion here, surely you won't mind making it a bit louder? Lu Fengxiao, usually humorous and lazy, grew unusually serious. Kair, you saw it yourself, Wu Wulin suffered backlash during his battle with Mu Yi and will never reach level 50 in this lifetime. He's only at level 1 now. I don't want something like this to happen to you again. Listen to your sister, don't compete anymore, okay? After Lu Fengxiao finished speaking, Liang Kair pondered for a few seconds before slowly shaking her head. I'm sorry, Sister Lu. This duel was demanded by the clan elders. If I don't fight, I won't be able to return and report. You stubborn little girl. Why won't you listen to reason? Luo Zhanjuan pointed at her, yet found himself at a loss for words to persuade her. My mind is made up. Mu Yi, there's no time to waste. Let's begin. Mu Yi, hold back. Don't hurt her. Lu Fengxiao looked at Liang Kair with a pained expression before leaping into the spectator seats alongside the other two guild leaders. Very well. Let's begin. Liang Kair's golden hair suddenly stood on end, igniting into blazing flames. Pure white wings unfolded behind her as she soared into the sky. Mu Yi, I must admit, you're formidable. You surpass both Lu Yuanshan and Wu Wulin. But I, Liang Kair, am equally confident I can defeat both of them. Therefore, defeating you is certainly within my reach. A golden magic circle materialized around Liang Kair. She reached inside and slowly drew out a golden greatsword engraved with intricate patterns. This sword of judgment is the absolute power that will defeat you. Did you forget I have the countdown shield? Mu Yi interjected. Of course I know, angelic domain. Liang Kair raised her other hand. An intangible yet tangible domain rapidly expanded outward from her center, enveloping the entire dueling platform. Enveloped by the domain, Mu Yi instantly felt as if his entire body had sunk into quicksand, even breathing becoming difficult. One meltdown. One meltdown. One meltdown. Mu Yi's spell shield diminished at a visible rate. Liang Kair, holding the sword of judgment and pointing it at Makino below, saw his reaction and felt certain of victory. But mere seconds later, her expression changed drastically. Her angelic domain was failing to affect him. Worse still, she sensed an overwhelmingly malevolent aura emanating from him, enveloping and shielding him. Just as Mu Yi was about to suffocate, a cool energy surged from his curse ring, enveloping him and averting the crisis in the nick of time. A pale gray domain gradually expanded outward from Mu Yi, meeting Liang Kair's faint golden domain. The two domains clashed, emitting a distinct hissing sound. Two domains clashed against each other. Mu Yi suddenly realized that under the threat of Liang Kair's domain, he had somehow activated his own domain through the power of his spirit companion, Xiao Su. Chapter 23, Polarity Reversal. Mental Force Suppression. You have a domain too. Liang Kair hovered midair, the sword of judgment in her hand blazing with dazzling golden light, like a radiant sun. Thanks to you, the domain I just awakened shall be called the Cursed Technique Domain. Mu Yi gazed at the spherical domain enveloping him like a gray light screen, attempting to expand it. The angelic domain and the sorcery domain, one gray and one gold, emitted a constant hissing sound of erosion. But you dare to forcefully expand a newly awakened domain like this? Liang Kair's beautiful eyes widened as the angelic power of her angelic domain swiftly suppressed the expanding sorcery domain. Let me give you some advice. If my domain destroys yours, you'll suffer severe backlash. The consequences might be even worse than what happened to Wu Wulin. Liang Kair gripped her sword with both hands, leaned back, then swung forward with all her might. The sword of judgment traced a crescent-shaped golden arc through the air. Good heavens! She unleashed that move the moment she entered the arena. The strongest skill within the angelic domain among low-tier practitioners. Judgment Arc. This girl. Muyi stared speechlessly at the sky as the announcer's familiar voice suddenly echoed across the plaza through the loudspeakers. Unlike last time, he held the microphone in one hand while pointing his phone at the arena with the other. Contestant Muyi, why the look on your face? The host should always be right at the front lines of the arena. Though the training grounds have been temporarily cleared, the enthusiasm of the students outside proved irresistible. They all demanded I continue providing commentary. And your battle will be streamed live online in real time. Paying little attention to the host, Muyi watched the crescent-shaped arc of golden energy hurtling toward him. He still had no intention of dodging. Good heavens! From Lu Yuanshan at the start to Liang Kai'er now, Muyi's approach to engaging opponents has consistently been to stand his ground. You could call it staying steady to meet all changes if you want to sugarcoat it. To put it bluntly, it's letting the enemy treat him like a sitting duck. Though the host acknowledged Muyi's potential, he firmly disapproved of this combat style. But Muyi's next move proved the host utterly wrong. This time, he didn't sit idly by. Instead, he extended his left hand, the cursed ring on his index finger emitting a steady, faint gray glow. Maintaining a domain relied on mental energy for support. The higher the mental power, the greater the domain's potency and the more severe the restrictions imposed on enemies. For most practitioners under level 20, mental power averaged around 500. Even S-rank primary mental practitioners rarely exceeded 1200. Yet now, at level 10, Makino's mental power had reached a terrifying 2240 points. As Makino unleashed his mental energy, the previously suppressed and stalemated curse technique domain suddenly began expanding outward. Even the Judgment Holy Arc that had entered his domain shrank under the corrosive influence of the gray substance domain, finally dissolving completely just 5 meters from Makino. Ugh! Liang Kai'er pressed her hand to her chest. Her fiery golden hair dimmed significantly, her eyes filled with utter disbelief. The Judgment Holy Arc had consumed nearly a third of her mental energy and power. Now, facing the expansion of Muyi's domain, Liang Kai'er needed to expend even more mental energy to counter it, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. How can you possess such immense spiritual power? Even if you're a curse master, the numerical gap in innate talent should not only bridge the difference between us but also put me ahead of you. Why do you ask so many questions? Are you some kind of curious little kid? Muyi casually retorted, continuing to expand his domain until it balanced sky and ground against Liang Kai'er's aerial domain. Since you're so keen on a psychic showdown, bring it on. Liang Kai'er sheathed the sword of judgment, crossed her legs mid-air, and unleashed a surge of overwhelming psychic energy from her mind. The golden, intangible angelic domain once again suppressed the gray curse domain below, shattering the previously balanced standoff. I'll see it through to the end. Muyi also increased his mental energy by 2 points, bringing his total usage to 5 points out of 10. After all, Lu Fengxiao and Li Jia had both warned him not to harm Liang Kai'er. With Wu Wulin already gravely injured, if another fool like Lu Yingguan were added to the list, forget about becoming a cultivation candidate for Huaxia. He feared his entire life would be consumed by endless retaliation and relentless pursuit. As a fishing enthusiast in his previous life, Muyi was no stranger to attrition warfare. Once the fish took the bait, all that was needed was to keep tugging, wearing down its strength until it could be hauled ashore. While my initial assessment of Muyi was flawed, after taking Liang Kai'er's Judgment Holy Arc and then having to compete with her in psychic power, I find him unreliable. The host made another judgment call, and the mobile livestream instantly flooded with mocking comments. Netizen A, give me a break. Who would initiate a domain clash without confidence? Netizen B, bet against the host and you'll win a seaside villa. Netizen C, totally get the joke. Netizen D, got it. Muyi won. Netizen E, who is this Muyi? Never heard of him before. Watching the live stream comments on his phone, the host's face turned pale and then flushed repeatedly. Within mere breaths, the two had locked in a stalemate for over 10 seconds, both rapidly depleting their spiritual energy. Liang Kai'er, seated cross-legged in midair, suddenly furrowed her brow. The hand seals before her chest shifted rapidly as a surge of golden spiritual energy erupted from her body once more. Look! Look! Liang Kai'er must have judged Muyi to be at his last gasp, so she's launching a final, all-out assault. The angel's golden domain is steadily suppressing Muyi's domain. I predict the outcome will be decided within 30 seconds, and the victor will be Liang Kai'er. Netizen F, holy crap, is this for real? Netizen G, oh no, Hacky's host actually guessed it right. Netizen H, is that right? Netizen I, no. Netizen J, trust Muyi. Serp real name online, Liang Kai'er isn't just talented, she's got a killer body too, hee. The host boldly predicted while watching the live stream's viewership soar by hundreds of thousands, truly astronomical traffic. In both domains, the sky's suppression over the ground has already claimed 70% of the space. And the space within the cursed technique domain keeps shrinking. 73-82. From the initial golden gray stalemate to the current golden dominance over gray, the angelic domain has been winning all along. 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, the victor will be decided. Everyone in the livestream, count down with me. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. Netizen K, wait, isn't Jujutsu Kaisen starting to pull ahead? 5. Netizen L, stop counting down, streamer. The gray is already spreading. 4. Netizen M, streamer, get some glasses. You're still winning with your eyes closed. 3, 2. The host finally realized something was off and hesitated. That's enough. You must be at your limit now, right? Watching Liang Kaier's forehead bead with sweat, Muyi held nothing back. He ramped up his psychic energy release, launching a counterattack against the sky. Chapter 24, Bushgates just finished fighting and already flirting? Moo. Mai is actually starting to overtake her. Watching the Cursed Technique domain and Angelic domain continuously collide and dissolve into each other, the host felt like crying. His return to the arena for live streaming brought massive traffic, but that was secondary. The most crucial reason was that Liang Kaier's family had demanded his return to broadcast her victory over Muyi to all of China. But now the tables seem to have turned? Netizen J, I told you, this is just a joke, streamer. That sorcerer Muyi has been calm and collected the whole time, clearly not using his full strength. How could he lose? Netizen I, exactly. Exactly. Netizen N, it's all for the show. Streamers know how to be funny. Watching the live viewership climb rapidly toward 3 million, he decided to go all in. The host had done everything possible to hype up Liang Kaier. If she couldn't win herself, what else could be done? With the expansion of the Cursed Technique domain, the space occupied by both domains has returned to equilibrium. The host's tone grew fervent once more. But it's clearly visible that the golden glow of the angelic realm above has grown noticeably weaker compared to before. Overtaking. The Cursed Technique realm has begun to overtake. As the edges of both realms eroded and melted into each other, the grayish Cursed Technique realm steadily expanded upward, compressing the space occupied by the angelic realm. Liang Kaier, I'm returning that earlier warning to you, word for word. Once your domain is destroyed by mine, you will suffer severe backlash. The consequences might be even worse than what Wu Wulin endured. Liang Kaier, still seated cross-legged in midair, felt her psychic energy nearing depletion. Agonizing pain pierced her mind like a barrage of needles. Muyi unleashed his psychic energy fully, and the gray cursed energy domain instantly enveloped Liang Kaier. Her golden domain, which had once dominated the sky, now barely served as a shield, desperately resisting the erosion of the cursed domain. Finally, with a look of bitter resignation, she opened her eyes and shouted, I surrender. Netizen 1, Muyi is awesome. Netizen 2, did Muyi open an account on the app? I wanna follow him. How long can a spellcaster this powerful last? Netizen 3, a sorcerer defeating a sacred angel? That's a once-in-a-decade rarity. Amidst the flurry of discussion comments, a striking gold-lettered comment suddenly appeared. It's Feng Xiaoxiao, Muyi's account is at Moody Oasis. Everyone, feel free to follow. Netizen 4, holy crap. The leader of Manhwa Tower. A master ball. Netizen 5, isn't Bright Moon Tower an all-female guild? How is Muyi connected to them? I declare that in this match, Muyi is the winner. To all viewers in the livestream, this competition ends here. I will close the livestream in 5 minutes. Follow me for the latest updates. I'll share any new developments immediately. I'll count down from 3. We'll release our domains simultaneously. Muyi looked at Liang Kaier, who nodded in agreement. 3, 2, 1. 593 domain backlash. The moment both domains dissipated, Liang Kaier, suspended midair, suffered the backlash. Her health bar instantly halved. Unable to hold on any longer, her flaming golden hair reverted to ordinary strands as she plummeted weakly toward the ground. Muyi, quick as lightning, rushed forward and caught her in his arms just in time. You, let go of me. I won't be hurt even if I hit the ground. Liang Kaier bit her red lips tightly, her fair face flushed as she gazed weakly at the ground. Your body might be fine, but if your head hits the ground and something happens, your family will come after me. I can't take that risk. So, you went easy on me because you're afraid of my family's retaliation? What she had expected to be a fierce battle against Muyi turned out to be a match where her opponent constantly held back. Yes. I'm just a commoner. I don't want trouble. Seeing Muyi's cold expression, Liang Kaier felt her heart twist in agony. From childhood onward, she had always been the pride of her family, the top performer among her elders. When had she ever endured such humiliation? She refused to accept this. Netizen 6, holy crap, Muyi caught Liang Kaier and pulled her into his arms. Netizen 7, Bushgates, just finished a fight and already hitting on girls? Netizen 8, this is so satisfying to ship. Netizen 9, dude, obsessing over everything will only hurt you. Prohibited content detected in live stream. Temporarily suspended. The host, who was just about to end the stream, accidentally recorded this segment. The stream was shut down by a big shot from a certain clan who was watching at the same time. This left him drenched in cold sweat. Let go of me, I can walk on my own. Liang Kaier stood unsteadily with Mu Ye's support. Mu Yi, next time, I will definitely. Before she could finish, darkness engulfed her vision and she collapsed to the side. Just as Mu Yi reached out to catch her, his entire body suddenly stiffened, unable to move an inch. A figure appeared behind Liang Kaier without warning, catching her before she fell. Kid, stay away from my young mistress. It was an old man in a black suit with snow-white hair. Ha ha, so it's you, Butler Liang. Long time no see. Please convey my regards to the head of the Liang family. I wonder if this youngster's 3 battles have satisfied the noble lords above. As Liang's words faded, 3 figures materialized simultaneously behind Mu Yi. As Li Jia offered her greetings, Luo Zhanjuan placed his hand on Mu Ye's shoulder. Mu Ye's rigid state instantly dissolved. A binding spell? Looking at the white-haired Butler Liang, Mu Yi suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of depth emanating from him. The one who should be asking for your greetings is likely the head of the Wu family. And whether he's satisfied or not is not something this old man can decide. Steward Liang tapped Liang Kaier's back a few times and she slowly came to. But this farce should have come to an end, the steward continued. Well, that's just great. Lu Fengxiao covered her mouth and chuckled softly. Mu Yi. Next time we meet, I will defeat you, Liang Kaier said weakly yet resolutely. Alright, little sister Kaier, you should hurry home and rest. After all, only when you've fully recovered will you have the strength to fight again. Lu Fengxiao offered kindly. The implication was clear, no more talk fight when you're fully recovered. I'll be waiting any time. The 4 nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Wait. Mu Yi. Liang Kaier called out again. Miss. You'll be participating in the Huaxia Newcomer Professional League, right? Right? Mu Yi glanced at Li Jia beside him. After all, they would be arranging all the training for the coming period. Of course, Mu Yi will participate in the Rookie League, Li Jia affirmed. Mu Yi, next time we meet, I'll definitely beat you. Liang Kaier declared loudly. This girl, why so much resentment? It was just one match, after all. Mu Yi sighed inwardly at her frustration, but beside him, Lu Fengxiao was grinning like a crescent moon. Little Mai, looks like you've become her demon. Seize the moment. Once you conquer a woman like this, she'll be utterly devoted to you. Chapter 25, First Tier Job Change Quest Purgatory Tier Mirror World. Sister Xiao Xiao, stop joking around. Mu Yi scratched his head awkwardly. Should we head back to grind dungeons now? No. Li Jia shook her head. I was planning to wait until you hit level 15 to start the job change quest, but since your reputation is already established, let's begin it right now. Novice adventurers between levels 10-20 can visit their nation's class change hub to accept the task. Upon completion, they receive generous rewards granted by the world's rules. The greater the difficulty chosen, the more substantial the boost upon completion. You crippled Wu Wulin. While it looks fine on the surface, the Wu family will definitely come after you behind the scenes. By starting the job change quest and entering the dungeon, they won't be able to touch you for at least this period. Leave the rest to us. After Mu Yi crushed 3 rookie adventurers from noble families with overwhelming combat prowess, the 3 guild leaders finally stood tall with renewed confidence. Though they had previously treasured the potential Mu Yi displayed, a blade that could kill was the true measure of its worth and Mu Yi had proven this point. Let's go. We'll handle the formalities at the Job Change Center. Outside the Job Change Center, Upper Capital City, Huaxia. Job Change Quest Escort. Full refund guaranteed. Along the street outside the Job Change Center, mobile vendors lined both sides, offering various preparations for the job change. Essential shield scrolls for high difficulty job changes. Activates instantly a lifesaver. Top tier gear for every class right here. Premium quality, no scams. Many adventurers preparing to accept job change quests lingered here, searching for items to boost their success rates. Young master, I have ultra rare gear here. Care to take a look? Facing the enthusiastic sales pitch from the nearby vendor, Mu Yi waved him off. To avoid drawing attention, the 3 guild leaders accompanying Mu Yi wore brown cloaks that obscured their features. Ironically, this made the group stand out even more. Noticing them, other adventurers parted to make way, assuming another noble family had brought their young master for a class change. The 4 entered the class change center. Those needing to claim job change quests, please queue. Currently 269 people ahead. Luo Zhanjuan extended a black card from beneath his cloak. The receptionist, whose expression had been somewhat numb, instantly changed. His face twisted into a fawning apology. My deepest apologies for failing to recognize our esteemed black gold guests. Please follow me. Unlike the ordinary reception area, the attendant led them down a clean red carpeted corridor. May I ask, is this gentleman here to claim the job change quest? Yes, just arrange it. Give us the best option available, money is no object. Li Jia nodded. After entering the VIP corridor, the 3 guild leaders waited in the lounge area. The receptionist guided Mu Yi through the information process before entering a private booth separated by black curtains. After the curtain was drawn aside, Mu Yi took a seat before him. Greetings. I am the wizard assessing your professional potential. To help assign you a suitable task more efficiently, please place both hands on the crystal ball. The purple-robed wizard placed a fist-sized crystal ball on the table between them. Muyi placed his hands on it, feeling the crystal grow warmer and warmer until it began to burn. Muyi, level 10, spellcaster, aptitude. The wizard sensed the information transmitted through the crystal ball. Crack! With a sharp crack, the crystal ball shattered into countless fragments, scattering across the table. SSS rank. The wizard's startled voice emerged from beneath his purple robes. Did something go wrong? Muyi stared at the shattered crystal ball. My deepest apologies for the oversight. We will cover the cost of the crystal ball. Please rest assured. It's just that, the specialized center hasn't encountered an SSS grade talent in many years. After a dozen seconds, 3 selectable first-tier job change dungeon quests projected before Muyi. Valley of Despair Hard LV 1020, room status 3-5, waiting. Twilight Forest Nightmare LV 1020, room status 4-5, waiting. Mirror World Purgatory Level 20, room status 4-5, waiting. First-tier job change quest, clear the instance to obtain a branch job change qualification. Quest reward, obtain 1 class branch transfer qualification. Higher dungeon difficulty yields higher transfer potential. The first-tier job change quest marks a watershed moment in the life of an ordinary adventurer. This is because the opportunity to choose a class branch is limited to this single instance. Once completed, it cannot be altered, and subsequent job change quests serve only to enhance abilities. Many ordinary adventurers, after braving high-difficulty dungeons, secure high-tier advancement opportunities, transforming into rare and formidable professionals. I'll take the third one. Thank you. Understood. Wishing you success on your quest. The purple-robed wizard selected the third task for Muyi, a task of Inferno difficulty. A teleportation vortex appeared behind him. Muyi prepared to step forward. Hold on, the wizard called out. What is it? Here. Keep this safe. It will be of great use once you're inside. Muyi looked at the sunglasses in the wizard's hand, hesitated for a few seconds, then reached out and took them. Thank you. Young Master Mai, this is my daughter, Ifanfei. Should you ever have the chance to meet her in the future, I humbly ask that you lend her a hand? All right. Muyi nodded. A pair of sunglasses in exchange for a favor, truly the mark of a seasoned veteran working in the Chinese government. But judging by his solemn demeanor, these sunglasses might prove quite useful. Muyi stepped into the vortex. Entering Mirror World Purgatory Level 20. Room capacity reached. Commencing soon. Stepping into the instance, a blinding white light flooded Muyi's eyes, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield them. The sensation beneath his soles wasn't the texture of soil, nor the unevenness of concrete pavement, it was an extremely smooth and flat feel. Finally in. Holy crap! It's so bright. This is the mirror world? I thought we'd be navigating a maze. Who knew it was literally a world made of mirrors? While his teammates were still adjusting to the light, Muyi had already retrieved sunglasses from his storage bracelet and slipped them on. Seems these shades really work. This favor wasn't too much to ask. Just as his teammates had described, the world Makino saw was one composed entirely of mirrored surfaces. Roads, shops, streetlights, manhole covers all reflected the sunlight streaming down from the sky with a glare so intense it made the entire world seem unbearably bright. After adjusting to the light, his teammates squinted around and quickly spotted Muyi. Hey, bro, you're the last one in, a guy with long curly hair greeted Muyi. His hairstyle resembled that of a rock musician in a band. Huh, you even have sunglasses. Looks like you came prepared. My name is Sean Fifen, level 15S rank berserker, the curly-haired guy introduced himself to Muyi. This is Ifanfei, a level 13S rank spiritual priest. Ifanfei? Muyi stared at the pink-haired girl before him. Could it be that coincidental? Chapter 26, Can I Really Lose to a Level 10 Mirror Image? And this is an S rank. Hey, kid, where do you think you're looking? Don't think wearing sunglasses gives you license to stare around. Before Sean Fifen could finish, a muscle-bound Hulk stood before Muyi, blocking his view. I'm level 18 S rank Stone Shield Guard, Stone Giant. Brother sure, don't get angry. Sean Fifen quickly stepped between them, pushing them apart with both hands. He glanced at Muyi. This brother here probably just couldn't help but stare a little longer at sister Fangfei. She's simply too beautiful. After all, Fangfei is still single. Everyone appreciates beauty, right? As he spoke, Sean Fifen glanced at Muyi, sending him repeated meaningful looks. Single? Then why the hell are you so worked up? Muyi didn't want to waste his breath on this muscle-bound dimwit. He turned his gaze to the fourth short-haired boy. This is Chen Fei, the S-rank Divine Archer Ranger. Catching Muyi's gaze, Sean Fifen quickly introduced him. Thanks. Muyi nodded. My name is Muyi, a level 10 D rank sorcerer. A D rank curse master. Shurju exclaimed in shock. A lecherous good for nothing like him actually qualified for this dungeon run? I knew he was no good the moment he walked in. Shurju continued, snorting through his nose. Don't bring him along for the dungeon run later, he'll definitely slow us down. As long as we complete the mission, we'll still get the rewards. Shiju, don't be so hasty. Chen Fei stepped forward, placing a hand on his shoulder. If brother might qualify for this dungeon, his abilities can't be lacking. This is our first time tackling a purgatory level difficulty dungeon. An extra pair of hands means extra strength, don't you agree, Fan Fei? As he spoke, Chen Fei turned to the girl with pink hair cascading down her shoulders. Mei Chem, I don't mind. The girl nodded. All right. Chen Fei patted Shiju's shoulder. Let's not start bickering before we even begin. She hasn't done anything wrong. Where did this superhero plus boiling yang hybrid come from, declaring its territory here? Did the girl even say anything? Mu Yi was utterly speechless. It was as if he'd done something wrong. Oomph. Shiju snorted fiercely, turning to lead the way. I'll go first and clear the path. You guys just follow closely. With only Mu Yi sporting sunglasses, the other four could only shield their eyes with one hand, slowing their progress considerably. Snap. Snap, snap, snap. Barely 100 meters in, the mirror-faced shopfronts lining both sides of the street suddenly emitted the sound of shattering crystals. Four humanoid mirror forms broke free, stepping onto the road and blocking the group's path. Something's up. All five summoned their weapons and gripped them tightly. One mirror entity was exceptionally massive, comparable to a stone giant, wielding a colossal mirror shield. Another mirror entity wielded twin axes, while a third held a longbow. These are ourselves? Chen Fei, the ranger, was the first to notice the anomaly. The four mirror bodies bore an almost identical appearance to the four from Mai, wielding the exact same weapons. Mirror clone, LV5 Elite. HP, 350, Strength, 180, Defense, 200, Agility, 30, Spirit, 100. Mirror duplication, replicates the challenger's base attributes and current abilities. Original weakening, damage dealt to the original by the copied target reduced by 30%. Holy crap, these stats and mechanics, no wonder it's a purgatory level dungeon. It hits hard right from the start. Though Shan Fifan complained about the difficulty, excitement flashed in his eyes. Screw the copying nonsense. This just means we only need to hit targets that aren't the original, right? You three take one each, I'll handle two. With that, Stone Giant charged forward, smashing his heavy stone shield down hard onto Muya's mirror body. Muya's mirror body's health bar instantly drained to zero, shattering into pieces. Easy peasy. Shiju shouted triumphantly, glancing back at Mu Yi with satisfaction. Mu Yi ignored him, extending a finger to lightly tap Shiju's mirror body. Without warning, its health bar vanished, shattering and collapsing. Is this the attack method of a sorcerer? It's terrifying. Chen Fei declared, drawing his bow taut and releasing an arrow. The flaming projectile struck He Fangfei's mirror body, exploding upon impact and shattering it. The four had barely begun, yet each had instantly destroyed a mirror body with their first strike. You guys are amazing. He Fangfei cast a blessing aura from the rear of the team, boosting morale. Of course. Follow me, and I'll protect you. Shiju patted his chest and continued clearing the path ahead. He Fangfei gave a dry chuckle and muttered a thank you. After another 2 minutes of walking, 5 mirrored duplicates split off from both sides of the mirrored street once more. Same as before, 2 for me, 1 each for you guys. Shiju charged forward, ready to attack Muya's mirror clone. You can't beat it, Shiju. I'll handle this myself, Muyi called out from behind. Who do you think you're looking down on? Shiju was provoked once more by his words, glaring at Muyi before shifting his gaze to He Fangfei. It seemed Muya's words had made him lose face in front of He Fangfei. Mirror clone, LV10 Elite. HP, 600, Strength, 300, Defense, 250, Agility, 100, Spirit, 150. Mirror clone, replicates challenger's attributes and abilities. Weakened original, damage dealt to the original by the copied target reduced by 40%. I can't defeat a level 10 clone. With that, Stone Giant exerted all his strength, hurling the stone shield skyward. He then bent his knees and leaped, his impact leaving faint cracks in the ground. The stone shield descended with pinpoint accuracy toward the top of Mu Yijingdi's head. At that very moment, Stone Giant's hands seized the shield. Harnessing the immense momentum of both, he slammed it down with brutal force. Boom! One shattered. Woo! Contrary to the Stone Giant's expectation, the mirror body's health bar did not empty, nor did it shatter. Instead, a faint blue spell shield flickered into existence on the mirror body, sending the Stone Giant flying backward. He landed awkwardly on the smooth mirror floor. Put! Seeing the Stone Giant's slightly comical state, He Fangfei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chen Fei and Shan Fifan also curved their lips upward, struggling to suppress their amusement. I told you, you couldn't beat it. I had to do it myself. Bull! The Stone Giant was about to retort when suddenly, as if remembering something, his eyes lit up. I almost forgot a spellcaster's second skill is the basic spell shield, but it can only be used once. I don't believe there's a second time. With that, Shiju stood up and launched another attack at Mu Yijingti. Seconds later. Boom! One shattered. Shiju once again crashed to the ground in disarray. I told you, only I can handle this. Chen Fei and Shan Feifan, who had been watching the spectacle, suddenly sensed something was amiss. This was merely a mirror clone. What about the original body? Brothers Mu, fighting your own clones grants a 40% damage reduction. Does that apply to us too? Maybe. Mu Yi looked at Chen Fei. As long as you can fire over 300 arrows at it. What? Chapter 27, Mirror Body Castle. Over 300 arrows. Chen Fei shook his head with a wry smile. Then I'll leave it to you. Though Chen Fei was an S-rank divine sword ranger with a bow as his weapon, his arrows were offensive tools forged by condensing his own spiritual energy and power. While his energy reserves were ample, the mental strain could only sustain him firing no more than 200 arrows in a short span. Mu Yi. What kind of monstrosity are you, you mirror clone? Shiju slumped to the ground, taking over 10 seconds to recover from the dizziness caused by the massive recoil. I told you, only I can deal with that guy. No longer sparing others, Mu Yi cast his death curse command one by one at targets other than his mirror clones. Without warning, their health bars drained completely, shattering them into dust. Holy, is this how a cursed technique user attacks? The stone giant, who had been preoccupied with intimidating Mu Yi earlier, only now noticed his method of attack. Recalling his earlier arrogant and domineering behavior, cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. Given Mu Yi's skill and power, if he had wanted to attack him earlier, Shiju could have easily been reduced to a mindless fool with his spiritual energy completely drained. Brother Mu. Mu Yi, I went too far just now. As he spoke, the stone giant slapped himself hard across the face. I get nervous when I'm tense. I tend to stutter. I'm sorry. Alright, I forgive you. Mu Yi stepped forward, patted Shiju's shoulder, then turned his gaze toward his mirror image clone. It wasn't magnanimity. Rather, he simply didn't regard Shiju as a threat. A surge of psychic energy locked onto Mu Yi. The mirror clone raised its mercury-like left hand and unleashed a fatal command spell at him. 1. Mu Yi retaliated with 5 consecutive curses, stripping away 5 layers of the clone's shield. Judging by the shield layers displayed on its head buff, they wouldn't regenerate, a relief Mu Yi felt inwardly. This meant he only needed to strike the clone 294 more times to shatter its turtle shell defense. But each curse command consumed 2 hours of lifespan. Though he'd already gained thousands of hours for free, wasting them still stung. Mu Yi, you've dealt with our mirror bodies. Let us assist you now. As if reading his thoughts, Shan Feifan tentatively offered. That's exactly what I had in mind. Thank you. Brother Mu Yi, just give the order. I can tank and I can fight. Shiju immediately volunteered. So Mu Yi briefly explained the situation with the spell shield. That's the situation. All you need to do is chip away at the layers of the spell shield with normal attacks. No problem. Chen Fei declared, his bowstring already taut as an arrow shot forth, successfully stripping 1 layer from the clone's spell shield. I'll boost your attack speed, keep it up, mascot He Fangfei cheered them on. Under the combined assault of the 4, Mu Yi unleashed just over 60 soul reaping spells before taking down the clone. Kill LV-10 Mirror Clone Elite 5 squad gains 100 EXP. As the final mirror clone collapsed, the mirrored pavement suddenly rumbled violently. A castle constructed entirely of mirrors rose from the ground with a thunderous roar. Half a minute later, the tremors finally subsided. Gazing at the medieval-style mirror castle not far away, Chen Fei realized, friends, it seems the previous 2 waves of monsters were merely the appetizer. The real battle might just be starting now. Mu Yi nodded in agreement. The 5 approached the castle's imposing gates. Gazing up at the 100-meter-tall, mountain-like structure, Shan Feifan swallowed hard. This inferno difficulty dungeon is just too much. Come on, don't get scared before we even get inside. Shiju strode up the smooth mirrored steps. Snap. Snap. After climbing just a few of the dozens of steps, the guardian beasts flanking the castle's 20-meter-wide gates suddenly stirred. Roar! A hoarse, deep growl erupted from the mouths of both beasts. Mirror Body Demon, LV-12 Elite. HP, 750, Strength, 360, Defense, 310, Agility, 130, Spirit, 0. Ranged immunity, immune to all ranged attacks, only melee attacks can inflict damage. Castle Protection, protected by the Castle Empress, taking 40% less damage. Damn it, a mechanic monster? How do we fight this? Chen Fei gripped his bow tightly and looked at Mu Yi. No worries. Shiju and I will handle these 2 monsters. 2 of us are enough. Shan Feifan summoned his twin axes. Fangfei, cast the aura. Got it. He Fangfei swiftly summoned the priest's codex, casting the aura over him and Shiju. 2 western hell imps, wielding tridents, descended from the beast-binding platform and quickly locked onto Shiju and Shan Feifan as they closed in. Take this shield. I refuse to believe you have a shield spell too. Stone Giant unleashed his previous move, Mount High Crush, descending from the sky with his stone shield and crushing one of the mirror body beasts beneath him. 59 shattered. Though it only dealt less than 1/10 of the beast's health, the pinning effect was outstanding. I'll assist you. Seizing the moment, Shan Fifan heated the blades of his twin axes until they glowed red, then swung them down toward the controlled beast's head. 138 shattered. Ha! It's working! 2 strikes later, Shan Fifan's confidence soared. Watch your back! Another one's coming! Shen Fei shouted. Don't worry, I've got this. With a light leap, Shan Fifan dodged the attack from the other beast tamer's trident. At the same moment, Shurju's stone shield rose before him, blocking the trident's thrust. 269 absorbed. These two are packing some serious damage. Stone Giant exclaimed in surprise. A single thrust had depleted 1/6 of his shield's energy. Roar! Trapped beneath the Stone Giant, the beast's suppressor couldn't break free and roared again. Scream all you want, no one will come to save you even if you tear the backlands apart. With that, Stone Giant slammed his shield down hard onto the beast tamer's head. 49. Snap. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of shattering mirror surfaces echoed above the 5 figures. There are mirrored demons up there, awakening. Feng Fei screamed. Mu Yi immediately looked upward. For more mirrored demons, roused by their comrades' cries, slowly spread their bat-like wings. Clutching tridents, they prepared to leap down and attack Mu Yi and the other two at the rear of the group. Damn it, retreat now. After Shan Fifan forced back another beast with his twin axes, Shurju also abandoned his suppression of the beast beneath the stone shield and retreated with the group. 6. There's no way the two of us can handle them all in such a short time. Shurju raised the stone shield high before him, blocking several attacks from the demonic beasts, but the shield's energy was nearly depleted and shattered. Then I'll join in too. Mu Yi summoned a wolf tooth club in his hand. You're a sorcerer, yet you can wield a wolf tooth club. Shen Fei exclaimed in astonishment as he continued retreating backward. Chapter 28, The Stone Giant Prostrated. I'm a bit special. With that, Mu Yi, wolf tooth club in hand, leapt out of the retreating defensive formation of the 5 and engaged the mirror body demon charging at the forefront in close combat. Mu Yi, what are you doing? Shan Fifan cried in alarm. My brothers. No matter how powerful your psychic abilities and curses may be, your strength can never match theirs. Boom! Just as Shurju was stunned, Mu Yi had already struck the mirror body demon with his wolf tooth club. 1228. The mirror body demon, its health bar depleted, shattered on the spot, scattering into dust. Shurju was once again stunned by Mu Yi's power. Stop retreating! Help Mu Yi! Shen Fei shouted as he halted his retreat, continuously firing explosive arrows from his bow. Though they couldn't inflict damage, the shockwaves from the explosions could at least delay the mirrored demon's assault on Mu Yi. But in the blink of an eye, 3 mirrored demons closed in on Mu Yi. 3 tridents stabbed toward his back, only to be blocked by a pale blue spell shield that flashed into existence. Human wave tactics? Useless. With each swing of Mu Yi's wolf tooth club, another mirror body demon was reduced to dust. Without even needing cover from Shurju or Shan Fifan, Mu Yi had eliminated all 6 mirror body demons in under 30 seconds. Killed 6 LV-12 mirrored demons elite squad earned 144 EXP. Brother Mu Yi, you're incredible. Shurju's attitude toward Mu Yi had shifted from initial jealousy and disgust, to lingering fear, and now to genuine admiration, all within less than half an hour. Let's go inside and take a look, Mu Yi said with a smile. The 5 returned to the mirror castle's entrance, with Shurju leading the way once more. Pushing open the massive doors, they were struck by the exquisite, ornate interior. Beneath the dazzling mirror crystal chandeliers, a spiral staircase ascended to the 2nd floor, while enormous transparent windows flooded the space with light. Compared to the streets outside, the interior resembled a pristine crystal castle. Are you the challengers this time? A deep female voice echoed throughout the castle, its origin unknown. Mirrored surfaces flowed upward like mercury, coalescing into a human form. The Queen of Hearts? Mu Yi blurted out the name instinctively. Her diminutive stature and doll-like head immediately brought to mind this fairy tale character from his past life. Correct. It seems you still possess some knowledge of this empress. The Queen of Hearts held her head high. Now, the battle between us begins. Mirror array, activate. The Queen of Hearts raised both hands, and a massive magical array pattern emerged across the castle floor. Everyone present, including Mu Yi, froze momentarily. A blinding white light flashed, and Mu Yi gradually opened his eyes to find his teammates vanished. He found himself trapped inside a mirrored chamber resembling a kaleidoscope, where countless reflections of himself shimmered across the surfaces. Very well. Leave your comrades to my minions. You are mine to deal with. The Queen of Hearts materialized slowly. I have survived in this dungeon for nearly a century. During that time, I have faced thousands of your challenges, yet not a single one has managed to defeat me. And you are the most intriguing one yet. The Queen of Hearts slowly raised her hand, pointing it at Mu Yi. Queen of Hearts, LV-25 Major Boss. HP, 2642, Strength, 1369, Defense, 1266, Agility, 920, Spirit, 1123. 1,000 mirrors, 10,000 splendors. The Queen of Hearts unleashes a wide area attack using mirror shards, each dealing 80% of her base strength as damage. Mirror puppets. 10 puppets constantly surround the queen. When she takes damage, they sacrifice their own HP to absorb the damage for her. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Queen's omnipotence briefly replicates any target's class and abilities for combat. Queen's scepter. While within the mirror castle, all attributes are increased by 60%. Mirror puppet, LV 25. HP 500, strength 0, defense 500, agility 0, spirit 0. Damn it! Muyi couldn't help but curse upon seeing the Queen of Hearts stats. Pure mechanics monster plus stat monster. The Queen of Hearts stats surpassed Muye's in every category. Even with his theoretically infinite spell shield, he now had no choice but to fight with everything he had. The surrounding mirrors, summoned by the Queen of Hearts, began shattering into countless tiny fragments that swirled around her form. 1,000 mirrors, 10,000 splendors. The Queen of Hearts raised her scepter high, pointing it fiercely at Muyi. The millions of tiny shards swirling around her followed her command, cascading down like a waterfall toward Muyi. 11111111. Within mere seconds of contact with the shard storm, Muyi's spell shield layers plummeted by 300. Though the shield's refresh had no cooldown, those 2 seconds cost him 5 hours of lifespan, a devastating blow that sent a wave of panic through him. Muyi held nothing back. Gripping his wolf tooth club in his left hand, he charged toward the Queen of Hearts through the lens storm, continuously unleashing soul-reaping curses. Within mere breaths, he drained the Queen's substitute puppet's health bar to 0 and shattered it. Seeing Muyi rapidly closing in, and realizing that 1,000 mirrors, 10,000 flowers had failed to inflict any substantial damage, the Queen let out a cold snort and vanished from her spot. The mirror storm abruptly ceased, and the shattered mirror surfaces within the mirror realm began slowly repairing themselves. Even if I can't break through your barrier in the short term, this is my world. The Queen of Hearts figure suddenly materialized within the mirror surface before Muyi. Muyi swung his staff, shattering the mirror. Ha 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 ha. What? Already panicking? As she spoke, her figure reappeared in the mirror to his right. Nearly 100 practitioners have been trapped and perished within this mirrored space. And you'll just become one of them, never to escape. The weakness of a sorcerer's attack became apparent at that moment. Makino couldn't launch a curse technique attack on an enemy without locking onto a target. But, I almost forgot that trick. He raised both hands, casually tossing the wolf tooth club from his grasp as a gesture of surrender. I surrender, Queen of Hearts. Punish me as you see fit. Oh? Surrendering already? The shattered mirror before Muyi slowly reassembled, revealing the Queen of Hearts fox-like figure within. After scrutinizing Muyi for a moment to confirm his genuine surrender, the Queen of Hearts burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha 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 ha. I thought you'd be the strongest professional challenger yet, but it turns out you're just a coward. Then prepare to die. Your Majesty, before I die, I wish to ask you a question. I wonder if you would be willing to answer. Given your sincerity, ask away. May I ask, is the reflection in the mirror your true form? As he spoke, Muyi stepped closer to the mirror, his eyes brimming with intense curiosity. Of course. The Queen of Hearts gave a light snort. Though it is my true form, I can at any moment. The Queen's voice in the mirror abruptly cut off, her form frozen as if someone had pressed pause. Your true form, then this should be easy enough? A smile touched Muyi's lips as he leaned closer to the mirror. Since it's your true form, I can imprison you. Chapter 29, 100 mirrored demons closing in? Just farming buffs. It turned out that Muyi's act of raising his hands in surrender was merely a ruse to lull the Queen of Hearts into complacency. In reality, he used the surrender to lull her into a false sense of security, lowering her guard. As he drew near, he seized the moment to unleash his third skill, eternal imprisonment. Monsters remain monsters. Muyi shook his head, gazing at the Queen of Hearts' intensely furious gaze reflected in the mirror. Even if you've lived longer than me, you're still far too naive. Goodbye. Muyi gripped his wolf tooth club and smashed the mirror with a single blow. 1,300. Ha! As the Queen of Hearts' reflection shattered, the mirrored space began to crack and crumble, never to mend. The vast hall of the mirror castle reappeared before Muyi. Ahead, the Queen of Hearts opened her eyes, her gaze blazing with boundless fury. Had he just been trapped in an illusion? He glanced at the 4 teammates lying on the ground beside him. It seemed they were still trapped within the illusion, unable to break free. Fortunately, the Queen of Hearts' health bar had indeed been reduced by half. Otherwise, Makino, who had revealed his trump card in the illusion, would have wasted all his scheming. Human! I never imagined you could be so despicable. Prepare to die. As the Queen of Hearts issued her command, the sound of shattering mirrors echoed from above. Crack, crack, crack. Nearly 100 mirrored demons slowly awoke from slumber. Wielding tridents and flapping their wings, they encircled Muyi and his 4 companions. Who would have thought this thing had a second phase? Muyi stared at the Queen of Hearts, realizing his miscalculation this time. Sunlight streaming through the massive windows reflected brilliantly off the hundreds of mirror demons. Makino felt no fear, only concern that they might harm his comrades lying on the ground. In that case, why not take out the king first? Muyi was confident he could take down the Queen of Hearts in a single strike. Rather than sitting idly by and passively defending, he preferred to take the offensive. Human, I give you two choices. Fight me, and my minions will kill your comrades. Surrender your weapons and let me kill you peacefully, and I'll spare your comrades. The Queen of Hearts raised her proud mirrored head, its glare intensified by the sunlight. Teammates? Muyi shook his head. You misunderstand. I merely encountered them by chance. We're temporary allies, nothing more. Their lives or deaths mean nothing to me. With that, he raised his wolf-tooth club, his gaze piercing through the crowd of mirrored demons to fix upon the Queen of Hearts. I only need to kill you to clear this dungeon. You despicable, shameless human. Cough, cough. A sudden coughing fit erupted from behind Muyi. Shiju, get up. Muyi shouted. After opening his eyes, Shiju was only dazed for a few seconds before immediately entering combat mode. Didn't I defeat the Mirror Queen? Damn it, this is an illusion. Shiju raised his stone shield, gazing up at the nearly 100 mirror body demons in the sky. Brother Muyi. What should we do now? The only option now is for you to hold off their attack while I go kill the Queen of Hearts. Once she's dead, all these summoned creatures will perish too. Alright. Go. Even if I'm mortally wounded, I'll protect the three of them. Attack. Kill them. As the My Brothers exchanged a glance, the Queen of Hearts issued her command to her minions. From afar, it resembled a swarm of locusts colliding head-on with two soaring eagles. 1. Muyi sliced through the mirrored demons, his cursed shield layers steadily depleting. With each finger he thrust forward, another mirrored demon crumbled to dust. Die. Muyi's psychic energy locked onto the Queen of Hearts, unleashing the soul-reaping curse. The Queen's body instantly exploded. Yet no kill confirmation popped up. Stone Giant still clung to life. The 3-minute cooldown is over. My puppets are active again. The Queen of Hearts merged herself into the mirror castle, laughing triumphantly at Muyi. Let's see how you kill me this time. With his target vanished, Muyi could no longer instantly kill the Queen of Hearts. Gritting his teeth, he turned to rescue Stone Giant. Wah! The Trident's fierce thrust shattered Stone Giant's shield. Caught between two attacks, he stood his ground to protect his ally, taking the blows. His health had already dropped by a third. He estimated he could barely last 2 more minutes. In the blink of an eye, another trident lunged toward Shiju's eyes. His pupils instinctively contracted as he raised his hand to block, but the expected brutal strike never came. Slowly opening his eyes, he found Muyi standing before him, while the mirrored demon ahead remained motionless. 4693. Killed LV-12 Mirror Body Demon Elite 1. Party gained 24 EXP. Eternal Bind casting range increased by 1 meter. The Queen of Hearts is as slippery as an eel. She wants to hide, and I can't kill her quickly in the short term. Brother my! Shiju dodged a trident thrust from another direction while punching back a mirror body demon. Give me 2 minutes. My stone shield will regenerate in 2 minutes. No need. I'll handle it. Are you sure? I recall your sorcerer's binding spells are single target only, with ridiculously long cooldowns. I'm the exception. As he spoke, 5 mirrored demons within a 2-meter radius around Makino suddenly froze solid, as if time itself had halted. Makino zeroed in on the closest mirror body demon, unleashing an attack while simultaneously breaking the group bind and seamlessly transitioning into a single target bind. 4633. Killed LV-12 Mirror Body Demon Elite 1. Party gained 24 EXP. Eternal Bind casting range increased by 1 meter. After dispatching the mirror body demon locked by the single target bind with a spell command, he seamlessly switched back to the group bind. This cycle continuously expands the group bind's area while simultaneously benefiting from the single target bind's buff. Muyi discovered the key point. Within just 5 minutes of this cycle, Muyi had eliminated all mirror demons while expanding the group bind's radius to 100 meters. Cumulative kill, LV-12 Mirror Body Demon Elite 100. Squad gains 2400 EXP. Total casting range of Eternal Bind increased by 100 meters. Your tricks don't work on me anymore. After instantly slaying the last mirror body demon, Muyi shouted into the vast, empty hall. The Queen of Hearts slowly materialized ahead. I concede. You may leave. You've cleared the dungeon. As the Queen of Hearts finished speaking, the 3 teammates lying on the ground finally stirred back to consciousness. First tier job change quest complete. Rewards will be distributed upon exiting the dungeon. We won? Shan Fifan and the others rose to their feet, still dazed. Sis Fangfei, you're awake. Are you feeling okay? Seeing Fangfei sit up, Shiju hurried over to check on her. Something was off. Something was very, very wrong. Muyi eyed the Queen of Hearts before him with suspicion. How could she possibly let us leave so easily? Chapter 30, Slay the Queen of Hearts. Transcend to Elemental Sorcerer. You were just outmaneuvered by me. Aren't you furious? Why are you suddenly willing to let us go now? Mu narrowed his eyes, trying to discern any other emotion from her smooth, mirror-like face. What else could it be? Queen of Hearts snorted impatiently. I just feel like I can't defeat you anymore. So? Why isn't she speaking? Chen Fei was the first to notice the anomaly. He summoned his bow, drew an arrow, and scanned the surroundings warily. It's my binding skill. Holy crap, binding from this far. Stone Giant stared at Mu Yi, utterly stunned. In every battle, Mu Yi consistently pulled out unexpected tactics, constantly redefining their understanding of what a sorcerer could do. Mu Yi extended his left hand, pointing at the Queen of Hearts. My intuition tells me you wouldn't let us leave so easily. So I've decided to kill you. 2992. Killed Mirror Puppet 1. After the ninefold death curse was unleashed, the Queen of Hearts crystal puppets were utterly annihilated. Then, farewell. Death curse command. 3547. Defeated Queen of Hearts level 25, major boss. Party gained 320 EXP. Party defeated Queen of Hearts. Dungeon, Mirror World Purgatory cleared successfully. First tier job change quest completed. As the system announcement confirmed the quest completion, the teleportation vortex summoned by the Queen of Hearts behind the 5 players abruptly imploded without warning. Except for Mu Yi, whose spell shield absorbed the damage, the other 4 instantly lost half their health and were hurled several meters away by the blast wave. They immediately crouched down cross-legged on the spot. Fanfei summoned her priest's codex to heal everyone. Damn it, that Queen of Hearts is cunning. Chen Fei grumbled, rubbing his chest. If we'd actually believed the Queen of Hearts and stepped into that teleportation vortex. Fanfei couldn't bear to finish the thought. Yeah, thank goodness Mu Yi stayed vigilant and killed her, Shan Fifan said, his eyes filled with envy as he looked at Mu Yi, who was completely unscathed. What a waste. Such a big boss and she didn't drop any gear. Mu Yi shook his head regretfully, staring at the spot where the Queen of Hearts had vanished. The mission's complete. We part ways amicably. Until we meet again. Mu Yi waved his hand, about to step into the teleportation vortex activated by the system, when he suddenly paused and turned back. Fanfei, does your father work at the job change center? Wears a purple robe, status listed as a wizard. Fanfei, who had been intently chanting a group healing spell, opened her eyes and looked at Mu Yi with surprise. Yes. How did you know? That explains it. Mu Yi removed the sunglasses he was wearing and placed them in Fanfei's hand. Go tell your father I've repaid his favor. Fanfei was a bit confused, but she nodded anyway and accepted the sunglasses. Well then, until we meet again. We will meet again. Shan Fifan replied to Mu Yi. We'll meet again at next week's Newcomer Practitioner League. Mu Yi nodded and stepped into the teleportation vortex. This year's Rookie Practitioner League champion might not be another newcomer from Hongshui City. You mean, it could be Mu Yi? Chen Fei looked at Shan Fifan. Highly likely. Emerging from the teleportation vortex, Mu Yi returned to the instance return area of the main world's job change center. Teleportation vortexes appeared sporadically, with professionals emerging from them, some successful, others not. Reading the rewards for clearing the instance in his mind, Mu Yi couldn't help but let his eyes light up. Excuse me, sir. Are you Mr. Mai? Yes. Mu Yi nodded at the approaching attendant. Please follow me. The 3 guild masters are awaiting you in the VIP room. Alright, lead the way. Mu Yi followed the waiter through the door into a VIP lounge. Look who's here, our China's top newcomer, Mr. Mu Yi. As soon as he entered, Lu Fengxiao rose to greet him. Li Jia was juggling a laptop in one hand while talking on her phone with the other, handling business affairs. Luo Zhanjuan, looking bored, was lifting a sofa to build arm strength. Upon seeing Mu Yi enter, all 3 paused their activities and gathered around. So, Mu Yi, did you successfully advance to the first stage? What rewards did you get? Which class branch did you choose? I haven't chosen a subclass yet. I thought I'd come back and let my brothers and sisters help me decide. Smart move, praised Lu Fengxiao. Mu Yi shared his interface with the 3 guild leaders. Name, Mu Yi. Level, 10569-1100. HP, 3394. Strength, 1904. Defense, 2504. Agility, 1604. Spirit, 2354. Equipment, Curse Ring Octopus Curse Ring, Chestplate Qilin Chestplate, Finger Guard Sorcerer's Finger Guards, Bracelet Storage Bracelet. Reaper's Curse, skill has no cooldown. Inflicts true damage equal to base spirit power 554% on the designated target. Absolute Curse Shield, gains a curse shield equal to 200% of base spirit per layer. Current layers, 4708. Eternal Imprisonment casting range, 100 meters. First tier class branches available for advancement. C rank Elemental Sorcerer. C rank Forbidden Spellcaster. C rank Light Caster. Light Enchanter isn't suitable for you, since your spirit is a dark deity, Li Jie analyzed. Everyone nodded in agreement. That leaves Forbidden Spellcaster and Elemental Spellcaster. Brother Mai, which one do you want to switch to? Lu Fengxiao asked. They're both S rank, so it feels like either one would be fine. Luo Zhanjuan scratched his head. I'm not sure either. I'll defer to little sister Li Jie's opinion. I think I'll choose elemental spellcaster, Mu Yi declared after deep contemplation. Excellent choice, Li Jie affirmed. The Cursed Mage leans more toward curses and behind-the-scenes manipulation. They aren't particularly strong in combat and require protection. That doesn't align with Mu Ye's training path. Plus, Banishment Mages expend enormous amounts of lifespan when casting spells. If a skill goes wrong or a curse backfires, it causes rapid aging. The risks are immense. In contrast, elemental spellcasters can master multiple elemental forces later on. They can find elemental weaknesses to exploit against different types of practitioners and monsters. Then I'll choose Elemental Curse Master for my first tier class change. Selected, S-rank Elemental Curse Master for advancement. Once completed, this job change cannot be reversed. Confirm? Confirm class change. First tier job change successful. Class, Sorcerer Elemental Sorcerer. Acquired talent, Elemental Manipulation. Elemental Manipulation, attacks deal elemental damage. Every 20 levels, randomly master one elemental attribute attack. Maximum of 3 elements. Currently awakened, Fire Element. Elemental Manipulation evolves into Elemental Authority. Elemental Authority, attacks deal elemental damage. Every 5 levels, randomly master one elemental attribute attack. Maximum of 8 elements. Currently awakened, Fire Element. 8 elements. That's every element known to current practitioners. I've hit the jackpot. Luo Zhanjuan exclaimed in delight. Chapter 31, Ambush. The 3 great guilds rally for the capital. Fire, water, lightning, ice, wind, wood, light, and dark. Each elemental attack produces distinct additional effects, Li Jie explained. Mu Yi nodded in agreement. As a student at Jucheng First High School, he hadn't yet forgotten his lessons. He was equally eager to learn more. For instance, attacks imbued with fire elemental energy inflicted not only damage but also inflicted persistent burning damage on the enemy. Attacks imbued with ice not only slowed opponents but, if the power disparity was great enough, could disrupt energy convergence, paralyze mental focus, or even cause blood to freeze. Let's go, Mu Yi. Luo Zhanjuan laughed heartily, slinging an arm around Mu Ye's shoulder. We've had quite the morning. Lunch is on me. Let's eat well, then we'll keep grinding levels this afternoon. Alright, I'll take your word for it, big bro. Mu Yi chuckled. He'd never been to a high-end restaurant in his life. Speaking of meals, we can't let brother Luo foot the bill. Lu Fengxiao stood up and stretched, revealing an incredibly alluring figure. My Manhwa Tower has a branch restaurant right next to this job change center, a 5-star establishment, no less. This time, I'm treating. The 4 planned their next steps and exited the job change center. The bustling streets were filled with vendors selling all manner of equipment, potions, and functional items for adventurers. The 3 guild leaders cloaked themselves in hooded robes. Luo Zhanjuan led the way, with Lu Fengxiao and Li Jie following behind Mu Yi, their formation subtly forming a protective triangle. Mu Yi had just emerged from combat and was about to relax his tense nerves when an inexplicable sense of danger suddenly surged from within him. Ambush! Mu Yi shouted, his gaze darting toward the 2 o'clock direction. Simultaneously, a spear whistled through the air, hurtling toward his eye socket. A massive shield over 2 meters tall, radiating golden light, abruptly rose before Mu Yi. Boom! The golden holy shield steadfastly blocked the sneak attack, sending a massive wave of dust rippling outward to both sides. The crowd gathered on the street instantly scattered. Luo Zhanjuan gripped the shield's handle with his left hand while giving Mu Yi a thumbs up with his right. Truly worthy of an S-rank holy shield warrior, far superior to Shiju's stone shield. You guys, find the ambusher's position for me. Lu Fengxiao casually waved his fan. The golden surface, originally bearing the characters Huaxia, suddenly ignited with black, ghostly flames. Fist-sized skulls flew out from the fan's surface, hurtling rapidly toward the direction of the ambush. So this is an S-rank necromancer, Mu Yi marveled inwardly. A cool energy flowed into their bodies from above, enveloping the 4 within a pale golden light barrier. This was the sacred domain of S-rank holy domain priest Li Jie. All allies within it would be immune to 1 instance of damage and receive a 20% reduction to subsequent damage taken. How utterly audacious to attempt assassination against the leaders of the 3 major guilds in public. Lu Fengxiao narrowed his eyes. The Lu family? Facing another assassination attempt, Mu Yi's first thought was the Lu clan from Jucheng. No, it's likely the Wu family, Li Jie stated. We'll need to investigate to confirm their affiliation. With that, Luo Zhanjuan opened his interface and began composing a message. Though Luo Zhanjuan was usually impatient and quick to anger, he remained the clearest-headed in crises, a trait that had earned him the presidency of China's premier guild. World Channel China. Luo Zhanjuan, urgent guild member assembly. Assemble at the entrance of the capital city job change center. Those not present within 5 minutes will be considered to have voluntarily left the guild. Well, I can't let my little brother show off his muscles without me joining in. With that, Lu Fengxiao also began composing a channel message. World Channel Huaxia Lu Fengxiao, urgent assembly order for all members of Bright Moon Pavilion. Location, entrance of Shangjing Job Change Center. Our sister is being bullied. I'll join the fun too. Li Jie started composing her message. World Channel Huaxia Luo Zhanjuan, urgent assembly call for all members of Treasure Pavilion. Location, entrance of Shangjing Job Change Center. Assassination attempt underway. Rush to assist. Holy crap, did you see the scrolling messages on the World Channel? All three major guilds issued summonses simultaneously right here. Several adventurers hiding near the wall noticed the scrolling global message on their interfaces. Assassination attempt? Could it be that spear from earlier? The adventurer nodded toward the four figures in the middle of the road. Could it be those three in brown cloaks up ahead? No way. Those three were clearly protecting the short one in the middle. What child could possibly receive such protection guarded by the leaders of the three major guilds? And all three are elite professionals at the pinnacle of Huaxia's combat strength. Amidst the speculation, two more spears, accompanied by piercing whistles, flew out from the shadows on both sides of the street, targeting Mu Yi, who was being protected by the three guild masters. One after another, teleportation vortexes appeared in the open space before the Job Change Center's entrance. One after another, female adventurers with beautiful features and highly capable appearances materialized. Guild Master! Guild Master, are you alright? Over a dozen female adventurers swiftly surrounded Lu Fengxiao, deploying defensive formations around him as a wave of perfume swept through the street. The adventurers dodging attacks on both sides couldn't help but stare in awe. Holy crap! Those three really look like the guild masters who issued the recruitment call, whispered onlookers nearby. Who the hell is that kid, deserving protection from these three big shots? Haha, brother Luo, your people aren't as quick as mine. Lu Fengxiao's team arrived first, giving him the chance to tease Luo Zhanjuan. Luo Zhanjuan's face flushed with embarrassment as he prepared to make a comeback, but then a massive teleportation vortex appeared once more. With the sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps, rows of neatly arranged adventurers emerged from the vortex and swiftly converged on Luo Zhanjuan. Reporting to guild leader Luo. All internal guild members have been urgently assembled. Awaiting your orders. The leading professional halted and shouted. A formidable aura, forged through countless battles, radiated from them. The onlookers, who had been lost in the intoxicating fragrance, couldn't help but shiver. A third teleportation vortex appeared, and the last to arrive were the professionals from the Treasure Pavilion, both men and women. President, en route here, we've already secured all spatial teleportation channels in the capital city and offline routes. Citywide surveillance is now in effect. Though you arrived last, your work is satisfactory. Li Jie gave a slight nod. It really is the three guild masters. Who on earth would dare to ambush them? The adventurers, who had been worried about collateral damage, had even started cracking sunflower seeds on roadside tables. This seems like overkill. Mu Yi surveyed the formidable lineup of professionals, every single one level 60 or above. If this force were deployed outside of China, it could wipe out a small country in a single day. Chapter 32, Honorary Members of the Three Great Guilds Truly Famous. No, Li Jie shook her head. It's necessary. This is our way of telling any hidden enemies lurking in the shadows, whoever you are, don't even think about touching her. Found it. Found it. Found it. Found it. Several terrifying black skulls, trailing long black flames, dragged a bound professional before the four, their jaws releasing black substance to restrain him. What a splendid treasure for my sister. Lu Fengxiao flicked his fan lightly, and all the skulls he had summoned returned to its surface. The freed assassin knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Luo Zhanjuan slammed his holy shield into the ground mere inches from his left arm. The sheer force of the impact made Mu Yi feel as if the entire street had trembled. Who sent you to assassinate Mu Yi? Speak, and I'll spare your life. Luo Zhanjuan's overwhelming aura made the assassin's entire body tremble uncontrollably. I can't say, or I'll die a horrible death. The assassin's eyes betrayed an extreme terror far surpassing the pressure emanating from Luo Zhanjuan. One last chance. Speak or not. I can't say. Luo Zhanjuan stared intently at the assassin's face. After a few seconds, he waved for his men to take him away. Take him to the Public Security Bureau for thorough interrogation. Follow protocol and uncover his identity. List his entire family 3 generations up and down, along with all close relatives on our guild's blacklist. Hearing this, the assassin who had been agonizing over his decision suddenly broke down and shouted, I'll talk. I'll talk. But not here. He glanced around furtively like a thief. Let's go somewhere safer to talk. Lu Fengxiao silently gave Luo Zhanjuan a thumbs up. Putting the assassin's entire family tree on the Huaxia Union's blacklist was a ruthless move. If Luo Zhanjuan was blacklisting them, then Lu Fengxiao and Li Jie would certainly do the same. A professional blacklisted by all 3 major guilds of Huaxia, which other guild would dare take them in? Rather than die without a proper burial, the assassins dreaded the thought of their descendants being doomed to perpetual lowly status. Take him to the Public Security Bureau first. I have other matters to attend to. Luo Zhanjuan ordered his men to escort the assassin away, then turned his gaze to Mu Yi. Brother Mu Yi, would you be willing to join our 3 guilds? Brother Luo, isn't level 15 required to join a guild? Wait, join all 3 guilds? Mu Yi looked utterly bewildered. It's not about actual membership, Lu Fengxiao clarified. Each of our 3 guilds will grant you a title. Of course, I'll follow my brothers and sisters' arrangements. Luo Zhanjuan has invited you to become an honorary member of the Huaxia Guild. Lu Fengxiao has invited you to become an honorary member of Bright Moon Pavilion. Li Jia has invited you to become an honorary member of Treasure Pavilion. Accept. Mu Yi selected agree 3 times in a row. World Channel Huaxia, Mu Yi has officially become an honorary member of the Huaxia Guild. World Channel Huaxia, Mu Yi has officially become an honorary member of Bright Moon Pavilion. World Channel Huaxia, Mu Yi has officially become an honorary member of Treasure Pavilion. Holy crap! 3 guilds posting announcements at once. Who the hell is this Mu Yi? Seems like that's the spellcaster who streamed this morning wearing the 3-day Heavenly Capital Scholar outfit. Yeah, that's exactly what that sorcerer's name is. Looks like he's hit the jackpot. I'm so jealous. If only I could become an honorary member of all 3 major guilds too, especially Bright Moon Tower, which is all female adventurers. That kid, Mu Yi, is reaping all the benefits. He can handle 3 days in a row, can you? Forget I said anything. Let's go to the Public Security Bureau. Luo Zhanjuan led the way as the 4 entered the nearest public safety bureau. The assassin sat trembling and helpless in the interrogation chair, 2 muscular men from the Huaxia Guild on either side, gripping his shoulders. Luo Zhanjuan sat across from him. A harsh light illuminated the assassin's face, while Luo's own expression remained ruthless in the darkness. Mu Yi and the other 2 stood outside the room, watching the interrogation through the one-way glass window. Talk. If you confess honestly, I won't implicate your family. I'm a level 45 ranger, specializing in javelin throwing. I'm from the Wu family in Shangjing City. They hired me to assassinate Mu Yi. Luo Zhanjuan raised an eyebrow. Are you certain? I'm certain, 100% certain. The assassin nodded vigorously. Can I go now? You must be dreaming. I only said I wouldn't implicate your family, but the crimes you've committed must be paid for in full. Take him away. Proceed with the trial process. Send a copy of the recording of his answers to the Wu family. Yes, sir. Oh, and tell them this, I have the assassin's identity. If they dare touch his family, I'll sever ties with them immediately and release this recording. Yes. Brother Luo is truly loyal and honorable. Enough. Stop sucking up here. After leaving the interrogation room, Luo Zhanjuan shed his stern expression. Led by Lu Fengxiao, the 4 headed to a restaurant under the Bright Moon Pavilion chain. Lu Fengxiao treated the 3 guild members to a meal at the restaurant before they returned to their respective posts. The display had been staged for certain observers, and now that its purpose was served, there was no need to prolong it. In Luo Zhanjuan and the other 2 guild leaders' plans, it wasn't yet time to sever ties with the old nobility. Thus, just as Mu Yi and his companions finished their meal, several trending topics surged to the top of the China Practitioners Network. Hashtag unprecedented. D-rank sorcerer Mu Yi becomes honorary member of 3 major guilds. Hashtag breaking. 3 guild presidents issue emergency summons in capital city. Suspected assassination attempt. Hashtag breaking precedent. All-female Manhwa Tower Guild recruits male practitioner Mu Yi as honorary member. Hashtag Mu Yi's background remains a mystery. Hashtag Brother Makino. Next up, we'll keep grinding dungeons to level up. Our goal is to hit level 15 within 3 days. I'll follow your lead, bro. Mu Yi nodded. Hold up. Li Jia glanced at her communication panel. Looks like our leveling plan might get delayed again. The internal qualifiers for the Huaxia Newcomer Practitioners League will be held this afternoon. Li Jia looked at the 3 of them. It'll be held behind closed doors at the special trial grounds of Shangjing Academy in 1 hour. I almost forgot about that. Luo Zhanjuan patted his shoulder. Brother Mu Yi, go all out in this internal promotion tournament. The higher your placement in the internal qualifiers, the higher your ranking when the official league opens. You won't need to participate in frequent selection tournaments, leaving you more time to grind levels later. Your only concern should be the opponent the Wu family sends this afternoon. You cut down their most promising talent. They won't hold back against you, they might even go all out. Stay sharp during the fight. Chapter 33, Divine Wood? Just a firewood stick. Rest assured, brothers and sisters. With my thousands of layers of spell shields, no one can touch me. Ha, I almost forgot about your absurdly powerful shield. Over 4,700 layers? That's beyond what any practitioner of this era could comprehend. Luo Zhanjuan was thoroughly impressed. Let's go. If you take first place, I'll gift you another piece of gear. Li Jia's arranged vehicle had already pulled up beside the 4 of them. I'll definitely give it my all. Hearing Li Jie's words, Mu Ye's eyes lit up. Free stuff is free stuff. Shangjing Academy, Special Trial Grounds. What a massive arena. A circular combat platform with a diameter of 100 meters, surrounded by 32 gates each large enough for a single contestant to pass through. Mu Yi and his group were in room 16. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the internal selection tournament of the Huaxia Newcomer Practitioners League. Is that the host from this morning? Mu Yi froze, staring in confusion at the host with the hairstyle circling the arena on a hoverboard. Ignore him. It's the higher-ups arrangement. We just need to focus on our own tasks. Li Jie adjusted her glasses perched on the bridge of her nose. To ensure fairness and impartiality, I will now draw lots to determine the matchups. First round, top 30 to top 15. With that, a graceful hostess glided out carrying a lottery box. The host descended, bent down, and drew 2 slips of paper. The first matchup is number 16 versus number 25. Please come forward. For the record, I have no knowledge of which contestants these numbers correspond to, ensuring absolute fairness. That's like digging your own grave, Li Jie snorted coldly. Mu Yi, be careful. Mu Yi nodded and stepped out of the room onto the dual platform. The contestants are Wu Jianmu of the Wu clan, a level 15 S-class divine wood mage, and Mu Yi. The host watched Mu Yi enter, feigning utter astonishment. Wu Jianmu's opponent is level 10 D rank sorcerer, Mu Yi. What a twist of fate. Just this morning, Mu Yi defeated the Wu family's strongest young talent, Wu Wulin. And now he faces Wu Jianmu. Mu Yi glanced at the host with a hint of amusement. What a coincidence indeed, absolutely no foul play involved. Will this match see Wu Jianmu defeat Mu Yi, upholding the dignity of the Wu family's younger generation? Or will Mu Yi defeat Wu Jianmu once more, signaling the decline of the Wu family's younger generation? Let's wait and see. The match begins. Watching the fire-stirring master soaring through the sky, Mu Yi suddenly felt like casting a curse on him. Mu Yi, I admit you have skill, you defeated my brother this morning. But that's where it ends. Compared to Wu Wulin, Wu Jianmu was shorter in stature but surprisingly stocky, like a little golden gourd boy. Sacred wood, grow. True to his name, Wu Jianmu wielded wood attribute power. Pressing both hands to the ground, he activated his area of effect control. Within the 100-meter radius of the circular arena, the yellow earth was instantly covered by vines sprouting from the ground. Mu Yi instinctively dodged the vines, but they had already engulfed the entire ground. He cautiously stepped onto them and found no attack coming. Wood? Wood element? Mu Yi chuckled. He had just awakened his fire elemental attachment attack, and now he encountered a wood elemental mage. Talk about serendipity. Mu Yi, you crippled my brother, allowing me to become the heir. I'm deeply grateful. But our family sent me here with a mission far greater than defeating you. It is, to kill you. Divine Wood Prison. Wu Jianmu clenched his left hand in the air. Suddenly, over a dozen thick vines shot out from all around Mu Yi, instantly binding him. My divine wood is immune to all elemental damage except fire, and it even reduces fire damage by 30%. Let's see how you escape this. Good heavens, it seems Wu Jianmu is desperate for revenge. He started by covering the entire field with divine vines, then instantly cast Divine Tree Prison to trap Mu Yi inside. No wonder he's a veteran adventurer seasoned on the frontiers of Huaxia. His tactics and experience are incredibly sharp. What's his next move? It's a charged attack. The Divine Wood Spear throw capable of dealing massive damage. Watching Wu Jianmu charge his attack with his right hand, the host suddenly grew uncertain. But doesn't he know Mu Yi has a shield? If he unleashes it directly at Mu Yi, this strike could very well be wasted. Sacred Wood Cage Transformation Thorns Entwine. The dozen or so thick vines that had merely bound him suddenly began writhing like seaweed, sprouting sharp thorns all over their bodies. Then, like snakes, they attempted to coil around Mu Yi's body. But Mu Yi wouldn't give it that chance. Death Curse Command. 456 burning. 488 burning. Under the release of the death curse, thick thorn vines shattered one after another as they were consumed by the fire damage. Impossible. Wu Jianmu stared in utter shock as Mu Yi emerged unscathed from the thorn vines. My divine wood has fire resistance. Most people would be trapped for at least a few minutes. Even if they managed to force their way through, they'd have drained most of their spiritual energy. Impossible? Are you done? My turn. Damn it. Watching Mu Yi rapidly close in, Wu Jianmu had no choice but to hurl his Divine Wood Spear still incomplete in its charge toward his opponent. 1. Another shield, as expected. The host, seemingly confirming his own suspicion, shot Wu Jianmu a look of disappointment. It appears Wu Jianmu has no plan, just reckless attacks. As a mage, Wu Jianmu shared similar professional attributes with Mu Yi, the shaman, but mage attacks required more time to charge. His hands fluttered ceaselessly as thick vines, each as thick as a thigh, surged from the ground, lashing out toward Mu Yi. Forget it. I'm done playing with you. Mu Yi's patience was completely worn thin by these vine pests, as bothersome as flies. Eternal confinement. Wu Jianmu, who had been steadily retreating, suddenly froze in place, motionless. Facing Mu Ye's relentless pressure, Wu Jianmu has halted his retreat. Looks like he's figured out a counter. Mu Ye effortlessly cleared the obstructing vines and advanced toward Wu Jianmu, who remained frozen in place. No, he seems to be immobilized. Mu Ye arrived before Wu Jianmu. I was hoping you'd unleash your ultimate move so I could gauge your strength, but you've exhausted my patience. Farewell. What terrifying immobilization power, exclaimed the host. Even when they were 50 meters apart, Wu Jianmu remained frozen in place. Which means Mu Ye's immobilization range exceeds 50 meters. And it's been going on for nearly 30 seconds now, with no sign of the binding effect ending. Chapter 34, Rematch against the enhanced Liang Kai'er. Compared to the confinement used against Lu Yuanshan this morning, the range of this release has undergone a terrifying transformation. In the morning's battle, Mu Ye could only immobilize Lu Yuanshan when he was in close quarters. But now, even from 50 meters away, Mu Ye can instantly bind his target. What a terrifying skill. Mu Ye patted Wu Jianmu's shoulder. Go back and make it clear to your Wu family Wu Wulin's backlash was entirely his own doing. Was I supposed to stand there and let him beat me into mincemeat without fighting back when he summoned the Demon King's Claw? Wu Jianmu stood frozen like a wooden statue, unable even to move his eyes. Mu Ye, wielding his wolf tooth club, struck him casually, inflicting severe injuries. 1023. The binding effect was lifted. Gazing at his depleted health bar, Wu Jianmu could only concede defeat, however unwillingly. He raised his hand to signal the referee. I concede. I declare the winner of the first match, Mu Ye. He advances to the top 15. Mu Ye, just you wait. Someday, I will defeat you. I'll be waiting. These words were nothing new to Mu Ye. Back in the preparation room, Makino listened as the three club presidents analyzed a particularly promising young professional. The first round of the top 30 to top 15 matches concluded swiftly. The final match of the 30 to 15 bracket has concluded. The winner is Liang Kai'er. Watching Liang Kai'er, who shone like a miniature sun on the duel field, Mu Ye was surprised by her recovery ability. In our match this morning, she expended significant reserves both in stamina and health points. I didn't expect her to return so quickly for the internal promotion tournament. Don't underestimate this girl's determination, okay? Lu Fengxiao remarked. Brother, she's got her sights set on you now. With her temperament, she won't rest until she defeats you at least once in her lifetime. Well, she might not get the chance. Ah, you're full of spirit. Luo Zhanjuan laughed heartily, slapping him on the shoulder. Next, we move into the second stage of the internal promotion tournament. I'll continue drawing lots to determine the matchups. The first contestant. Number 1, Liang Kai'er. The host held the drawn slip high above his head. It can't be me again, right? Mu Ye's helpless reaction made Lu Fengxiao giggle. Her opponent is number 15, Wei Chang. Mu Ye sighed. If he ended up facing Liang Kai'er again this time, the suspicion that the host was rigging the draw would be impossible to shake. Group 1, Liang Kai'er wins. Liang Kai'er defeated Wei Chang with overwhelming superiority, leaving no room for doubt. Second match. Even after the 7th match concluded, Mu Ye's name had not been drawn. Clearly, in the round of 15 to determine the quarterfinals, Mu Ye had luckily received a bye. In the subsequent quarterfinals, semifinals, and finals, Liang Kai'er and Mu Ye still did not face each other. Both advanced to the final stages by overwhelming their opponents with sheer dominance. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Today's opening match marked Mu Ye's return to defeat the rising star of the Wu family. And now, in this final showdown, she faces an opponent she has defeated before. You have to admit, sometimes life just has a way of weaving these incredible coincidences. Come on, young warriors, let the duel begin. Regardless of the outcome, the top 3 from the internal selection tournament will skip the preliminary rounds in the upcoming Huashan Newcomer Professional League and advance directly to the round of 16. Now, let's see how this. Hey, don't accidentally hit the host. The host was about to deliver another impassioned speech when Liang Kai'er, now sprouting 3 pairs of wings from her back, forced him aside. She ascended into the sky, her golden hair blazing like flames. Her pure, exquisite form was accentuated by the white angelic armor that barely covered her vital areas. Grasping the sword of judgment, she pointed it at Mu Ye. Mu Ye, I don't know whether to thank you or hate you. Because I lost to you this morning, I accepted a first-tier job change quest. And by completing it between life and death, I transformed into an SSS rank 6 winged angel. This time, whether in combat power or domain, I will not lose to you again. As she spoke, a golden, translucent domain almost tangible expanded outward from Liang Kai'er at its center. Ouch. Final warning, don't accidentally hit the host. The rapidly expanding domain scorched the hem of the host's robe, sending up wisps of black smoke with a hissing sound. Staff. Activate the protective barrier immediately. The host fled to safety beyond the protective barrier. Liang Kai'er paid no heed to his reaction. Her eyes were fixed solely on the man lying on the ground across from her. Mu Ye. What a coincidence. I just finished my first stage job change quest too. Muyi flashed a bright, cheerful smile. Facing the relentlessly advancing angelic domain, Muyi unleashed the dormant power of Xiaosu within his curse ring. Compared to the angelic domain's dense, tangible golden aura, the gray field Muyi released appeared relatively thin and faint. To his surprise, it required nearly 80% of his mental energy just to maintain a stalemate against the angelic domain. Where the two domains met, instead of the crackling sound of energy melting away like that morning, the clashing noise now resembled the muffled thunder of a stormy, overcast sky. Liang Kair unleashed her domain right from the start, charging in with overwhelming momentum, forcing Muyi to activate his domain in retaliation. Compared to the morning's spatial contest between domains, this clash is far more intense. The golden and gray domains each hold half the space, neither side has gained an advantage. Could they be preparing to wage another protracted battle of mental energy, clashing domains like they did this morning? I never imagined that even after advancing to the first tier class change and having my professional aptitude rise by a full level, I'd still only manage a draw against you. Liang Kair swiftly condensed her domain into a sphere enveloping her within. Before Muyi could react, she charged into his pale gray cursed arts domain, the sword of judgment gripped in her hand. Liang Kair suddenly changed tactics and launched an offensive. Muyi instinctively summoned his wolf tooth club, absorbing the full force of Liang Kair's swing with the sword of judgment. The wooden club shattered in his hands. Goblin club rare, destroyed. One melting. One melting. One melting. The power of the sword of judgment shattered Makino's war club in a single blow. The damage struck the cursed shield, while the angelic power attached to the attack steadily eroded its layers. Liang Kair's unconventional move has achieved an extraordinary effect. Muyi has been sent flying by the intense impact. But his health remains untouched. Only the layers of his shield seem to be steadily diminishing. Though unharmed in his backward flight, Muyi was startled by Liang Kair's transformation. She had condensed her angelic domain around herself, forming a nearly tangible wall of psychic energy. Muyi's psychic energy couldn't penetrate it at all, making the release of eternal confinement impossible. The immediate priority now was to shatter Liang Kair's thick protective shell. Chapter 35, Sword and Shield, Domain Severance. But how? Gazing at the angelic domain enveloping Liang Kair like a protective shield, Muyi pondered. This intensely condensed psychic force field left no room for Muyi's mental control skills to take effect. It was like an absolutely impenetrable shield. An absolutely impenetrable shield? Then why not forge an absolutely sharp spear? Muyi suddenly understood. Liang Kair truly lives up to her reputation as an outstanding professional whose aptitude rose to SS rank after her first-tier job advancement. Muyi's current techniques seem to have no effect on Liang Kair. Liang Kair raises the sword of judgment once more. Brilliant golden light gathers upon the spear's tip. Looks like he intends to forcefully break through Muyi's spell shield with an attack. Muyi, who had been in a defensive stance, suddenly let his hands fall naturally to his sides. He stood still, slowly closing his eyes. Muyi, are you ready to concede defeat now? Liang Kair, suspended in the air like a miniature sun, shrieked. More than winning the internal promotion tournament, she yearned for a fair fight with Muyi. Muyi has abandoned his defense. Yet his actions don't suggest he's about to attack either. The host watched him stand motionless with eyes closed, a living target. Could it be? Muyi intends to endure every single one of Liang Kair's upcoming attacks? Muyi! Show some fighting spirit. Liang Kair felt deeply insulted. She had pushed herself to improve, only to face him again with this lukewarm attitude? She craved a battle, a truly exhilarating one. Even if you stand there motionless, I won't hold back. Judgment Holy Arc. Liang Kair gripped her spear with both hands and swung it forward with all her might, her body bending like a shrimp. The sacred arc unleashed from it curved like a smooth crescent moon, hurtling toward Muyi. 1. As expected, the Judgment Holy Arc struck the unresponsive Muyi's spell shield. The violent impact sent Muyi flying over 30 meters backward, crashing heavily to the ground. The relentless erosion of angelic power caused over 300 layers of his spell shield to vanish in an instant. He rose to his feet, yet remained utterly motionless. What exactly is Muyi planning? Does he intend to wear down Liang Kair using only his spell shield? This is not a good choice. Muyi wasn't giving up. After fully contracting his spell domain into his spell ring, he began carefully sensing the domain's form. Having only awakened the domain today and relying on Xiaosu's power to do so, he still felt somewhat unfamiliar within this domain that remained largely unknown to him. He tried closing his eyes to gather the domain's power into his hands, but the control required such skill and precision that it wasn't something he could master in a short time. Muyi failed twice in a row to condense and reshape the cursed technique domain. Fortunately, on the third attempt, he finally succeeded. He poured nearly all his mental energy into continuously enveloping and compressing the domain power drawn from the spell ring. A gray spear, fused from psychic energy and domain power, now gripped in Makino's hand. The moment the spear took shape, a wave of exhaustion washed over Makino's mind, as if it had been hollowed out. He slowly opened his eyes, gazing up at Liang Kair as she gathered her power once more. Mu Yi, you finally opened your eyes. Face me openly. Don't hide like a turtle. Liang Kai'er snapped, her angelic armor glowing red from the relentless energy output. Seeing Mu Yi finally react, she breathed a sigh of relief. Because a judgment holy arc of that magnitude could only be unleashed 3 times at most. After 3, she would be forced to concede defeat due to mental exhaustion. She had no idea how many layers that damn cursed shield of Mu Ye's had, but if he remained unresponsive, she'd have no choice but to gamble. But now that Mu Yi had moved, her odds of victory had risen. Mu Yi has finally opened his eyes. The spear in his hand. The host frowned. From this gray spear, I sense an extremely condensed concentration of psychic energy and power. So he wasn't just giving up earlier, he deliberately blocked out external interference to focus entirely on forging this spear. It seems his earlier passive defense was merely a strategy. Now, it's anyone's game. Mu Yi pointed the spear tip toward Liang Kai'er in the sky and said calmly, "Bring it on. Don't underestimate me. Take this." Liang Kai'er, gripping the sword of judgment, dove toward Mu Yi. With an unstoppable momentum like a falling meteor, she slammed toward him. But the expected collision between the gray spear and the golden spear never materialized. Mu Yi actually chose to take Liang Kai'er's attack head-on with his body. He's trading injury for injury. While this tactic isn't exactly honorable, he has his spell shield. It's a perfectly viable strategy. As Mu Yi absorbed the immense impact, the gray spear forged from nearly all his spiritual energy surged toward Liang Kai'er's head with full force. As the immense force of the Sword of Judgment slammed into Mu Yi's spell shield, the spear he hurled sliced into Liang Kai'er's angelic domain like a blade cutting through jelly. Without even the crackling sound of 2 spiritual forces melting upon contact, it sliced through that absolutely impenetrable shield that had rendered Mu Yi's spiritual power utterly helpless. Makino was sent flying backward, propelled beyond the combat perimeter of the dual platform. An unexpected outcome. Although Mu Yi's spell shield successfully blocked Liang Kai'er's attack, he himself was sent flying off the field by the fierce impact. Moreover, the spear he materialized didn't strike Liang Kai'er, it whizzed past her cheek. Per tournament rules, a contestant is deemed defeated if they concede or are knocked out of bounds by their opponent. I declare Liang Kai'er the winner. She has claimed the championship of the Huaxia Newcomer Practitioner Promotion Tournament. Liang Kai'er? Liang Kai'er? The host called out repeatedly, but she remained frozen in place, still holding the posture she'd used to dodge the spear, like a wooden puppet. Mu Yi, who had been knocked flying, rose to his feet, brushed the dust off his clothes, and walked back onto the dual platform, approaching Liang Kai'er. Congratulations, you won. Why aren't you moving? Mu Yi suppressed a smile, feigning ignorance as he looked at her. Host. Mu Yi looked up at the host and gently poked Liang Kai'er's soft, slightly flushed arm. Why isn't she moving? The host, who had also been puzzled, suddenly understood upon seeing Mu Yi's sly expression. Mu Yi, you've already lost. Even if you've immobilized Liang Kai'er, it's useless. Release her immediately. Seeing Liang Kai'er's eyes redden and brim with tears, Mu Yi signaled his surrender. I lose. I'll release her right now. Chapter 36, A Blessing in Disguise, the Divine Artifact World Tree Branch. In truth, Mu Yi never intended to harm Liang Kai'er with the gray sword from the very beginning. His objective was to use the gray sword to cut a slit in the barrier formed by Liang Kai'er's thick angelic domain. A tiny crack would suffice for his psychic energy to seep through. That was all he needed. What followed was the release of Mu Yi's 100-meter-wide eternal confinement. It pinned her to the spot like a nail, leaving her at his mercy. By the rules, you win. But if this were a battlefield, you'd be dead. Perhaps I might have done something to you. Mu Yi said, releasing the confinement on Liang Kai'er. Mu. Yao. Boom. 1. Liang Kai'er, overcome with shame and fury, swung her sword at Mu Yi, only to be blocked by his cursed shield. The recoil forced her to stumble back 2 steps. The blow that had sent him flying out of the arena had nearly drained her of both mental and physical strength. This current attack felt utterly laughable. Hadn't she defeated Mu Yi? Why did she still feel utterly humiliated? No, she hadn't won. Just as Mu Yi had said. If this were a battlefield, facing an unscathed Mu Yi while completely immobilized, she would be nothing more than fish meat at his mercy. As the match ended, Lu Fengxiao materialized behind Liang Kai'er, gently resting a delicate hand on her shoulder. Liang Kai'er, who had been seething with shame and anger, felt a cool, calming energy enter her body, slowly soothing her fury. Kai'er, victory and defeat are common occurrences in warfare. Don't let a few losses cloud your judgment. Mu Yi, she possesses greater talent than you. Losing to her is no disgrace. Not shameful. Looking at Mu Yi before her, Liang Kai'er realized for the first time that there truly existed peers more powerful than herself. But even so, I won't lose heart. Mu Yi. A fierce fighting spirit flared in Liang Kai'er's eyes. I will defeat you in the official tournament. Mu Yi raised both hands in surrender. You've already defeated me, young lady. You. By the time this was settled, it was nearly 6 in the evening. All instances worldwide would adhere to the global rules and close. Leveling up would have to wait until tomorrow. The three guild leaders arranged lodging for Mu Yi at the Imperial Capital Academy before bidding him farewell one by one. Late at night, Mu Yi jolted awake in his sleep, his eyes flying open only to find himself utterly immobilized. Oh! A voice, aged and filled with surprise, sounded beside him. Did you wake automatically because you sensed danger? Quite perceptive. Unable to move his head at all, Mu Yi could only force his eyes to dart to the right. In the darkness, a cluster of crimson flames flickered to life. Mukai saw a red candle lit above and to his right. A sallow, elderly face, dotted with age spots, appeared above him. A gifted child indeed. Too bad you crossed the wrong people. Your life ends tonight. A chilling smile spread across the withered face, only to freeze abruptly at the corners of the mouth. The assassin sensed four unfamiliar auras suddenly appear in the four corners of the room. And he couldn't sense their ranks or strength. There was only one possibility. That all four of them were stronger than he was. The assassin's eyes widened with fury. Gripping a grey longsword, he swung it viciously at Muya's head. What good will that do? Though Muya's movements were restricted, his mind remained sharp. My cursed shield blocks everything. The grey blade did not strike Muya's spell shield as expected. Instead, it pierced through the shield and plunged deep into his mind. For a moment, Muyi felt as if thousands of needles had been thrust into his brain, then relentlessly stirred. Driven by the agony, he broke free from his restraints, his body convulsing violently. Sweat soaked through his clothes within mere seconds. Consumed by the agony of 10,000 needles piercing his flesh, Muyi collapsed unconscious. Chairman, we failed to protect him. Do with us as you will. Punish us? What good would that do? Would punishing us bring Muyi back to consciousness? That little octopus of his protects him indiscriminately, rendering our psychic healers useless. Luo Zhanjuan's furious voice reached Muya's ears, causing him to instinctively frown. President, Mu Yi, his eyebrows seemed to have twitched. What? Move aside. Little Mai, you're awake. As Mu Yi slowly opened his eyes, he saw Lu Fengxiao standing before him, his features looking somewhat haggard. A sharp pain shot through Muya's head. Ugh. One hand pressed against his temple, the other raised to his line of sight. His palm, his arm, his entire body was enveloped in a faint gray membrane. A pale blue octopus, no bigger than a fingernail, crawled onto Muya's fingertip, its tentacles dancing gleefully. Xiao Su, did you save me? Xiao Su's form grew increasingly faint. Mu Yi began to understand perhaps when he was ambushed, Xiao Su had exhausted all its strength to save him. But what kind of attack could possibly force Cthulhu, the evil god who had been digesting the Demon King's palm in slumber, to awaken and protect him, draining nearly all its power? After a flurry of frantic activity, the surrounding people finally summoned a doctor to examine Mu Yi. The diagnosis revealed severe mental exhaustion, with no significant physical damage. The three guild leaders dismissed everyone from the room, leaving the four to discuss privately. Brother Luo, who came to assassinate me last night? Luo Zhanjuan was from the Wu family. His voice was low yet brimming with fury, like a volcano on the verge of eruption. Mu Yi, take a look at this information. Mu Yi received the materials Li Jia had sent him. Shangjing Times. Today, the Wu family, one of the 8 noble houses, issued an urgent warrant to Huaxia. The 4th elder of the Wu family has stolen the artifact World Tree Branch and fled. A full-scale manhunt is currently underway. The Wu family. World Tree Branch. 4th elder escaped? Though the lingering headache hadn't fully subsided, Mu Yi soon grasped the implications. So the Wu family sent the 4th elder to assassinate me, then spread rumors of his escape to sever any connection between his subsequent actions and the family? Exactly. Li Jia nodded. After the 4th elder attacked you, his body withered away until only white bones remained. It was as if something had drained his life force, causing him to vanish. They just didn't expect the 4th elder to wield a divine artifact like the World Tree Branch and strike you with such devastating force. Mu Yi shook his head. It's not their fault. No one could have foreseen that. Mu Yi, it seems only you can wield this artifact now. Luo Zhanjuan pulled a withered branch, about the length of a forearm, from his backpack and handed it to Mu Yi. Seeing the confusion on Mu Yi's face, Li Jia explained directly. China currently possesses 20 divine artifacts, ranking 3rd globally. 12 are indigenous, while 8 originate from beyond our borders. Each of the 8 noble families of Shangjing City possesses one. This World Tree Branch is one of them. Divine-grade weapons do not vanish upon the death of their wielder. Upon the user's death, it drops and becomes ownerless. Whoever equips it becomes its owner. Chapter 37, The Overbearing Divine Artifact. Of course, I'm giving it to you, but unless your life is in danger, never take it out at any other time. After all, the Wu family has already labeled this artifact as stolen. Li Jia rested her chin in her hand, pondering. Mu Yi nodded. Earlier during his battle with Liang Kair, his Wolf Tooth Club had been destroyed in combat, freeing up a slot for the World Tree Branch. World Tree Branch divine artifact equipped successfully. This equipment cannot be destroyed and will not drop except upon death. Life 30,000, strength 30,000, defense 30,000, agility 10,000, spirit 30,000. World Unification. Upon equipping the World Tree branch, all non-divine artifact equipment worn by the user, along with their base attributes, are reset to 0. All combat-related effects from non-divine artifact equipment become void. All attribute bonuses from divine artifacts are converted into the user's base attributes. Fate Spear drains the wearer's entire vitality to unleash an unavoidable psychic attack on the targeted enemy, dealing 500% of the wearer's base psychic power as psychic damage. World's Embrace. Multiple divine artifacts can be stacked on the same equipment slot, up to a maximum of 3 pieces. World Unification evolves into World Origin after equipping the World Tree branch. All artifact attribute bonuses increase by 150% before converting into the wearer's base attributes. Fate Spear evolves into Fate's Death Spear, drains 20% of the wearer's lifespan, unleashes an unavoidable attack on the locked target, dealing true damage equal to 600% of the wearer's base spirit power. World's Acceptance evolves into Divine Coexistence. Multiple divine artifacts can be stacked on the same equipment slot with no upper limit. After reading the World Tree branch entries for the equipment, Muyi stood frozen in silence. What's wrong, little brother Makino? Why so quiet? Could this artifact have some side effects? Lu Fengxiao stared at Makino with bright eyes. Truly befitting a divine artifact. It's incredibly powerful. Mukai took a deep breath, removed all equipment except the World Tree branch, stowed it in his storage bracelet, then shared his stats panel with the 3 guild leaders. Muyi raised his hand slightly, examining the cursed ring. The World Tree branch's terrifying stat boosts. That meant last night, Xiaosu had absorbed a full 150,000 points of mental attack damage for him. He sensed the faint, almost inaudible fluctuations of Xiaosu's spiritual energy within the cursed ring. It seemed he'd need to find something to replenish its spiritual power properly. China has hope. Even Luo Zhanjuan, who had long battled in border and national war instances, couldn't help but feel stirred by such an outrageously powerful description. China has hope. Those 4 words perfectly encapsulated Luo Zhanjuan's expectations for Muyi. Too bad the gift I prepared for you after defeating Liang Kaier won't be needed now. Lu Fengxiao sighed inwardly, yet still handed Muyi an epic tier cloak of concealment. Brother, you should keep it. Who knows when it might come in handy. Muyi nodded, accepting the cloak without refusal. Knock knock knock. Is Muyi inside? A series of heavy knocks echoed, followed by an impatient voice from outside. Knock knock knock. We're from the Public Security Bureau. Someone reported that the 4th elder of the Wu family, who defected, might be hiding in your room. Those bastards dare show up. Luo Zhanjuan immediately summoned a holy shield in one hand and a warhammer in the other, ready to kick the door down. Li Jia reached out to stop him, shaking her head. Hold on. Let's assess the situation first. Bang! With a violent impact, the door was smashed open from the outside. Prepare to secure the scene. The kid inside should be. The sheriff's calm tone, which had been in control of the situation, abruptly halted upon entering the room. Kid, you're Muyi? The sheriff who entered the room stared at the sleepy-eyed boy sitting up on the bed, his eyes filled with intense surprise. It's me, sir. What's going on? This is so sudden. Muyi sat up and climbed off the bed. Didn't you hear us knocking? After the initial shock and confusion, the sheriff's voice returned to its usual authoritative tone. Did anything unusual happen last night? The sheriff pulled out his electronic recorder with a sigh and began logging the details. No, I slept soundly all night. Makino shook his head blankly. Are you sure? The sheriff glared at him, yet couldn't detect anything unusual in his innocent expression. He strode to the window, pulled back the curtains, and found the window intact with no damage. He then inspected the floor, finding no signs of a struggle. Since there's nothing unusual inside the room, the sheriff turned to Muyi. Then you'll have to come with us. Before Makino could protest, the sheriff produced handcuffs and moved toward him. Hold on, sir. What crime have I committed that warrants handcuffs? Muyi stepped back in confusion. His resistance instantly ignited fury in the sheriff's eyes, though it vanished within seconds, concealed with practiced ease. He forced a seemingly friendly smile. It's nothing serious. We just need you to come to the sheriff's office to assist with an investigation. No need to be nervous. As he spoke, the sheriff's deputy took the handcuffs from his hand and approached Muyi. Seeing that Muyi showed no signs of resistance, the sheriff sighed inwardly. Even without the 4th elder or Muyi's body, bringing this kid back should suffice to report back to the Wu family, right? Just as the silver cuffs touched Makino's wrists, a thick arm appeared out of nowhere, clamping down on the hand reaching for Makino. Thud! Simultaneously, the room's door slammed shut without warning. Ambush! The sheriff, poised to act, suddenly felt a cold, sharp hand pressed against his throat. His men collapsed one after another. Luo! Chairman Luo! The sheriff's face drained of color as he stared at the man appearing beside Muyi, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Don't kill me! He raised his hands, his eyes widening in shock as he saw another woman materialize beside Makino. Chairman Luo, Chairman Li. I'm just a messenger running errands. I never meant to harm young brother Mai. Oh? Then tell us, who sent you on this errand? A faint, sweet scent wafted from behind the sheriff's neck, accompanied by a breath as fragrant as orchids. Chairwoman. Chairwoman Lu. You're here too? The sheriff felt like crying, wishing he were dead. Faced with the pressure from 3 professionals at the staggering 70th level, this peace officer, barely over 40th level himself, actually wet himself. Sniffing the faint musky scent in the air, Muyi frowned and pushed the window wide open. Speak up. What did you mean by seal off the scene when you entered? It's the Wu family, the sheriff blurted out. The second elder of the Wu family secretly approached me this morning, gave me a large sum of money, and ordered me to come here and dispose of your body. The second elder said you'd meet an accidental death in your room today. Chapter 38, Split Up and Level Up First, Level 15 achieved. Oh? Luo Zhanjuan pulled over a chair and pushed it in front of the sheriff. Sit down and calm yourself. No need to be so tense. The sheriff stiffly nodded, raising a hand to touch his neck only to realize the fan pressed against his throat was gone. In truth, the moment Lu Fengxiao caught the whiff of urine, he recoiled in disgust, retreating several steps to stand by the doorway. The sheriff sat down with a nervous chuckle. After all, this was a request from the head of China's premier guild. Even if he had 100 dares, he wouldn't dare disobey. Now, tell me clearly, how exactly did my brother Muyi meet his accidental death? The second elder said. Muyi would become an idiot or a dried up husk. That's why I was so shocked to find you still alive when I entered. Just kill me. After this roller coaster of emotions, the sheriff, having confessed everything, closed his eyes in utter resignation. He understood that if he walked out of this room alive, tomorrow it would be his family who vanished. I'll contact your family. I'll give them money and make sure they leave Shangjing City. Li Jie stepped forward and patted the sheriff on the shoulder. A glimmer of hope flickered in the sheriff's once dull eyes. Really? But in exchange, you must go with us to confront the Wu family and those people. Of course. The sheriff clenched his jaw and answered with force. As long as the 3 presidents keep their word, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Muyi sighed inwardly. Looks like grinding levels in the dungeon will be delayed another day. Sister Xiao Xiao, Brother Luo and I can handle matters with the Wu family on our own. The most crucial task now is to take Muyi to the dungeon for leveling. Li Jie looked at Muyi. Muyi, what the Wu family did to you, Brother Luo, and I will see that you get justice. Muyi nodded. Though this assassination attempt had turned out to be a blessing in disguise, granting him a dramatic leap in all attributes, it also served as a stark warning. Until he became a top-tier professional, he must never let his guard down. Muyi followed Lu Fengxiao into the dungeon lobby of Shangjing Academy, drawing stares from surrounding students. Just as he pondered which instance to tackle next, Lu Fengxiao abruptly halted ahead, turning to grasp his arm with her snow-white hand. Little Mai, why keep such a distance from your big sister? We finally have some alone time together. The surrounding students immediately began whispering among themselves. Even Zhang Qi, the instance manager who had already seen them enter, halted his approach to greet them. Pulled close by Lu Fengxiao, Muyi found his arm pressed against hers, the faint, pleasant scent of her perfume wafting into his nostrils. Sis Lu, there are so many people watching. Muyi said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Lu Fengxiao covered her mouth and giggled softly before releasing Muyi. She stepped forward to inquire about the dungeon's availability with Zhang Qi. Professor Zhang Qi, is there still availability for the Steam Iron City instance? Of course, absolutely. Zhang Qi hurried forward, smiling warmly at Lu Fengxiao and Muyi. But I recall Brother Mai hasn't reached level 20 yet? For the safety of adventurers, the requirement is to be at least level 20 before. Zhang Qi caught Lu Fengxiao's beautiful eyes narrowing slightly and trailed off, realizing he'd said the wrong thing. Alright. I'll open the instance for you two right now. That's the spirit. Thanks for your help, Professor. Could you set it to Inferno difficulty for us, please? Zhang Qi nodded repeatedly, turning to scurry over and open the interface for operation, casually wiping the cold sweat beading on his forehead. It's just a permission level. Was it really necessary to glare at me like that? Who knows what kind of gunpowder this Ice Queen ate today? After a flurry of keystrokes, a teleportation vortex slowly materialized before Muyi and his companion. You may enter now, President Lu, Brother Mai. Muyi nodded and stepped into the teleportation vortex alongside Lu Fengxiao. Entering instance, Steam Iron City level 2030, difficulty, Inferno. Party leader, Muyi. Party member, Lu Fengxiao. As they passed through the teleportation vortex, a wave of heat washed over them. A massive Victorian-style steam city unfolded before their eyes. Standing before the mountain-like Iron City gates, they felt as insignificant as 2 ants. Little Mai, since your skill grants permanent growth upon kills, why don't we have a contest to see who can slay more? The winner gets a reward. Muyi nodded, gazing at the iron drawbridge slowly descending. Amidst the grinding of gears and the hiss of hydraulic steam, the bridge lowered completely. 6 rows of armored knights stood in orderly formation before the gates of the Steam Iron City. Each wielded different weapons: lancers, swordsmen, shield bearers, and between the joints of their steel armor, searing steam occasionally puffed out. Didn't expect the appetizer to arrive so quickly. Well then, let's begin, little brother my. Makino nodded, turning his gaze toward the enemy. Steam Knight, LV 20 Elite. HP, 3500, Strength, 1200, Defense, 1000, Agility, 500, Spirit, 500. As Lu Fengxiao summoned his undead to attack, Muye's death curse instantly eliminated several Steam Knights. The two fought their way from outside the city to within its walls. In less than 10 minutes, Mu Yi had leveled up to 11. Mu Yi has successfully reached level 11. Steam Iron City was divided into 3 nodes, the Steam Outer City, the Steam Ring Island, and the Steam Core area. It took them 35 minutes to clear all monsters from the first 2 zones. Along the way, several pieces of common and fine quality equipment dropped, all stowed away by Mu Yi into his storage bracelet. Mu Yi has successfully reached level 13. After clearing nearly 500 dungeon monsters, Mu Yi reached level 13. Phew little my, I'm kinda tired of playing. You can hand the rest over to me. Lu Fengxiao signaled Mu Yi to stop. Holding the necromancer's staff inlaid with a crystal skull, she slowly rose into the air, ascending to a height of nearly 50 meters. As ancient incantations, incomprehensible to Mu Yi, flowed from Lu Fengxiao's lips, a pale purple barrier radiated outward from her center. Enveloped within the pale purple screen, Mu Yi distinctly sensed an overwhelming force of death. It engulfed him, then transcended his body, radiating outward in all directions. Is this an area of effect attack? The spell's effective range, spanning nearly 1,000 meters, left Mu Yi inwardly stunned. 5 minutes later, Lu Fengxiao's eyes snapped open, 2 beams of violet light shooting forth from them. Death, explode. With Lu Fengxiao's shout, all monsters within the purple barrier were relentlessly eroded by the encircling death aura, their health bars steadily depleted. The elite-level Steam Knights that had just spawned in front of Mu Yi couldn't even withstand 10 seconds of the death aura's corrosive damage before their health bars emptied and they died. Killed LV-25 Frenzied Boar Elite 310. Mu Yi's party gained 6,200 EXP. Mu Yi successfully reached level 15. Level 15. Another skill unlocked. Chapter 39, New Skill Holy Fire Explosion. Rush to the Wu family to rescue. Acquired skill, Basic Fireball Summon learned at level 15. Basic Fireball Summon consumes 8 hours of lifespan. After a 30-second incantation, summons fireballs to bombard a designated area. Damage affects a circular zone with a 10-meter diameter. Deals physical damage equal to 100% of base strength. Cooldown, 30 minutes. Basic Fireball Summon evolved into Holy Fire Explosion. Holy Fire Explosion consumes 1 hour of lifespan. After a 5-second incantation, summons a fiery explosion to bombard a designated area. Damage affects a circular zone with a 30-meter diameter, dealing 300% of base strength as physical damage. Each unit killed increases the diameter by 1 meter. No cooldown. Name, Mu Yi. Level, 15-0-1600. Health, 45,450. Strength, 45,450. Defense, 45,450. Agility, 15,000. Spirit, 45,450. Equipment, World Tree Branch Artifact, Curse Ring Octopus Curse Ring, Bracelet Storage Bracelet. Skills, Death Curse Command, Absolute Curse Shield, Eternal Imprisonment, Holy Fire Explosion, Destiny Javelin. TSK, brother my, your combat prowess has begun to fascinate even me. Lu Fengxiao stared at Mu Yi's stats panel, her gaze growing distant. She, Lu Fengxiao, had dominated the Chinese martial arts world for over a decade. 5 years ago, she was recognized as one of China's 3 great beauties, and she was also the only one still unmarried. She had no interest in mere appearances, only true combat prowess could stir her heart. Your current stats are nearly on par with a level 50 S-tier professional, right? Yes, Sister Lu, if I continue leveling normally. But the gap widens significantly beyond level 50. Mu Yi nodded. After reaching level 50, each subsequent level required an enormous amount of experience, though the gains were equally substantial. Out of Blue Star's 7 billion inhabitants, 5.5 billion were registered professionals. Yet fewer than 20% had surpassed level 50. Riding the wave of excitement from his recent level up, Mu Yi unleashed Eternal Bind paired with Holy Fire Explosion, swiftly clearing all monsters in the 3rd section's core area, Iron City. Even the final boss, the level 35 Steam Paladin, fell to a single curse slash from Mu Yi. Let's go. We should check if Brother Luo and the Wu family have resolved their matter. Lu Fengxiao summoned a teleportation vortex and casually slipped her arm through Mu Yi's. Mu Yi's body suddenly stiffened. Breathing in the scent of her body, Mu Yi walked stiffly into the vortex alongside Lu Fengxiao. President Lu. Trouble. The moment they stepped out of the instance, Elder Zhang Qi rushed forward in the instance lobby, blocking their path. What is it? What has the old professor so flustered? The diminutive Zhang Qi, his weathered face grave, leaned close to Lu Fengxiao. Standing on tiptoe, he whispered something into her ear. Lu Fengxiao, who had been smiling moments before, now furrowed her brow slightly. She took Mu Yi's hand and pulled a teleportation ticket from her robe. The black teleportation scroll Mukohai had studied it in textbooks. It was the highest authority scroll within Huaxia's borders, capable of transporting one anywhere. Of course, the cost was exorbitant. As Lu Fengxiao activated the scroll, a teleportation vortex materialized, consuming 2 million gold coins in an instant. The two stepped inside. West District of Shangjing City, Wu Family Manor. Sister Lu, what happened? Gazing at the Wu family's 30-meter-wide estate gates, Mu Yi inquired of Lu Fengxiao. Lu Fengxiao narrowed her eyes slightly, observing the guards inside the gate who were sizing them up. She replied calmly. Your eldest brother and second sister have been trapped inside the estate by the Wu family's high-ranking professionals. We're here to get them back. Though he had already guessed the situation upon arriving, hearing it confirmed by Lu Fengxiao made Mu Ye's gaze grow sharp. Luo Zhanjuan and Li Jia had gotten themselves entangled with the Wu family because of him. Even if it meant turning the place upside down, he would rescue them. Hey, you two! Back away from the gate. Unauthorized personnel keep clear of this area. Hearing the guard shouts, a seasoned guard who seemed to be the leader emerged from the guardhouse wearing a security cap. Chairman Lu. The security chief spotted Lu Fengxiao and gave his shouting subordinate a sharp tap on the head. Are you blind? You don't even recognize the chairman of Manhwa Tower? Open the gate immediately. The security chief rubbed his hands together like a nervous fly. Chairman Lu, my deepest apologies. My subordinate lacks discernment. Please forgive his rudeness. And this young man here must be Mu Yi? Mu Yi nodded. Master Wu has been waiting for you both inside the estate for quite some time. Please get in the car. It seemed the Wu family had been preparing for this for quite some time. The security chief bent down to open the car doors for them, watching as they drove away. As the sedan moved steadily deeper into the estate, irregular vibrations transmitted from the ground into the vehicle. Mu Yi and his companion exchanged a glance. The car came to a stop outside the training ground, where the sounds of combat echoed clearly through the windows. We've arrived at our destination. Please step out. Upon entering the training ground, Mu Yi immediately spotted Luo Zhanjuan and Li Jie being surrounded and attacked by 5 opponents. 5 level 65 professionals? Old Wu, you're ruthless. Witnessing the battlefield situation, Lu Fengxiao's eyebrows, rare for her, shot up in disapproval. Luo Zhanjuan was a shield guard by class, while Li Jie served as a priest support. Neither possessed high offensive capabilities, leaving them at a significant disadvantage against 5 primary combat classes. We're in. Lu Fengxiao summoned her necromancer skeleton staff and charged into the fray. The moment the two entered the training grounds, an old man seated in the spectator stands behind the trial arena suddenly lit up. Grandfather, that's Mu Yi. Wu Wuling pointed at Mu Yi charging into the fray and said to the old man beside him. Holy shield slam. Luo Zhanjuan's holy shield erupted in a burst of golden light, colliding fiercely with the attacks of the 2 professionals. A wave of grayish-yellow dust swirled up, neither side gaining the upper hand. Seeing their 2 allies successfully pin Luo Zhanjuan down, the remaining 3 immediately launched their assault on Li Jie. Though Li Jie, a support priest, appeared to possess no combat prowess, her elusive movements, as unpredictable as a fish swimming through water, repeatedly evaded the 3 professionals' encircling assault. Upon spotting Lu Fengxiao and the others arrive, she let out a relieved smile. A crimson aura erupted around her, sending all 5 players flying backward. Though it didn't inflict significant damage, this single skill maneuver freed the 2 from their 2 against 5 disadvantage. Alright, everyone, step down. A deep, authoritative voice echoed across the training grounds from the spectator seats. The 5 professionals bowed to the elder before withdrawing from the arena. Brother Luo, where's the marshal? Mu Yi approached Luo Zhanjuan, steadying him. Lu Fengxiao also supported Li Jie, who was nearly drained of energy. He's dead. Luo Zhanjuan shook his head, breathing heavily, but did not refuse Mu Ye's support. After over an hour of fierce combat, having repelled 2 waves of professionals, even someone as exceptional as Luo Zhanjuan, the leader of the first guild, was nearing his limit. If you'd arrived any later, I might not have held out. Luo Zhanjuan managed a dry chuckle, lifting his head. Old Master Wu, surely you've grown tired of watching US youngsters squabble. Now that the main character has arrived, let's settle our grudges right here and now. As the mightiest warrior of Huaxia, his pride would never allow him to bow his head. Very well. Let's settle this now. Mu Yi stared into the old man's cloudy, lifeless eyes. Though seemingly harmless, he could feel immense pressure locking onto him. Chapter 40, Holy Fire Explosion, All-Out Assault. Boy. You severed my grandson's future? Faced with the overwhelming pressure from the vast disparity in cultivation levels, Mu Ye's throat struggled to form sound, his lips trembling slightly. Dozens of Wu family professionals stood scattered across the training ground, every gaze fixed upon Mu Yi and his 3 companions. Wu Tian, one of China's 30 great masters, a level 91 A-rank beastmaster. Li Jie's hushed voice came from beside him. She placed a hand on Mu Ye's shoulder, casting an enhancement aura over him. Though puzzled by the enhancement, Mu Yi didn't voice his confusion. He merely nodded. I know what you're wondering. Level 90 plus practitioners are the absolute elite across all nations, the ultimate trump cards in critical moments. They don't participate in domestic or global ranking lists. Meeting the old man's cloudy gaze, Muyi didn't flinch. Senior, it wasn't me who severed Wu Wulin's future. I was forced to fight back. Otherwise, I would have been the one to die. Hearing Muya's explanation, Wu Tian tilted his head slightly, glancing at his grandson Wu Wulin standing nearby. Grandfather, he didn't mean it. He did it on purpose. Feeling his grandfather's imposing presence, Wu Wulin's legs trembled instantly, his words faltering. Though both were level 15 practitioners, Wu Wulin's composure paled in comparison to Muya's. Crushed under the immense pressure, he teetered on the brink of collapse. Disgraceful. A single glance from Wu Tian sent Wu Wulin flying through the air, propelled by an invisible force. He crashed to the ground unconscious and was carried away from the training ground by Wu family retainers. Perhaps you are right, but you have injured my grandson. I will not let you leave here unscathed, otherwise, the Wu family's honor would be utterly ruined. Reasoned, yet not entirely so. Muyi felt a slight relief in his heart. He still remembered that scum from the Lu family of Zhucheng who had made a deal with the demon god, attempting to kill him. At least this top-tier professional was someone he could reason with. Otherwise, with his rank and abilities, wiping out the four of them would be as easy as turning his hand over. Master Wu, you see clearly. Hearing Wu Tian's words, Li Jia understood that Muyi had escaped death, but he would still face punishment. Don't get too cocky. Whether this brat walks out of the Wu family alive depends entirely on his fate. Wu Tian raised his hand slightly, and the four professionals leapt onto the sandy arena. Defeat all four of them, and you may leave. Life or death is not counted. Brother, this is as far as we can take you, Luo Zhanjuan patted Muyi on the shoulder before walking out of the arena with the other two guild leaders. Muyi clasped his hands in a fist salute. Please enlighten me. The three professionals retreated beyond the arena, leaving only Muya's first opponent behind. Level 55 S-rank necromancer, Wu Shan. Hearing his opponent's name, Muya's heart sank. The very first opponent was a level 55 professional and the ones after him would only be stronger. Wu Shan sported a completely bald head, a necklace of over a dozen skulls strung together around his neck, and a thick, bushy beard. His appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to the character Sha Wujing from the mythological tales Muyi had read in his previous life. Layman, karma is a wheel that turns. Retribution is inevitable. Embrace your retribution sooner and find your way to paradise. That depends on your skills. Muyi curled his lips. He instinctively reached for the World Tree branch as a weapon but stopped himself just in time. After all, he was in the Wu family's territory. The abilities associated with the World Tree branch absolutely could not be revealed. If the Wu family discovered he possessed the World Tree branch, he would never leave alive. Bring it on! Wu Shan shook his head. You never learn. He chanted incantations continuously. The skulls around his neck emitted a purplish-black glow, scattering and hovering above Wu Shan's head. Muyi lunged forward, attempting to use Eternal Bind to restrain him, only to find the spell had no effect on the enemy before him. What the hell? Layman, your level is too low. The bind cannot take effect on me. You'd better accept your fate. Impossible. He's lying. Muyi knew full well his binding effect should work unconditionally even against targets 80 levels below him. There was only one possibility, the Wu Shan before him wasn't the real one. Wu Shan shook his head. The floating skulls flew toward Muyi, surrounding him completely. A constant stream of purple mist spewed from the skulls' mouths. One corrosion. One corrosion. One corrosion. Just as I thought, Wu Shan chuckled. I've long heard of your layered spell shield, but today, the persistent damage my necromantic skull can inflict far exceeds mere thousands of strikes. So that's it. You've studied me thoroughly, intending to wear me down with sustained damage? Muyi narrowed his eyes slightly. Little did Wu Shan know that Muya's spell shield had long surpassed a mere few thousand layers. The current count had soared past 90,000 layers. Though each layer consumed 1 minute of his lifespan, longevity was the one thing he possessed in abundance. 5 minutes later, Wu Shan, controlling the skull, opened his eyes in surprise. He stared at Muyi, now enveloped in poisonous substances, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. In his perception, the 13 skulls had inflicted over 10,000 hits. Yet the layer of spell shields on Muya's body, constantly flickering and shattering from the damage, showed no sign of diminishing. Layman, it seems killing you gently is impossible. Wu Shan summoned a staff. Draw your weapon. Muyi shook his head. I don't need weapons to fight you. Wu Shan, who had been calm moments before, suddenly glared with eyes wide like a raging lion. He charged into the poisonous mist and lunged at Muyi. Facing Wu Shan's fierce, sweeping attacks, Muyi dodged while repeatedly attempting to strike with the Reaper's Curse and Eternal Imprisonment. Yet none of his spells could inflict any damage on the monk before him. Could this be fake? Muyi pondered inwardly. Yet the toxic mist whipped up by his staff's fury delivered a palpable threat. Trying to pinpoint my location? Wu Shan sneered triumphantly amidst his relentless assault. You'll never find it. Impossible to find? Then I won't bother looking. Perfect opportunity to test my new skill. Mu Yi halted his evasion and began chanting. As the Zen staff struck solidly against the spell shield above Mu Ye's head, a blazing crimson energy gathered above the battlefield. The heat was so intense that even practitioners below level 50 outside the arena began breaking out in beads of sweat. Wu Tian watched Mu Yi with some surprise. He lightly raised a finger and an invisible barrier separated the arena from the outside, trapping the intense heat within. Useless. You'll never find my true form. Wu Shan swung his staff fiercely once more at Mu Ye's spell shield. Let's see how many layers of spell shields you have. Mu Yi ignored him, commanding a 30-meter diameter fireball to plummet from the sky and strike his own body. The searing flames met the toxic mist filling the sky, producing a hissing sound as they melted away. Mu Yi, protected by his spell shield, remained unscathed. Wu Shan's phantom vanished, leaving only his masterless staff to fall to the ground. The skulls surrounding him dimmed considerably, and the poisonous mist they emitted no longer carried the same fierce momentum as before. And this was merely the first round of the sacred fire explosion. Mu Ye's lips curved into a faint smile. Let's see how many times you can take this. Chapter 41, Dreams, The Best Brother, and the Internet Cafe. An attack of this caliber. Wu Wuling deserved to lose to you. Wu Shan's faded bald specter appeared before Mu Yi. With a spread of his fingers, the Zen staff flew once more from the sandy ground into the phantom's grasp. You're only level 10, yet you possess power that makes even me tremble. I refuse to believe you can unleash that again so soon. 13 skulls glowed with an eerie, unnatural purple light once more, spewing corrosive poison mist from their hollow mouths. Too bad. I can unleash this attack many more times. Mu Yi stared at Wu Shan, palm facing the sky as a searing fireball slowly coalesced overhead. Impossible. Wu Shan roared, swinging his staff fiercely at Mu Yi. Holy fire explosion. A violent explosion engulfed the entire battlefield, shattering Wu Shan's newly formed body once more. The poisonous mist melted away like ice and snow, hissing as it vanished. The scorching energy penetrated not only the surface of the battlefield but also seeped deep underground. So that's it. During this attack, Mu Yi finally sensed the true location of Wu Shan's physical form. No wonder control-type skills had no effect on you. So you were underground all along. Mu Yi slowly opened his palm, revealing a ping-pong ball-sized fireball floating within. With a flick of his wrist, the orb shot toward a patch of sand on the battlefield. Seconds after sinking into the ground, Mu Yi detonated it, causing the entire arena to tremble. Cough cough cough. Stop. Stop it. Dust swirled as a disheveled figure emerged from beneath the sand. I surrender. Wu Shan, covered in dust and dirt, raised both hands high and shouted his surrender. Mu Yi hadn't intended to kill him anyway. After all, he was still on enemy territory, with a 90-plus level ancient ancestor of Huaxia presiding over the place. He dared not cause trouble. But he hadn't anticipated Wu Tian's ruthlessness surpassing anyone else's. Wu Tian slowly opened his cloudy old eyes, and with a flick of his withered, branch-like fingers, he sent a finger snap toward Wu Shan. Wu Shan, already critically wounded by Mu Yi with his health bar nearly depleted, saw his life completely drained. With utter disbelief etched across his face, he slowly faded from existence. Ancestor. Ancestor. The entire battlefield fell into an instant deathly silence. Even some Wu family members who had come to gawk at the spectacle trembled as they bowed deeply to Wu Tian before hastily retreating. Wu Tian, a veteran figure in Huaxia, had built his reputation through ruthless decisiveness. He was the protective talisman for the Wu clan in the capital, yet simultaneously the figure they feared most. Either leave Mu Yi with our Wu family, or all four of you stay here on this battlefield. These two sentences effectively handed Mu Yi and the other three Wu family professionals a death sentence with a stay of execution. The three guild leaders, who had initially dismissed the situation as trivial, now grew genuinely grave. Lu Fengxiao signaled to Li Jia, who immediately attempted to send out distress signals, trying to summon members from the three major guilds. Having resolved to protect Mu Yi at all costs, the three guild leaders would not back down even if it meant sinking together with him. In their eyes, Mu Yi's immense potential would determine the future of Huaxia and indeed the entire Blue Star. On the battlefield, Mu Yi's face darkened completely. That old bastard had no shame left. He had naively believed that the prestigious families of Shangjing City would at least be reasonable. But in the end, they too resorted to this despicable deathmatch to kill him. Even if he defeated the next three high-ranking professionals from the Wu family, who could say whether the old man himself would intervene in the end? Moreover, in the upcoming battles, the opponents would fight for their lives without holding back. Therefore, Mu Yi could only kill without mercy. Level 60, S-rank illusionist, Wu Xingyu. The second black-robed professional from the Wu family stepped onto the arena and announced his name. My apologies, young man. I only intended to defeat you convincingly, but you saw the patriarch's stance. Only by ending your life can I survive. It's not your fault, Mu Yi shook his head. It's the same for me. Only if you die can I live. Wu Xingyu spread his arms wide, palms facing the ground. Dark purple mist surged relentlessly from the wide sleeves of his black robe. No way, not again? Seeing this move, Muyi felt a wave of boredom wash over him, but he also relaxed considerably. Should be a piece of cake. I'm not some useless fighter like Wu Shan. Wu Xingyu's lips curled into a smirk as he spoke. My hallucinogenic smoke can plunge practitioners below level 50 into an utterly bewildering dreamscape one they'll never escape. Muyi felt Wu Xingyu's voice growing fainter and fainter in his ears. Net admin, machine number 10 for an all-night session. Got it. The net cafe attendant slurped down a mouthful of instant noodles before responding. After shouting that command, Muyi suddenly froze. Staring at the computer booting up before him, inhaling the distinctive musty, pungent odor permeating the internet cafe. He suddenly smiled. Was this what Wu Xingyu meant by falling into a dream you could never escape? Staying up all night gaming at the internet cafe had indeed been Muya's greatest dream once. But it was a dream from his previous life on another blue star. You're here so early. How long do you plan to play today? All night? A familiar voice reached his ears as someone suddenly tapped his shoulder. It was his best buddy. Even though he knew it was all fake, Muyi couldn't help but feel a warmth welling up in his eyes. Sure thing. Come on, tonight's on me. Seriously? Godfather. It's all fake anyway, so what's the harm in having a little fun? Yeah, probably not. After an unknown amount of time, the dim lighting of the internet cafe prevented Muyi from seeing the sun rise and set in this fake world. Muyi had lost count of how many games he'd played with his best buddy. Only the shopkeeper still slurped the same bowl of instant noodles, and the same few passersby drifted in and out of the internet cafe. Until a cool, clear awareness stirred within the cursed ring on Muyi's finger, bringing clarity back to his nearly vacant gaze. Hey! I knocked him up. Mukai, why aren't you landing your ultimate? Muyi? Bro, how many games have we played? Who cares how many? The all-nighter package isn't over yet. Just keep playing. No, bro. Muyi shook his head, then suddenly stood up and gave him a hug. I've got stuff to do, so I'm heading out. Remember, don't go anywhere next Wednesday. And don't walk across Ingbin Road at 3:30 p.m. Huh? What do you mean? Nothing, just a heads up. He suddenly flashed a somewhat wretched smile. Without looking back, he walked out of the internet cafe, gazing at this world so vividly realistic that even he couldn't tell it apart from reality. Wu Xingyu, you deserve to die. Chapter 42, 1 against 3 Wu Tian's final showdown. Oof. I never expected you could break through this layer of self-awareness in the dream realm on your own. I underestimated you. Muyi stared at the sun. Seconds later, the blinding orb transformed into Wu Xingyu's face, a visage he found utterly repulsive. Yet beneath the sun, all the pedestrians continued going about their daily routines, commuting to school or work, making the scene all the more eerie. Muyi shook his head. You're wrong. You didn't underestimate me. You simply have no idea what my true combat strength is. The death curse was continuously cast by Muyi upon everything within his sight. The entire space first rippled like a pond, then the world began to shatter. Fragments peeled away, revealing a vast expanse of black nothingness. How is this possible? Wu Xingyu's disbelieving voice echoed from the void. You're merely a level 15 cursed technique practitioner. How could you so effortlessly break through my... Ugh. As the world shattered, the Wu family's martial arts training ground once again lay beneath Muyi's feet. Wu Xingyu knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Though his health bar remained full, his mental energy had been nearly shattered by Muyi's assault. Intelligence said, your mental energy, at most, only 4,000. Why, could you? Ah! Ancestor! Before Wu Xingyu could finish, Wu Tian had already claimed his life. Next! Wu Tian's lips moved, his voice seemingly low, yet it thundered in the ears of everyone present. Wu Tian cared not for strength or weakness, nor did he judge the reasons. He saw only the outcome, victory or defeat. Win and live. Lose and die. Level 70, S-rank necromancer, Wu Lu. Perhaps pressured by Wu Tian, the middle-aged looking professional was already drenched in sweat as he entered the arena. Let's get started right away. I want to live. Wu Lu summoned his skeleton staff. One by one, pale skeleton soldiers clutching rusty knives crawled out from beneath the arena. Useless. Within Muyi's field of vision, the newly summoned skeleton soldiers were instantly annihilated by the Reaper's command. Thus, the scene of skeletons continuously emerging only to be scattered played out like a relentless tide across the battlefield. 5 minutes later, Wu Lu was the first to lose his composure. Using your cursed command to attack my skeleton soldiers like this, do you even have enough lifespan left? Rest assured, send me 10,000 more skeletons, I'll gladly take them all. Oomph. It's all just posturing. Spellcasters expend lifespan when casting spells, that's universal across every nation in the world. It's the fundamental rule governing this realm. If I can't keep this up, can you even last another 5 minutes? As Wu Lu accelerated his skeleton soldier summoning, Muyi enjoyed the game of summoning and destroying them with childlike delight. On one side, Wu Lu summoned skeleton soldiers, drenched in sweat. On the other, Muyi casually destroyed them. Of course, aside from Mu Yi and the 3 guildmasters, everyone else believed this tactic would eventually exhaust his lifespan. While the world's rules stipulated that casting curses consumed lifespan, they never said it couldn't be restored. Each kill made by Mu Ye's life-claiming curse granted him an extra 2 hours of lifespan extension. He had wasted a significant chunk of his lifespan earlier on dungeon runs and class change quests, and now was the perfect time to make up for it. Another 5 minutes passed. Wu Li's face showed signs of exhaustion, but Mu Yi remained unfazed. Even though Wu Lu was only summoning low-level skeleton soldiers, the relentless pace of summoning 100 per second was draining his mental energy. Damn it, how much lifespan do you have? Wu Lu cursed under his breath. I told you, bring me 10,000 more, I'll take them all. You're talking big. Wu Lu raised his skeleton staff high, and a dark green hexagram formation suddenly expanded from its base. The array stretched dozens of meters, an invisible repulsive force relentlessly pushing Mu Yi outward. Skeleton bone dragon, answer the call. The array blazed with intense light as a bone dragon, flapping its skeletal wings, slowly materialized. Its pair of dark, emerald green eyes fixed intently on Mu Yi. Bone dragon, kill him. This month's flesh offering will increase by 3,000 portions. The colossal bone dragon summoned by Wu Lu let out a deafening roar to the heavens before beating its skeletal wings and diving toward Mu Yi on the ground. The hill-like skeleton dragon crashed into the ant-like Mu Yi. A violent dust storm erupted around them, engulfing both figures completely in swirling sand. As the dust slowly settled, the scene Wu Lu had anticipated Mu Yi crushed to dust by the skeleton dragon did not materialize. How is this possible, you actually? The nearly 10-story tall skeleton dragon began disintegrating into powder starting from its head, continuously cascading downward. One move. Mu Yi had used only one move. Thanks to the absolute curse shield, though Mu Yi appeared to take a massive impact from the skeleton bone dragon, it actually dealt only 1 point of damage. However, the full power death curse he unleashed dealt nearly 200,000 points of mental damage to the skeleton bone dragon. This instantly drained the skeleton bone dragon's health bar to 0, shattering it into pieces. Wu Lu, struck by the backlash, instantly drained of color. His vitality seemed sucked away as his skin began to sink and shrink. I summoned a skeleton dragon with combat power rivaling a level 60 Lord tier dungeon boss, and you just one-shot it like that? Impossible. This can't be. Wu Lu knelt on the ground, trembling violently as he turned to look at Wu Tian, who was dozing on the high platform. Ancestor, give me one more chance. Just let me restore my spiritual energy once more. This time I underestimated him. Next time I'll definitely kill that damn brat. Wu Tian shook his head slightly. The health bar above Wu Li's head was once again wiped clean. Mu Yi had just taken down 3 opponents in a row. Standing in the center of the battlefield, Mu Ye's gaze swept calmly across the surroundings. The Wu family members had long since fallen silent, waiting only for Wu Tian to speak. The 4th professional fighter, waiting in reserve, was about to step onto the arena when Wu Tian raised his withered, wrinkled hand slightly, halting him. Mu Yi, you're quite something. Wu Tian's voice was hoarse yet carried an undeniable authority. A mere level 15, yet you've slain 3 of my Wu family's elite warriors. He raised his hand slightly, and a dark purple light erupted from his palm, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. Since the rules hold no sway over you, I shall personally test your depth. Mu Yi felt an unprecedented oppressive force, as if the very air had frozen solid. Old Master Wu, this is a bit too much, don't you think? Luo Zhanjuan, who had been celebrating Mu Ye's 3 consecutive victories from the sidelines, could no longer sit idly by. Master Wu, if you wish to stretch your legs, why not let the 3 of us accompany you for a little warm-up? Li Jie's tone turned stern. Everyone understood that if this old monster personally entered the fray, Mu Yi would have no chance of survival. Ha ha. Faced with overwhelming pressure, Mu Yi could only manage a dry chuckle. Why not just kill him from the start? Why all the convoluted schemes? In the end, you still have to do it yourself, don't you? Chapter 43, What Uncle? Call me grandfather. You sharp-tongued brat. Wu Tian rose slowly from his seat. No one dared to underestimate this short, stooped figure. Come on then. If you want a fight, I'll give you a proper fight. Mu Yi held nothing back, unleashing his full strength. Wu Tian kept his eyes lowered, his dark eye sockets swollen like waterlogged sacks. As he stepped onto the battlefield, he resembled a Grim Reaper. Eternal confinement. Mu Yi unleashed all his psychic energy to bind Wu Tian. Under the control effect, Wu Tian's suspended left foot froze mid-air, his entire body motionless. My goodness. He's actually controlling the patriarch. The Wu family practitioners who had dared to remain outside the arena to watch the battle let out gasps of astonishment. Is this really a level 15 curse master? Wu. Unfortunately for Mu Yi, his joy lasted only seconds. Wu Tian's body began to tremble violently, and in the blink of an eye, he broke free from the binding. 5 seconds of binding. Makino silently repeated the number in his mind. Just as he prepared to launch another attack, 3 figures flew into the fray. Luo Zhanjuan and the other 2 guild leaders entered the battlefield, standing before Mu Yi. Old Master Wu, you must think this through carefully. The forces behind Mu Yi extend far beyond just us three juniors. Li Jie declared sharply. If you insist on this course, the consequences could spell the downfall of the entire Wu family. At these words, all the professionals outside the arena began murmuring. How laughable. Our Wu family ranks 5th among the nobles of the capital. Exactly. Across all of Huaxia, only the top 4 families rank above us. Finally, a flicker of light appeared in the eyes of Wu Tian, who had been as silent as the Grim Reaper. So, who do you think is backing him? Count me in. A booming voice echoed from the entrance of the training grounds as a spirited middle-aged man strode in, laughing heartily. Beside him was a girl with golden hair, her gaze shifting uncomfortably toward Mu Yi in the sand arena. Long time no see, old Wu. Everyone, let's sit down and discuss things properly. The middle-aged man in a suit waved his hand dismissively, instantly dispelling all the invisible pressure weighing on Mu Yi's shoulders. Mu Yi took a deep breath, shot the man a grateful glance, then turned his attention to the girl beside him. Liang Kaier, the battle angel. Liang Xiwan, this is an internal matter of the Wu family. It's none of your business as an outsider. Internal? Young brother Mai doesn't bear the Wu surname, does he? With that, Liang Xiwan nonchalantly extended his hand toward Mu Yi. Young brother Mu, your name has been spreading like wildfire throughout the capital lately. My clumsy daughter has also benefited greatly from sparring with you. Her progress has been remarkable lately. She's been looking forward to fighting you again. Dad. What nonsense are you spouting? Liang Kaier shot Mu Yi a flustered and embarrassed glance before turning her head away. Uncle Liang flatters me. Miss Liang Kaier is formidable and fierce in combat. I only managed to defeat her by sheer luck. Mu Yi extended his hand, clasping Liang Xiwan's in a firm grip. Stop calling me uncle, it's so formal. Call me uncle. Ha? A questioning ha echoed simultaneously in both Mu Yi and Liang Kaier's minds. The same expression appeared on everyone's faces present except for Li Jie. She seemed to have known this would happen all along. Mu Yi froze for a moment, then glanced at Liang Kaier, who had turned her head away. This isn't quite right, is it? What's wrong with it? Come on, come on. Liang Xiwan grabbed Mu Yi with one hand and seized Liang Kaier's wrist with the other, forcing their hands together. Dad! What are you doing? Liang Kaier, usually decisive and straightforward, blushed uncharacteristically. Paired with her golden hair, it made her look even more adorable. What do you think this place is? A matchmaking agency? A hoarse roar erupted from the center of the arena as a violent sandstorm swept all the practitioners on the training ground into its path. Liang Xiwan's blatant disregard for authority had thoroughly enraged Wu Tian. But Liang Xiwan had the means to act this way. Barriers materialized out of thin air, enveloping the 6 members of the Mu clan. Wu Tian's rage erupted, yet only the Wu family's practitioners suffered injuries. Liang Xiwan, hailed as China's foremost prodigy, reached level 90 last year at the age of 53. Li Jie's voice echoed in Mu Ye's ear. He's currently the leader of China's active forces on the external front lines. He'll be commanding the upcoming national wars in global abyss dungeons. You need to build a good relationship with him. Of course, family ties matter too. Second sister, even you? This is so sudden. Mu Yi gave a helpless, bitter smile. Amidst the swirling sand, Mu Yi couldn't see the expression on Liang Kaier's face, but their hands were firmly clasped together by Liang Xiwan. All he could do was feel the warmth between their palms. As the sandstorm subsided, all the Wu family's professionals lay sprawled outside the battlefield, wailing in agony. Old Wu, look at what you've done. You couldn't harm us, but you've wounded your own kin. Liang Xiwan clicked his tongue repeatedly, shaking his head. No wonder the higher-ups didn't assign this task to you. Oomph. If you hadn't been so unreasonable, I wouldn't have been this furious. Wu Tian conjured a staff from thin air, stomping it forcefully into the ground. The entire training ground shook 3 times. You mentioned earlier, what instructions did they give you? After Wu Qing's anger subsided, he croaked out the question to Liang Xiwan in a hoarse, phlegmy voice. What else could it be? Naturally, it's about our young friend Mu Yi. As he spoke, Liang Xiwan glanced at Mu Yi and his companion, nodding approvingly at their inseparable hands, clearly pleased with his method of enforced affection. The Great Yu project has been fully launched. The entire Huaxia will serve him, preparing for the Battle of the 10,000 Realms in a few months. Hearing the words Project Yu, Wu Tian, already short and stooped, seemed to shrink even further. So my Wu family still couldn't secure it. What was there to secure? Even if Brother Mai hadn't appeared, do you think your family's Wu Wulin could have defeated my daughter? Liang Xiwan eyed Wu Tian with mocking amusement before swiftly leaping aside to dodge the towering spikes that suddenly erupted from the sand beneath his feet. See? You're getting impatient again. The higher-ups are aware of the situation. To compensate you, they guarantee your status in the capital city remains unchanged for the next 20 years, giving you time to cultivate another successor. With that, Liang Xiwan stepped forward, bent down, and patted Wu Tian's shoulder. Be content. If you truly anger the higher-ups, neither you nor your entire Wu family will be able to handle the consequences. Wu Tian's deeply wrinkled face shifted through a range of expressions before settling into a heavy sigh. Mu Yi, let go of me. Liang Kaier whispered urgently to Mu Yi, the flush still lingering on her cheeks. Mu Yi gave a wry smile and held up his other hand. With Uncle Liang's control skill, do you really think I could break free? Chapter 44, The Original Dungeon, Global First Roll. The higher-ups had already picked someone, but you had to meddle. Now you've lost both the battle and the wife, whom can you blame? Liang Shiwan spread his hands. Be grateful. Wu Tian snorted angrily, casually opening a spatial passageway. Before departing, he made sure to shoo Mu Yi and his group away. Show them out. Just leave already. Why be so aggressive? Liang Shiwan shot a withering glance at Wu Tian's retreating figure before walking over to Mu Yi and patting him on the shoulder. Hey, I told you call him uncle. The restraining force binding them suddenly vanished, yet their hands remained clasped. Mu Yi felt the restraint in his hand vanish and tried to pull away, only to find Liang Kaier still clutching his hand tightly. Uncle Liang's control is gone now. Realizing this, Liang Kaier froze for a few seconds before angrily flinging Mu Yi's hand away. What uncle nonsense? Who the hell is your uncle? Mu Yi, even if you're the chosen one of the Great Yu Project, I'll defeat you sooner or later. With that, Liang Kaier stormed out of the training ground, her anger palpable. Liang Shiwan signaled his men to follow and protect her. Thank you for saving the day, Master Liang. This year, our treasure pavilion offers all Liang family members a 20% discount on all equipment of epic quality and below. Li Jia clasped her fists in a bow toward Liang Shiwan. It's nothing. The most important thing is getting to know a promising young man like Brother Mu Yi. Head Liang, should Sister Carrie ever wish to join our Bright Moon Pavilion, she shall receive the same honorary member treatment as Brother Mai. Lu Fengxiao bowed gracefully to Liang Shiwan in gratitude, while Luo Zhanjuan merely scratched his head with an awkward chuckle, unsure how to respond. Alright. I've watched all three of you grow up. There's no need for such formality. Truthfully, my visit to Brother Mai today concerns an important matter involving my daughter that I wish to entrust to you. With that single sentence, Liang Shiwan steered the conversation back to Mu Yi once more. Uncle Liang, speak freely. I, Mu Yi, will do my utmost to fulfill it, cough, as long as it doesn't involve marriage. Ha. Just as he was about to get down to business, Mu Yi's remark made him burst out laughing. Lu Fengxiao chuckled and gave Mu Yi a light pat on the back of the head. You silly boy, Kaier is the hottest beauty in the capital right now. Her suitors line up all the way out the city gates. Do you really think Uncle Liang would bother you over something like that? Mu Yi nodded thoughtfully, glancing at Liang Shiwan with a touch of embarrassment. Ha, of course. If Kaier truly has feelings for you, I wouldn't mind playing matchmaker for the two of you. As fellow peak-level professionals above rank 90, Mu Yi felt none of the oppressive pressure he'd experienced facing Wu Tian when interacting with Liang Shiwan. After a few light-hearted exchanges, they finally got down to business. Yesterday, my clan paid an enormous price to acquire a scroll for the global raid instance, the Primordial Dungeon. Primordial Instance? Mu Yi had only encountered the term in textbooks. Yes, and it's a scroll for the Primordial Instance restricted to players below level 20, the very first copy in the world. If we activate it and secure the first kill on the raid boss, the rewards will be absolutely rare. Even Chaos tier gear isn't out of the question. Mu Yi grasped Liang Shiwan's intent. So Uncle Liang wants me and Kaier to tackle this together? Exactly. Liang Shiwan snapped his fingers. With only days left until the Huaxia Newcomer Practitioner League, conquering this dungeon before it opens would grant us a massive power boost. If you agree, not only will we split the rewards from clearing the dungeon 50-50, but if you bring Kaier back alive, I'll give you our Liang family's artifact. The Liang family's artifact. Mu Yi was stunned. In Shanjing City, the place with the most elite resources in Huaxia, yet also the most treacherous place to survive. How could a family head so openly offer away a divine artifact, the very foundation of the 8 noble houses' existence? Uncle Liang, this must be the higher-ups' directive, right? Li Jia remarked with a hint of amusement. You're sharp as ever, Li Jia. You're always the first to catch on. Mu Yi wasn't stupid either. He quickly grasped the implication. Though the higher-ups say the artifact entrusted to my Liang family should be given to you, whether you truly deserve it depends on your strength, correct? If you can bring Kaier back safely from the primordial dungeon, I'll give you the artifact. And... Liang Shiwan suddenly lowered his voice, leaning closer to Mu Yi. The Wu family's artifact is on you too, isn't it? Luo Zhanjuan, who had been watching the scene unfold with amusement and delight for Mu Yi, nearly stumbled backward upon hearing this. Uncle Liang. What are you talking about? I'm afraid I don't quite understand. Enough with the act. Wu Tian probably guessed the artifact was most likely on you, which is why he wouldn't let you leave. He tried to take it from you to see how it would react. Think about it, there are only 20 National Guardian artifacts in existence. If one were to mysteriously vanish, the entire Wu family the whole of Shangjing City would be turned upside down. But I couldn't hide it from Uncle Liang. The Wu family's World Tree branch is indeed in my possession. Seeing that feigning ignorance wouldn't work, Muyi admitted it honestly. Then let's not delay. Head to my residence. All preparations for activating the group instance are complete. Agreed. Shangjing City, the Liang family winery. Muyi hadn't expected the raid's initiation to take place in the cavernous cellar of a winery. Luo Zhanjuan and Li Jia had been called away on urgent business. Lu Fengxiao and Muyi, guided by Liang Xiwan, descended into the cellar. Besides the slender, blonde Liang Kaier, there was another familiar face, the slacker redhead Lu Yuanshan. The first challenger who had previously competed with him for the position of trainee in the Great U Project and S-rank stealthwalker. Upon seeing Muyi brought in by his father, Liang Kaier turned away in a huff, ignoring them both. Lu Yuanshan, however, stepped forward. Uncle Liang, I never imagined the strongest young combatant in Huaxia you spoke of would be Muyi. He truly is formidable. Besides these two old acquaintances, Liang Kaier and Lu Yuanshan, there were two other young operatives. Together, the five of them would form the first team to enter and tackle the primordial dungeon once it opened. The other two included a towering, bald professional standing nearly 2 meters 50 tall, with a physique like a mountain, clearly a tank-type class. The other was a female professional clad in a robe adorned with intricate magical patterns, likely a mage or similar spellcasting class. Alright. Let's get acquainted briefly, Liang Xiwan said with a smile. Liang Kaier, level 16, SSS rank 6 winged angel. Lu Yuanshan, level 14, S rank stealthwalker. Shan Gang, level 15, SS rank stone dragon. Muyi looked up again to appraise the towering figure, truly a man as imposing as a mountain ridge. Mu Qinger, level 15, S rank diviner. Muyi, class of 2015, C rank elemental curse master. Having heard rumors about Muyi, this rising star, within the capital city, Hilltop, and Mu Qinger did not underestimate him based on his class qualifications. Chapter 45, Heavenly Divine Realm, First Encounter with the Three Nations Team. Alright, kids. Liang Xiwan cleared his throat a few times. Let's save getting to know each other better until we're inside the instance. The primordial dungeon is extremely challenging. While I dearly hope you can secure the boss's first kill, but your own lives matter more. Here are 4 epic great escape scrolls, take them. As he spoke, his subordinate handed a dark purple scroll to Muyi. In dire peril, simply shatter this scroll to force a teleportation out. Consider this my gift to you. I hope you succeed and never need to use it. Of course, using the scroll means forfeiting your chance at the first kill. You'll only be able to enter again after the instance is cleared for the first time. Uncle Liang, rest assured. As long as I'm still standing, I won't let my teammates face danger. Shangang pounded his chest, and Muyi beside him could almost feel the air vibrating with the force of his strike. Excellent. That's the spirit. Liang Xiwan laughed heartily as he pulled a pure white scroll from his robe and tore it open. The once empty center of the cellar began to warp, emanating a relentless suction. Amidst a spatial tremor, a colossal teleportation vortex nearly 3 stories tall materialized. It's open. Good luck to you all. The pitch-black vortex spun slowly, punctuated by occasional booms like distant thunder. World Raid Primordial Dungeon Heavenly Realm activated. All nations connected. First kill boss rewards refreshed. First clear rewards refreshed. Global channel, the Primordial Dungeon Heavenly Realm Purgatory has opened. Teleport vortex locations for each nation are now automatically marked on the map. First kill and first clear rewards available for a limited time. Time remaining, 24 hours. I'm currently the highest level, so I'll be the leader. Liang Kaier offered without hesitation. Muyi, do you agree? Muyi, who had already nodded in agreement, was caught off guard by her direct address and quickly gave a thumbs up. Absolutely no problem. You're the strongest fighter, so you're the boss. Liang Kaier snorted coldly and began assembling the party. The fortune teller Mu Qinger and Lu Shangang both shot Muyi peculiar looks, while Lu Yuanshan watched the spectacle with a mischievous grin. Entering, Heavenly Realm Purgatory, level restriction, 020. Team leader, Liang Kaier members, Muyi, Mu Qinger, Shangang, Lu Yuanshan. Accept first clear quest? Only 1 slot per nation before quest completion. Accept. Confirm entry? Confirm entry. Shangang led the way, followed closely by the other 4 as they stepped into the teleportation vortex. Heavenly Divine Realm. Emerging from the teleportation vortex, the 5-member squad found themselves in a scene straight out of a fairy tale, enveloped by layers of pristine white clouds. Only a path remained, paved with white pebbles stretching into the distance, its end vanishing amidst the clouds. Minutes later, Shan cleared the mist ahead, leading the group to a plaza paved with white marble. At the center of the vast plaza stood a colossal, pale gold angel statue nearly 50 meters tall. At first glance, Muyi nearly mistook it for the Statue of Liberty in the United States. Angel statue, LV-25 Lord class. Sleeping state, immune to all damage. The statue will awaken after defeating all guardian angels. Awakened state, HP, 300,000, Strength, 10,000, Defense, 20,000, Agility, 3,000, Spirit, 30,000. Holy crap! A statue this massive is actually the boss? Red-haired Lu Yuanshan craned his neck upward, whistling in awe. My dagger would probably bend before it could even scratch its surface. Don't rush. We'll fight the statue eventually, but we need an appetizer first. A deep dragon's roar echoed from the statue's mouth. Its already towering form swelled further, now standing over 3 meters tall. Giant bloodshot eyes, each bearing white wings at their outer corners, flew from the statue's hands clasped before its chest, hurtling toward the 5 below. Are those angels? How disgusting. Mu Qinger furrowed her delicate brows as intricate patterns on her robes glowed. Two-winged angel, LV 15 elite. HP 5000, strength 3000, defense 2500, agility 3000, spirit 6000. Holy Ray focuses spiritual energy within the body to unleash a holy light attack on the target. Statue's Blessing, after remaining unharmed for 5 seconds, restores 10% of maximum HP per second. Holy crap, these stats are insane. Lu Yuanshan grumbled in frustration, I can't fly, so this first wave of monsters is all yours. As soon as he finished speaking, crimson light gathered in the eyes of the 2 winged angels. 2 beams as thick as arms shot toward Mu Yi and his 4 companions. Fate, protect us. Mu Qinger summoned the divination orb. Energy swirled within it, generating a deep blue barrier that enveloped the 5. The hill creature roared, rearing its head and opening its maw as earth-colored energy gathered before it. He spread his legs wide and slammed his feet into the ground. Radiating cracks spread across the marble floor. Finally, the energy cannon fired from his maw, instantly piercing through one angel's body. Team Liang Kaier defeated twin-winged angel LV-15, Elite 1, gaining 30 EXP. As the massive eye deflated and vanished, Liang Kaier's golden hair began to blaze. 3 pairs of pure white wings sprouted from her back. Clutching the sword of judgment, Liang Kaier suddenly turned and pointed the blade's tip at Mu Yi. Mu Yi, let's see who can kill more. Mu Yi raised his hands instinctively, nodding with a wry smile. If that's what you want. With that, he turned and charged skyward. Golden sword light danced relentlessly among the giant, winged blood eyes. Every dozen seconds or so, another angelic creature's health bar emptied, causing it to plummet and vanish. Just as Mu Yi prepared to strike again, he suddenly noticed several dark specks emerging from the mist across the square. He squinted and recognized the classic curry-flavored outfit, thick lips, and bushy beard, another team of professionals. And most likely, it was the Asangwa team. Of course, besides Liang Kaier still farming monsters overhead, the other 3 quickly noticed the situation too. Oomph. Damn Asangwa. Sure Gang instantly recognized the opposing team's outfit. During last year's national war, Asan ambushed the team my dad led. He sacrificed his arm to save his teammates. Mu Yi patted his shoulder. We don't know their strength yet. Wait until we figure them out before seeking revenge. Mu Yi casually dispatched 2 winged angels attempting to flank Liang Kaier from behind before loudly warning her. Teams from other nations have arrived too. Watch out for ambushes. The spellcaster's attacks are getting easier, right? Mu Qinger gazed at Mu Yi with envy. If only diviners could do that. My attacks consume lifespan. Are you willing to pay that price? Chapter 46, The Fake Divine Artifact, That Sneaky Indian. Hearing Mu Yi's words, Mu Qinger, a head shorter than him, shook her head repeatedly. Haha, I'll pass then. A gust of air swept toward the ground as Liang Kaier flapped her wings and landed. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly as she spotted another nation's contingent in the distance. Women with vermilion birthmarks on their foreheads and nose rings, men wearing turbans. They look very much like the Asan nation's team. Everyone stay alert. The Asan kingdom has never been friendly toward us. Last year during the national war, they ambushed our Huaxia team, causing heavy losses. Both teams eyed each other warily, but the winged angels soaring overhead gave them no time to study one another. More and more winged angels flew out from the outstretched hands of the angel statues, diving toward the 2 groups. Brothers! Show last year's defeated foes what we're made of. Led by Asangwa, the professional player pressed his palms together, murmuring incantations incomprehensible to Mu Yi as he conjured protective barriers for his teammates. Behind him, 2 other professionals engaged the winged angels in fierce combat, one wielding twin axes, the other brandishing a pair of pruning shears. The remaining 2 professionals remained stationary, their gazes constantly shifting toward this side. Ignoring Asan's provocation, Liang Kaier spread her 6 wings across her back once more, preparing to take flight. You 2 watch the front. The 2 winged angels coming from above Mu Qinger and I can handle them. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a hand suddenly rested on her left shoulder from behind. Leave these minor foes to me alone. Save your strength for the battles ahead. You're the leader. If anything happens to you, we'll be like sheep without a shepherd. Besides, how could 2 ladies be charging at the very front? Hearing Mu Yi say this with such solemnity, Lu Yuanshan beside him couldn't hold back his laughter. Covering his mouth, he shuffled 2 steps to the side. No, it should be a dragon without a head. We are descendants of the dragon, after all. Shan Gang shook his head earnestly. If you like showing off, go ahead. The rest of us will keep watch for the Indian troops. Liang Kaier folded her wings with a sigh and walked over to Mu Qinger's side. Shiva's strike. The Indian professional, wielding twin axes, leapt high into the air. A miniature ethereal image of Shiva appeared on his back. Instantly, as if imbued with immense power, he brought his axes crashing down on the high body of a two-winged angel. Huff, huff. Brother Chakai, these monsters seem to be multiplying. We've been fighting for ages and only taken down 6. This isn't sustainable. Chache, wielding his pruning shears, shot him a glare. His shears swiftly elongated, severing the wing of a winged angel mid-air. This is nothing yet. Anand, my Godslayer shears have only just begun their slaughter, and you're already talking about retreating? Father Modi should never have chosen you to join us. Anand was momentarily speechless. He had only thought it unwise to engage in battle before fully understanding their situation. Chachai spat in Anand's direction before resuming his assault on the angels with the garden shears, which shifted in size at will. Muyi touched the spell ring on his finger, and a pale gray domain expanded outward from him. When its radius reached over 20 meters, the field ceased expanding. All the winged angels that had dove into the sphere fell to the ground as if frozen by a spell, their bodies stiff. Then, inexplicably, their health bars emptied, and they vanished into nothingness. Makino, I never expected your strength to grow so much in such a short time. Liang Kyer watched Muya's effortless automatic monster clearing. Even someone as proud as her couldn't help but admire it. Not at all. The captain's 6-winged angel is still far superior. Seeing Muyi acting all modest after getting the upper hand, Liang Kyer shot him a disapproving glare. The combination of the cursed domain, eternal confinement, and the absolute curse command allowed Muyi to achieve fully automated monster farming. However, the range wasn't particularly large. Although the eternal confinement's effective area exceeded 100 meters, the spread of his psychic energy could only reach a little over 20 meters. This new ability to project his psychic energy outward was only gained after breaking through the 30,000 psychic power threshold. Under these conditions, even without visually locking onto a target, as long as his spiritual energy could sense and pinpoint its location, he could still unleash the Reaper command. This effectively compensated for the spellcaster's inherent limitation of needing visual confirmation to cast spells. Those scissors of theirs seem pretty formidable, Lu Yuanshan remarked, nodding toward the opposite side as he leaned his arms against the hillside. That's the chaos grade weapon they snatched from us during last year's national war. By channeling the faith of the Indians, they've upgraded it into a pseudo-divine artifact. Judging by the hill's demeanor, it seemed quite familiar with Lu Yuanshan as they chatted and analyzed the situation. Pseudo-divine artifact? Never heard of that in class. Muyi joined them. He glanced across while diverting mental energy to harvest the newly controlled 2-winged angel into his domain. That was touted as a major victory by the Indians nationwide last year, Shangang said with a dismissive chuckle. Originally, it should have been our Chinese team that obtained the artifact. But the Indians ambushed us with divine magic, stripped it of its power, downgraded it, and snatched it away. So that means we can still get it back? Muyi raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. Exactly. These artificially created pseudo-artifacts lack personal binding capabilities. As long as you eliminate the wearer, you can retrieve it. In that case, let's move faster. Muyi retracted his spell domain. The pale gray energy receded like a tide into his fingers. Nearly 100 winged angels hovering outside the domain flapped their wings. Their enormous eyes, nearly 2 meters wide, emitted an eerie hum as they dove toward Muyi and his companions. Muyi. This is a multi-nation raid instance. I thought you'd genuinely grown stronger, but it turns out you were just putting on a brave front. Liang Kyer's golden hair suddenly flared into flames, and her spreading wings nearly injured Mu Qinger beside her. Everyone, fall behind me. Stone-like patterns formed on the mountain's hands, fingers elongating into sharp claws as muscles tensed in readiness for combat. The divination orb before Mu Qinger spun rapidly, layering blessings upon Liang Kyer and the hilltop. Look over there. Ha 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 ha. The Huaxia team's defenses have collapsed. They're being swarmed by a horde of monsters. Anand gasped for breath after slaying another winged angel, shouting to his teammates nearby. Brother Chachai, now is our chance to defeat them. Chachai pondered for a few seconds before his face lit up with delight. Anand, that's an excellent idea. Save some strength for when we close in to fight them. If we win, I'll commend you to MOD Dad. There's an old Chinese saying, even Mount Tai would turn pale at the sight of a collapse. That describes them perfectly right now, ha ha ha. Chapter 47, Fate's Death Spear instantly slays the Curry Nation Prince. The 6-winged angel's judgment holy sword blazed with dazzling light, instantly petrifying the massive earth dragon's entire body. The fortune teller's robes fluttered wildly without wind, while even the air combat disadvantaged assassin readied his stance, eyes fixed on the sky with all his might. Yet hundreds of massive, winged blood-red eyes in the sky plummeted like dead birds, crashing to the ground in waves as their health bars emptied and vanished. Makuno defeated 6-winged angel LV-15 Elite 289. Party gained 8,670 EXP. Ha! The holy sword's radiant attack missed its target. The diviner turned blankly to the right, staring dumbfounded at Mokai pointing skyward. Mu Yi, you killed all of these. That's insane. Lu Yuanshan let out a long sigh of relief, then couldn't help but shout, "Awesome. Hee, we're awesome. Brother Chag. They just wiped out such a huge group of monsters in one hit." Anand couldn't help but shout, pointing ahead. That attack was terrifying. If we'd been the ones facing it, we might have been wiped out entirely. The entire Asankuan squad instinctively halted their advance, turning their gaze toward their leader, Chachai. Chachai's thick brows furrowed. "What are you afraid of? Cowards without courage." This global primordial dungeon opened in China. They must have prepared for this. But after their combined assault just now, they've definitely lost over half their strength. We just need to defeat them quickly, without giving them a chance to catch their breath. Once we return, it'll be another major achievement. Chachai's unwavering tone and cool analysis reignited the courage of his initially timid teammates. "Alright, stop staring at me like that." Mu Yi shot Liang Kaier a slightly exasperated look. "I only retracted my domain because I wanted to wipe them out completely so we could demand the Shan gang family's loot back from that Indian team across the way. Next time you want to show off, give me a heads up." Landing, Liang Kaier twirled her sword, its edge slicing through the air with a whistling sound as she approached the advancing enemy squad. "Don't come any closer. This is a raid instance, not some friendly diplomatic mission. Greetings, fair lady. I am Chakai, son of Mod, the current ruler of the Holy Curry Kingdom." The moment he recognized Liang Kaier's face, an unmistakable look of greed flashed in Mod's eyes. "I'm also the leader of this group. May I ask who you belong to?" Liang Kaier's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Lu Yuanshan stepped beside her. "He's asking if you're married. In India, women have no property rights, so they ask to whom do you belong? He probably has his eye on you." "She belongs to me." A hand rested on her shoulder, gently pulling her into Muye's embrace from the other side. Liang Kaier's golden hair seemed to burst into flames. She shoved Mu Yi away with all her strength, but he held her shoulders firmly. "Let go of me. I don't belong to you." Alright, stop sulking. "I'm sorry, is that good enough?" Mu Qinger watched the pair from behind with a look of pure amusement. Shan Gang stood guard on their left, eyes fixed on Asan's group. As an assassin, Lu Yuanshan positioned himself at the rear, minimizing his presence. He had already locked onto the support member within Asan's group. Once the fight began, his mission was to strike at the heart of their strength, severing their healing source from the very start. Chachai, who had been wearing a fawning expression, had assumed he would earn the admiration of the Huaxia team after revealing his identity. Instead, he was treated as if he were invisible by everyone. This utterly enraged Chache, who was accustomed to being the center of attention. "I am Chache, prince of the land of Curry. Now I command you, you lowly Chinese scum. Hand over the woman beside you." Mu Yi raised an eyebrow. "Who the hell do you think you are? This isn't your Curry nation. No one here will put up with your nonsense. Brothers, take up arms. Keep the women, kill all the men. Let them pay dearly for this first challenge." Chache roared with fury. To be mocked like this by a lowly Chinese commoner, he would kill him with his own hands. Anand charged forward, his twin axes clashing fiercely against the stone dragon claw on the hilltop. "Fight it out. Who's afraid of who?" Liang Kaier wrenched free from Muya's grasp. 6 wings unfurled behind her as blazing fury erupted from her eyes. "Ambush! There's an ambush!" The female support class in the rear of the Indian squad screamed in panic. "There's an assassin in the Huaxia team." All the players flanking Chakai except Anand were forced to retreat to defend. Mu Yi stood before Liang Kaier, locking eyes with Chakai. "Protect Mu Qinger. Fighting is a man's job." With a faint spatial ripple, a withered branch, roughly the length of a forearm, silently materialized in Muya's hand. Liang Kaier, who had been seething with anger moments before, shifted from fury to utter shock upon seeing the withered branch in his hand. "What is this?" Mu Yi raised his hand to stop her from asking. She bit her lip. "I'll protect Qinger." "Ha ha ha ha." Chachai, who had been seething with rage, burst into laughter upon seeing his opponent's weapon was merely a branch. "I thought a man standing up for such a beautiful woman would be some formidable newbie adventurer. Turns out it's just a joke wielding a stick as a weapon. I'll give you one last chance. Hand over that woman, and I'll let the rest of you go." "You, let us go?" Makino laughed too. "Your teammates are fighting a desperate battle, and here you are, still babbling about a woman. Is this the Prince of Curry Nation? A guy driven mad by lust?" Only after Mu Yi's reminder did Chachai suddenly realize their team was retreating step by step. Stealth walker Lu Yuanshan, relying on his stealth, moved behind the Indian team, constantly appearing to attack the 2 support professionals. Though Anand possessed immense strength, he was no match for Shilong, China's elite shield warrior. In terms of physique, strength, and endurance, Shan Gang completely outclassed him. He could only be pushed back relentlessly by Shinong's stone dragon claw. "Damn it! I'll kill you right now." A pair of dark gold pruning shears gripped in Chatsai's hand snapped open, unleashing a force that warped space as it lunged toward Mai. Soul-severing shears. Mu Yi drew a deep breath, leaning his body back, completely ignoring the Godslayer shears mere meters away. He raised his left hand high, centered his weight on his feet, and with every ounce of strength, hurled the world tree branch from his grasp like a tag. Fate's Spear of Death. The instant he released it, Muyi felt as if something had been ripped from his body, a wave of weakness washing over him. Daring to not dodge my attack? Die. The moment the Godslayer shears made contact with Muya's spell shield, Mokino's status bar plummeted from over 90,000 layers of spell shields to just over 10,000. Meanwhile, the world tree branch pierced through Chotsai's forehead completely, embedding itself dripping with thick blood into the ankle of the colossal angel statue far behind him. 270,000 true damage. In stunned disbelief, the Godslayer shears slipped from Chotsai's hands and fell to the ground. His health bar emptied, and he began to fade away. This scene stunned everyone present, including the professional fighters from the three kingdoms who were locked in fierce battles. I surrender! I surrender! Anand was the first to kneel, discarding his twin axes and raising his hands high. The dragon claw on the hilltop halted just 1 centimeter from his tightly shut eyes. We surrender too. Please, don't kill us. Long live the Chinese people. Long live the Chinese people. The remaining 3 professionals, surrounded by Lu Yuanshan alone, knelt down one after another, begging for mercy. Feeling weak, Muyi swayed slightly before someone nearby steadied him. Next time, don't try to be so tough and cool. Chapter 48, Angel Statue, Cherry Blossoms, and the Beautiful Country make their appearance. Looking at the blonde girl supporting him, Muyi smiled with relief. I'm fine. Just need a moment to recover. I just wanted to test out a new skill this time. It's pretty powerful. The last time he felt this drained was when he first entered the dungeon and soloed the Mad Boar. Who would have thought he'd already hit level 15 in the blink of an eye? Makino, I thought this time we met, I'd be higher level than you. Thought I'd caught up to you, maybe even surpassed you. But that attack just now, if I'd taken it, I'd probably end up like that Chakai guy. You're truly formidable, but I won't give up on catching up. Heh, I'll take that as a compliment. The remaining 4 Indian adventurers, driven back by the hillside, huddled together with their heads in their hands, looking like a group of captured criminals. Sister Kyer, you're a completely different person now. Mu Qinger watched Mu Yi and the others with a smile. Ahem, just a team leader looking out for her members. With that, she gently pushed Mu Yi aside. Captain, what should we do with the rest of them? You decide. After all, you were the key to our victory this time. Liang Kyer looked at Mu Yi. Then let them go. After all, we were only here to retrieve these scissors. What do you all think? I have no objections, Liang Kyer said, and the others agreed. Even though this was a global raid instance, there was no need to kill without mercy. Forcing the 3 nations out of the instance was already a relatively favorable outcome. Thank you, Lord Huaxia. Thank you, Lord Huaxia. The Indian players repeatedly thanked them, bowing their heads low as they crouched on the ground. Anand observed Mu Yi and the others, then cautiously smiled as he tore open the escape scroll. A teleportation vortex appeared. They kept bowing and scraping as their figures retreated toward the vortex. Only when Anand, the last to remain, stepped 1 foot into the vortex did his fake smile suddenly twist into fury. You killed the prince of my Curry God Kingdom. Prepare to face the kingdom's vengeance once you're out. We'll be waiting, Mu Yi replied indifferently. He picked up the god-slaying shears. Shan Gang, these shears are yours. Take them home. Consider it a comfort for your father. But this is your spoils of war. I can't just take it without reason. Though Shan Gang refused verbally, his eyes never left the pruning shears in Mu Yi's hand. Mu Yi smiled as he handed the shears to Shan Gang. Take them. I won't need them. Thank you. In the capital city, you will always be an honored guest of the Shan family. The ground suddenly began to tremble faintly. Everyone sensed the disturbance. The 5 exchanged knowing glances before turning their gaze toward the center of the pure white plaza. It looks like the angel statue is moving. Lu Yuanshan murmured, staring at the statue's left foot taller than any of them, which kept lifting and hovering in midair. Angel statue, LV-25 Lord class, boss, awakened. Awakened state, HP, 300,000, strength, 10,000, defense, 20,000, agility, 3,000, spirit, 30,000. Holy Radiance chant, every 5 minutes during combat, the angel statue ceases attacking and enters a defensive state to receive the baptism of holy light, chanting for 30 seconds. During chanting, deals 500 spirit damage per second to all adventurers in the area and restores 90% of its maximum HP. Angel Summon, the angelic statue routinely summons 66 winged angels LV-15, elite every minute to attack all players on the battlefield. Angelic Protection, the angelic statue takes 50% reduced damage and regenerates 1% of its maximum health per second. This effect also applies to its summons. First tier boss activated. All teams will be teleported to Angel Square in 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 teams have finished teleporting. My god. This colossal thing looks exactly like the Statue of Liberty. A team of 5 white-skinned professionals teleported to a spot not far to the right of my team. Edward, look. There are 2 more teams over there, both Asian with yellow skin. As long as the White Bear Nations team hasn't arrived yet, we're certain to secure the final victory. May God bless us. The ground of Angel Square suddenly rose, a vast platform ascending amidst swirling white clouds until it halted at the full, ample bosom of the angel statue. The angel statue, carved from white marble, appeared pure and sacred. She opened her eyes, and golden light pierced through the clouds, sweeping over the three teams. Captain Matsue, the other two teams appear to be professionals from the United States and China. Should we seek an alliance with them? The long-haired captain known as Matsue narrowed his already small eyes into slits. We've always been at odds with China. This boss looks exceptionally formidable. If we can team up with the United States to defeat the boss and eliminate the Chinese team in the process, returning home would be an unparalleled honor. Yes. The angel statue stirred. Her hands, which had been clasped before her chest, gradually rose above her head. Brilliant golden light gathered steadily in her palms. Even from a great distance, Mu Yi, standing on the white marble floor, sensed the threat emanating from the energy gathering in her hands. Angelic statue bathed in divine light, receiving the blessing of the gods, charging power. In 30 seconds, the charge will be complete, dealing massive damage to the entire field. The dungeon prompt flashed in white text, followed by two green circular zones appearing between each pair of the three squads. It's a safe zone. Mu Qinger reacted instantly. Let's get inside. With 50% damage reduction, 50,000 HP, and 50,000 SP, the angel statue stood as a formidable foe. In Muye's calculations, 2 consecutive Destiny Death Spears might just take her down instantly. But he would be left in a severely weakened state afterward, and there was a high chance the other two teams would team up to kill him and steal the loot. This was absolutely not a reliable option. Better to follow the rules and wait and see. Liang Kaier led the way, Shan Gang walking beside her. They approached the team from Sakura Nation. Oh heyo! We're professionals from Sakura Nation. May we ask which nation you represent? China. The green circular safety zone wasn't large, but it could barely accommodate the 10 members of both teams. After Liang Kaier spoke, the professionals from both teams ceased further communication. China and Sakura had never been on friendly terms due to past conflicts. Both sides merely looked up at the colossal angel statue within the safe zone, watching each other warily as they waited for the attack to end. This boss looks tough. How about we team up later? Amidst the angel statue's chanting, Makino suddenly spoke up. The expressions on Liang Kaier and Matsue's faces clearly showed they hadn't expected anyone to suggest teaming up. We're in a purgatory difficulty raid instance. Regardless of any personal differences we have in the main world. Surviving together right now is what matters most. Mukai's candor struck a chord with Matsue. I believe this is a viable solution. Hello, my name is Matsue, and I'm the leader of this team. I'm Makino, the deputy leader. Chapter 49, Courtesy, Like a Dog. Makino glanced at Liang Kaier and saw no sign of displeasure on her face. He gave a sheepish grin. After listening, Matsuo furrowed his brow and ignored Makino's outstretched hand. Which one of you is the captain? I am. Liang Kaier stepped forward. You're a deputy captain negotiating with his captain. He might think you're disrespecting him, Lu Yuanshan whispered to Mu Yi, leaning close. Strange sense of pride. That's how people from the land of cherry blossoms are. They love following all sorts of useless formalities. Then, Captain, do you approve of the proposal put forward by your deputy captain? Of course. Just call me Liang Kaier. As a ripple of energy overflowed from the palm of the angel statue, the indiscriminate attack finally erupted across the entire arena. Golden, blazing energy flames swept across the entire arena. Upon touching the green barrier of the safe zone, they were absorbed like ripples, leaving the three teams within the safe zone unharmed. After a dozen seconds, the assault concluded, and the safety zone vanished. Angel summoning initiated. Holy Radiance chant will be unleashed in 300 seconds. Bifurcated winged angels soared from the angel statue's palms, diving toward the crowd. On the hilltop, a single person held off the assault of 3 winged angels, while under identical circumstances, Sakura's team deployed 2 professionals for defense. Liang-san, these monsters are too tough to handle. Why don't we team up with that other squad? We can take down the boss together and split the loot afterward. What do you think? The disparity in combat strength between the two teams was evident to Matsue, who was eager to ally with the beautiful country team to gain combat protection. As the number of winged angels grew, everyone was forced into battle. Liang Kaier agreed to Matsue's proposal. Alright, strength lies in numbers. Let's move closer to them. The 3 teams moved in unison, gradually converging under the dense aerial assault of the twin winged angels. 200 seconds passed swiftly as the 3 teams combined their efforts to eliminate every last winged angel. Liang Kaier's team defeated Twin Winged Angels LV-15, Elite 123, squad gained 3690 EXP. Mu Yi successfully levels up to 16. Several other members of the team also leveled up one by one. Edward's team killed 98 Twin Winged Angels LV-15, Elite. Party gained 2940 EXP. Matsuo Yoshino's team defeated 73 twin-winged angels LV-15 Elite, earning the squad 2,190 EXP. Angelic statue bathed in holy light, receiving divine blessing, charging. In 30 seconds, the charge will complete, dealing massive damage to the entire field. Again? Lu Yuanshan couldn't help but mutter as he watched the angel statues raised hands. Greetings, esteemed professionals of the United States. Allow me to extend my most sincere regards. Yoshino Matsuo approached Edward, with his shoulder-length brown hair, and greeted him respectfully. This etiquette is indeed spot on. Makino glanced at Lu Yuanshan with a faint, ambiguous smile. Lu Yuanshan mouthed something to Makino, who understood. Be a dog. Hello. Edward gave Matsuo Yoshino, who was bowing and scraping before him, a lukewarm nod through narrowed eyes before extending his hand for a light shake. You are the team from China, correct? That's correct. Muyi pulled Liang Kaier forward and stepped up himself. Oh, my friends. Look at that splendid performance just now. They even hunted more monsters than our entire squad. Makino met Edward's outstretched hand with a firm grip. Knowing he'd been looked down upon, Yoshino Matsuo lowered his head slightly, a shadow flickering in his eyes. But he quickly composed himself, turning to face the other two teams with a smile. The green circular safety zone materialized once more, though this time only one appeared. The three teams entered one after another, cramming three squads into a space barely large enough for two. Liang Kaier and Mu Qinger stood at the center of the safe zone, flanked by the three men from the Mu family. The teams from Sakura Nation and Beautiful Nation positioned themselves on either side. Friends, I believe we need to carefully discuss our next offensive actions. Edward spoke first. We can't waste this precious safe time. This time, Muyi stepped in for Liang Kaier and declared himself captain. Matsuo Yoshino merely glanced at him without objection. I believe we should proceed as follows. Against the backdrop of blazing golden flame energy, the three most elite young professionals from China, the Beautiful Nation, and Sakura Nation gathered together, briefly discussing strategies in peaceful harmony. After the angel statue's indiscriminate attack ended, its massive form bent down, presenting its flawlessly proportioned marble visage toward the team of professionals. Bifurcated angels continued to spawn relentlessly, yet the three captains held back. Instead, all team members began countering the angel's onslaught. It appears we have less than 100 seconds to attack her. Everyone, hold nothing back. Makino addressed the face, larger than the electronic billboards at shopping mall entrances. Of course, Lord Makino. Excuse my clumsiness. Shikigami summon. Yoshino Matsuo let out a shout, and a paper figure drifted from his hand. Within seconds, it swelled into a pale-faced woman clad in a kimono. She held twin blades suspended in midair, her feet either absent or concealed beneath the long hem of her skirt. Master, give your command. Nadeshiko, attack this statue with all your might. I entrust this to you. Master and servant bowed to each other. Then, holding her twin blades, Fusako drifted like a falling leaf toward the angel statue's lowered cheek. Voodoo doll, explode. Edward held a grimoire. As he turned its pages, countless ragdolls clad in black evening gowns, sporting twin ponytails, and standing only as tall as a person's forearm poured forth, flying toward the angel statue's cheek. Fusa held her twin blades, the sharp points carving deep gashes into the statue's cheek. 552 cut. 1280 critical hit. Unfortunately, when she attempted to strike the statue's golden eyes, she was swatted away by its massive outstretched palm. She disintegrated into paper fragments, drifting back into Yoshino Matsue's hands. After Matsue's attack, the angel statue still had over 283,000 HP remaining, having taken less than 20,000 damage total. Moreover, due to the statue's passive ability, it was still regenerating 3,000 HP per second. Damn angel statue. Matsuo clearly wasn't satisfied with the damage he'd dealt, cursing angrily. After Fuyuko was recycled into a paper doll, Edward's voodoo dolls rushed onto the battlefield. With each voodoo doll shrieking explosion, the long health bar above the angel statue's head visibly shrank. 11451 critical hit. 6,890 corrosion. Edward summoned a total of 5 voodoo dolls, ultimately dealing 32,000 damage to the angel statue. Mu, why aren't you joining in? Could it be that the previous hunt drained you too much? Lord Maki, with such a formidable foe before us, we should unite against the enemy. Are you trying to slack off? Matsuo Yoshino, who had already harbored resentment toward Maki, couldn't wait to voice his accusation. Your idioms are well learned, but now I'll teach you 8 more words. Heaven above, earth below. Saying this, Mai extended a finger toward the sky, then pointed it at the ground. Only I reign supreme. Pointing first at himself, then at the forehead of the angelic creation. Boom. As Muya's words fell, the colossal head of the angelic creation jerked back in agony, as if struck by a heavy blow. 125,562. A painful, resonant tremor escaped her lips, and all the winged angels began to grow restless, their attacks growing more frenzied. Angelic construct suffers massive damage, about to enter holy radiance chant state. Chapter 50, Assault the angelic statue, eliminate. The angelic statue's lips parted just slightly enough to swallow 3 or 5 full-grown men whole. The throat, carved from pure white marble, emitted a rhythmic, ear-splitting hum. The radiant holy light no longer held aggression, it gently enveloped the entire angel statue. The angel statue's health bar was regenerating at a rate exceeding 10,000 HP per second. The group psychic damage from the Holy Radiance chant was inflicted upon all practitioners this time. There was no safe zone for anyone to hide in. 3 teams instinctively positioned themselves around their respective healers, who chanted to summon group shields. Holy Radiance chant lasted 30 seconds, dealing 500 points of mental damage per second. Though the per second damage seemed low, the cumulative effect meant each 5-member squad would suffer a total of 75,000 damage. Compounding this, players must simultaneously fend off the assault of the winged angels during this period, making the actual situation far more perilous than the numbers suggest. By the 10th second of the chant, the angel statue's 200,000 HP is fully restored. Simultaneously, the Sakura Nation team's group shield shattered abruptly. Their support player collapsed unconscious from spellcasting exhaustion, her body relentlessly consumed by the chant's damage. Mia! Wake up! Wake up! You'll die if you stay unconscious like this. Matsuo scooped up the collapsed Miharu and shouted at Liang Kai's team. Lady Liang Kai, please save my sister. Seeing Liang Kai hesitate, he knelt down immediately. I beg you, save my sister. Our team can endure this, just save my sister. No! The divination orb before Mu Qinger spun rapidly. Her eyes remained tightly shut, her forehead covered in a fine sheen of sweat. Summoning shields for all 5 of us is already pushing my limits. One more, and the shield will collapse. We'll all be in danger. Manhwa's health bar steadily diminished. The angelic statue's sacred chants sounded like demonic whispers, steadily consuming her. Matsuo clenched his teeth, shot Mu Qinger a fierce glare, then turned to shout at Edward. Captain Edward, our 2 nations have always been allies. Please save my sister. I'm sorry, Edward shook his head regretfully. My dear friend, there's nothing we can do either. May she find God's blessing in heaven. Edward's refusal was the final straw that broke the camel's back. Staring at his dying sister in his arms, his eyes gradually turned bloodshot. Just as he was about to lose control, a voice snapped him back to his last shred of sanity. Give her to me. I can carry her through the remaining 15 seconds. Makino sighed, stepping out from Mu Qinger's protective aura to kneel before Matsuo. He extended his hand. One. Thank you. Matsuo's hands trembled as he hurriedly handed the pale, twin-tailed girl in his arms to Makino. Makino cradled her in his arms. Mia's health bar stopped declining, the damage absorbed by the cursed shield. After 15 seconds, the Holy Radiance chant concluded. Among the Sakura Nation's practitioners, all but the unconscious Mia including Matsuo had less than half their health remaining. They could only barely hold their ground against the relentless assault of the winged angels. I'm sorry, Lord Makino. I apologize for my earlier discourtesy. Red bean paste private mass. It's nothing. But what are your plans now? Makino glanced at the angel statue, now fully restored to full health. He hadn't anticipated his death curse would deal such devastating damage. You can't leave a boss battle until you defeat the leader. We'll just have to tough it out. Yoshino Matsuo was likely in the best condition among the Sakura team. He unleashed 6 Shikigami in rapid succession. With his teammates' coordination, they barely managed to fend off the relentless onslaught of continuously spawning 6 winged angels. My sister now rests solely in your protection. I hope you will agree. If my sister and I survive this dungeon, I will personally bring her to China to express our gratitude. Faced with Matsuo's promise, Makino remained non-committal. Though tensions existed between their nations, he couldn't stand by and watch a living person die before his eyes. Angel manifestation initiated. Holy Radiance chant will be unleashed in 300 seconds. Damn it, her moves are cycling endlessly. Lu Yuanshan swung his blade, slaying a winged angel before glancing at the angelic statue and cursing under his breath. Mu, I think we have to kill her within these 300 seconds. Judging by your attack style, are you a sorcerer? Edward discussed strategy with Mu's team under his comrade's cover. Mukai confirmed Edward's guess. That powerful skill you just used, can you unleash it again? Certainly, though it will come at a tremendous cost, Muyao replied. Matsuo, can you continue fighting? Makino asked. Matsuo gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the killer who had nearly taken his sister's life. Of course. I still have 4 Shikigami ready for battle. Panasonic understood that the sooner the boss battle ended, the less danger his sister would face. So, my plan is. Holy Radiance chant will be unleashed in 100 seconds. Blazing golden flames erupted from Liang Kai's body as she spread her wings and soared into the sky, gathering golden energy upon her sword of judgment. My bloodline companions, emerge now. Edward slashed his wrist, deep crimson blood dripping onto the pure white marble slab. Hexagrams materialized and expanded where the blood fell. Vampires, werewolves, 3-headed dogs, one by one, monsters familiar to Western folklore were summoned by Edward. My lords, the Shikigami, I entrust my sister's life to you. Matsuo hurled forth 4 Shikigami. One golden paper Shikigami expanded in the wind, transforming into a dark gold armored ghost warrior nearly as large as the hill itself. This appeared to be his most powerful Shikigami, his ultimate reserve, now unleashed without reservation into the fray. Liang Kaier, Edward, and Matsuo Yoshino led the main assault, while Makino delivered finishing blows. The remaining practitioners united to fend off the relentless dive-bombing harassment of the two winged angels. With Makino's furious roar, over a dozen professionals charged simultaneously toward that flawless, immense, and pure white divine cheek. Liang Kaier's judgment holy sword struck with full force, unleashing even greater power than during her earlier duel with Makino. A single strike from her sword shaved 40,000 HP off the angel statue. Following this, Matsue's four Shikigami descended. Light as falling leaves, they deftly evaded the angel statue's swiping palm before closing in to unleash full-force attacks. The vampire transformed into a swarm of bats, clinging to the angel statue's face and gnawing voraciously. 260,000 HP. 240,000 HP. 220,000 HP. 180,000 HP. Under the relentless assault of all practitioners, leaving no room for retreat, the angel statue's health bar plummeted to 150,000 HP. The angelic creation has sustained massive damage and is about to enter the Holy Radiance chant state. Lord Makino. It's up to you. Mu. Death Curse Command. Muyi lightly tapped the angel statue's forehead from a distance. 127,420. 34,469. The angel statue's health bar flickered and emptied. The two winged angels screamed in agony as they plummeted to their deaths. Her mountain-like form disintegrated and crumbled, then vanished into nothingness. Team Liang Kaier, Muyi successfully defeated Angel Statue LV25 Lord Tier. First section boss successfully defeated. Automatic teleportation to the second section map in 5 minutes. Holy crap, it's chaos grade gear. As the dust settled, the American adventurers were the first to spot 4 pieces of gear floating silently above the ground. One shimmered with multicolored light, another with brown light prismatic and Titan grade equipment respectively, both among the rarest items globally, with fewer than 1,000 in existence. The other two, enveloped in black light, were the ultimate chaos grade equipment. The global equipment registry listed only a little over 200 such items, yet 2 appeared here at once. Chapter 51, The Fate Spear Strikes Again. Angelic Breastplate Chaos. HP 10,000, Strength 5,000, Defense 10,000, Agility 2,000, Spirit 10,000. Blessing of Holy Radiance, upon entering combat, restores 1% of maximum HP per second. When HP reaches maximum, gains a shield equal to 30% of maximum HP. Divine Radiance Protection, reduces damage taken by 10%. Angel Wings Back Armor, Chaos. HP 10,000, Strength 5,000, Defense 2,000, Agility 10,000, Spirit 5,000. Angelic Flight, grants normal flight capability. Divine Radiance, reduces damage taken by 10%. Statue Knee Guards Titan. Statue Staff Prismatic. Edward's eyes visibly lit up as he surveyed the 4 top-tier pieces of gear scattered on the ground. Moo. Let's divide the loot. He strode toward the 4 pieces of gear waiting to be picked up. Matsuo spoke up with a dry throat. He understood Edward didn't even want them involved in the loot distribution, but in the end, he didn't protest. Lord Makino, please give me my sister. Thank you for protecting her. Matsuo took Mia from Makino's arms. Our squad won't be participating in this loot distribution. We're truly grateful to you. Makino nodded. Since they weren't even trying to claim their share, he saw no need to play the good guy. Maki, how about this? 2 items each for us. Agreed. Saying this, Makino looked at Liang Kaier, who also nodded in agreement. After all, it was a boss defeated through the joint efforts of 3 teams. He had no objection to splitting it evenly. He'd even hoped this peaceful distribution would spare them the post-battle squabbles over loot that often erupted among unfamiliar teams. But Edward's next words made him realize he'd been overthinking it. Fine. Then the Titan grade and Prismatic grade gear are yours. The 2 Chaos grade items are ours. Edward delivered this with an air of entitlement, his cheerful smile framed by brown hair and blue eyes. Anyone unaware of the situation might have thought he was conducting some friendly trade. Ha? Are you serious? Of course, Moo. As he spoke, his forehead dipped slightly. His previously cheerful smile vanished into the shadows, leaving only a chilling expression. Edward's teammates immediately stepped forward, positioning themselves behind him. Seeing the situation turn sour, Moo's side also went on high alert. If I recall correctly, when we finished off that angel statue, Moo. That skill that drains a ton of energy, you used it twice in a row, right? I did indeed cast it twice, Makino replied, suppressing a smile. He nodded solemnly, feigning seriousness. But if you insist on this, it won't stop me from taking you all down. Bah! Bunch of liars. Let's fight then. Shangang's hands transformed into stone dragon claws once more, his voice shifting into a dragon-like roar. Dishonorable. Liang Kaier's golden hair flared with fire once more. Ha ha ha, Moo. Edward spread his arms wide, surveying the professionals of the Huaxia team. You're the most humorous Huaxia person I've ever met. Since you don't want your Jinsai or Chaos grade gear, then leave it all behind. Including your lives. The two sides faced off. Matsuo kept backing his teammates back, but in the end, he shook his head. Lord Mu, we'll be going now. Until we meet again. With that, he activated his escape scroll and plunged into the teleportation vortex, leaving the instance behind. Muyi glanced at the teleportation vortex. He never expected Matsuo's group to help him in the first place. Mu, the teleportation vortex lasts 10 seconds. You have 5 seconds left to leave. Edward summoned his eagle claw bone blade, sliding it lightly back and forth across his pallid wrist. No one in Mu Ye's party responded. Mu Yi, don't be stubborn. I'm still here. Liang Kaier gently squeezed his hand. He nodded slowly. Only the thick, low hum of distorted space from the teleportation vortex remained on the field. 5 seconds later, with a faint spatial ripple, the teleportation vortex closed. The battle was about to erupt. The hill collided with the enemy tank like a cannonball. Lu Yuanshan vanished into thin air, reappearing behind the American support the next second. Since that's the case, you'll all descend into hell alongside that angel statue. God will punish you. Edward plunged the bone blade into his own chest, slashing forcefully from his left shoulder down to his right hip, tearing open a gaping wound that gushed blood. A pitch-black hexagram formation materialized behind Edward. Mu, this boss battle even without you Chinese, I could take it down effortlessly on my own. You believe me? As black, decaying death energy surged from the array, the pure white marble floor cracked and turned black. A palm as large as a truck cap slowly extended, its back covered in downy fur while its palm was densely studded with eyes of varying sizes. Liang Kaier flapped her wings and dove down, attempting to disrupt Edward's summoning ritual, but was intercepted by his teammates, plunging into a fierce melee. Edward's upper jaw sprouted fangs, his ears sharpened, and he pointed a finger at Mu Yi. A chill ran through Mu Yi's heart, an uncomfortable sensation as if something had locked onto him. Almighty demon, I offer this flesh to you. Devour him. A massive palm swiftly turned toward Makino, its hundreds of eyes fixed intently on him before reaching out at lightning speed. Mu Yi instinctively tried to dodge, but even with his extraordinary agility of 15,000 points, he couldn't escape the demon's grasp. I summon no ordinary darkborn creature, but a demonic god from another world. As Edward roared with laughter, everything froze except Mu Yi and the giant hand reaching for him. Everyone else froze instantly, as if time itself had halted. Eternal imprisonment. Without time to think, Mu Yi's skill instantly locked onto every unit present, freezing Liang Kaier and the other teammates mid-attack or mid-defense. Yet the giant hand reaching for Mu Yi did not pause. It seized him whole within its grasp. Evil, cold, twisted. Even as that giant hand enveloped him in darkness, Mu Yi could feel the gaze of 1,000 eyes within its palm. Feeling an evil and power not of this world, Mu Yi was utterly immobilized. He could only struggle to hold on to his sanity, waiting for Edward's psychic energy to exhaust itself. A faint gray aura climbed from his cursed ring, enveloping his entire body. The spell domain blocked the otherworldly energy attempting to corrupt him. Indeed, evil gods must be fought with evil gods. Shao Su, you've saved me once again. Mu Ye's stiff, icy body gradually regained warmth as he reached out to touch the spell ring. His left hand grasped at the air, seizing an unremarkable branch. Die. Though direction was obscured by darkness, he aimed at the source of the most intense malevolence. The instant the eternal confinement was broken, he hurled the spear with all his might. Fate's Death Spear. Chapter 52, Facial Cleanser. Edward. If you dare touch Mu Yi, I'll kill you. Liang Kaier was entangled by Edward's teammates, helplessly watching as that enormous, malevolent hand seized Mu Yi. Ha 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 ha. If he is your lover, then I regret to inform you. No one survives the grasp of a demon from another realm. Edward watched Liang Kaier fighting desperately against his comrades, his face twisted into a savage grin. A faint, dark aura swirled around his forehead, distorting his features. Huaxia. Sooner or later, you will be. Edward raised his left hand high, but his shout abruptly halted. With a piercing sound that rippled through space, something shot through Edward's chest at a speed invisible to the naked eye. His gaze shifted from arrogance to profound shock, finally settling into uncontrollable, fear-induced trembling. Staring at the gaping hole where the demonic hand had pierced through him, he struggled to lower his head slightly. The instant he hurled the spear of fate, Makino felt drained of all strength, weakly reaching out to steady the demonic hand that gripped him tightly. 240,000. The World Tree branch pierced through the demonic hand, creating a small hole. A beam of light streamed through the wound into Makino's line of sight. How is this possible? Through the wound, Makino saw Edward facing him, his mouth gaping in despair. Blood poured relentlessly from his 7 orifices, a backlash from the summoning array shattering apart. Your power, actually. 8,899. His body slowly collapsed backward, then dissipated. Perhaps even as his health bar emptied, Edward never grasped why Makino still possessed such formidable combat prowess. The demonic hand crumbled into gray, inorganic stone dust, flaking away inch by inch. Like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, Makino knelt on the ground. Though the demon hand's form collapsed, a faint black energy shot from its fragments, streaking straight toward Muya's forehead. Even as his vision darkened, Muyi instinctively reacted to the overwhelming threat before him. The black energy, which had been advancing fiercely, was enveloped and consumed by the gray energy emanating from the curse ring on Muya's finger. Muyi sensed the joyful emotion radiating from Xiao Su within the ring. Captain Edward. It all happened too quickly. One moment the United States team held the upper hand, the next, their captain was instantly defeated. No one could react in time. The professional fighter locked in combat with Liang Kaier saw Muyi kneel weakly to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, he broke free and lunged toward Muyi. 20 meters neither close nor far. Muyi, get out of the way. Liang Kaier's shriek echoed across the entire plaza. Muyi looked up toward the direction of the beautiful country professional's attack. Using the negative effects of the Fate Spear twice in a single day far exceeded his expectations. 40% of his lifespan was consumed in an instant. But he had no strength left to move. Dare to kill our beautiful country's professionals. I, Olsen, will kill you. Boom. One shattered. The knuckle dusters studded with skulls slammed heavily against Makino's spell shield. Olsen gritted his teeth and unleashed another barrage of punches. Yet in the end, only the layers of the spell shield diminished, along with a pitiful 1 point of damage utterly incapable of harming Muyi. A long sword engulfed in golden flames pierced through Olsen's abdomen. His body stiffened as he slowly turned his head. Before he vanished completely, Liang Kaier's eyes, filled with murderous intent, met his gaze. Muyi! Muyi! Liang Kaier cradled Muyi in her arms, warm tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Don't you dare die! Muyi was rewarded with a forceful face wash. His previously dazed mind cleared a third of the way as he felt the warmth and softness against his face. Wah! Wah! Trapped against Liang Kaier's chest, Muyi could only reach up and pat her back, signaling he was still alive. Mu Qing'er's blessing of restoration aura was immediately cast upon Muyi. Within a minute, the beautiful country team lost 2 key members. The remaining 3 professionals gradually struggled to withstand the combined assault of Hilltop and Lu Yuanshan. One by one, they tore open escape scrolls and fled in disarray. With Liang Kaier's support, her face still flushed, Muyi slowly rose to his feet. I'm fine, really, I'm fine. Just need a moment to rest. Let's discuss how to distribute these items. Statue Knee Guards Titan. Angel Wings Backplate, Chaos. Angelic Breastplate, Chaos. Iconic Staff Prismatic. The 5 of them stared at the 4 pieces of equipment floating silently on the ground, all falling silent for a moment. Lu Yuanshan, Shangang, and Mu Qing'er turned their gaze toward Liang Kaier. Liang Kaier, however, turned her gaze toward Muyi. On the surface, Liang Kaier remained the team leader, but everyone knew who the true core and highest combat power within the group was. Captain, this angelic breastplate perfectly complements your class. Take it. Shangang, these Titan-grade knee guards should significantly boost your tankiness. They're yours. As for the angel wings, does either of you want them? Muyi turned to the remaining 2. I'm an assassin. I don't need flight capabilities, and it wouldn't suit me anyway. Upon hearing Lu Yuanshan's words, Mu Qing'er slowly raised her hand, like a student in class who wants to answer the teacher's question but hesitates shyly. Alright, then this one's yours. Thanks, brother Mai. Then take this prismatic grade staff for now. Muyi tossed the sculpted staff to Lu Yuanshan. Though it's a bit low grade, I can always try my luck at the exchange once we're out. Heh, I'll take it then. No way, Muyi, Shangang said sternly. You put in the most effort. How could you walk away without any loot? I'll give you mine. Don't worry, do you think I'd shortchange myself? Muyi replied calmly. We'll take turns. Our progress in this primordial instance is currently ranked first globally. After clearing the first node, as long as we don't enter the second node, teams from other countries can't get in either. The first gear dropped at the next node is mine. Is that fair? The others nodded in agreement to Muyi's proposal. Are you still determined to push forward? Liang Kaier looked at Muyi with concern. Of course. Muyi nodded with a smile. If we back out now, other nations will seize the initiative in the primordial dungeon. All equipment has been collected. In 1 minute, you will be automatically teleported to the second map, Hell of Mercy. Global teleportation nodes will activate simultaneously. Heaven leads upward, yet it's actually hell? Xiao Su's joyful emotions rippled through the cursed ring on his fingertip. He recalled how Xiao Su had absorbed the residual energy from the demon hand earlier. Looks like descending into this hell is unavoidable. Chapter 53, Grace Hell, Inviting Laughter. The Huaxia Nation team has entered the Hell of Grace. The Sakura Nation team has entered the Grace Hell. The United States team has entered Grace Hell. The Curry Nation team has entered the Hell of Grace. The storm lashed at Andre's skin with ice crystals, carving countless tiny wounds. Before the blood could flow, the frigid air coated the cuts with a thin layer of frost. The world, white as paper, resembled a white demon, attempting to devour the 5 newcomers whole. Damn it! It's a cold debuff combined with a blizzard. Didn't they say Node 2 was hell? Amidst green-haired Andrew's furious curses, the team's support slowly chanted, continuously applying healing effects to the 5 members. Captain, look across there. Following the direction of the finger, Andrew saw another team standing on a massive tray suspended by 3 giant iron chains, over 100 meters away. That's the Chinese team. The one at the front is Mu Yi. He's the one who killed Edward. My dear brother, Andre's eyes blazed with fury. I will avenge you. What about the promised hell? Shouldn't it be lava, scorching heat, and darkness? Lu Yuanshan shouted, his voice quickly swallowed by the howling wind and snow. White is also despair and death. It seems all 4 of our teams are balanced precariously on the scales. Mu Yi glanced to either side. 2 other teams, like theirs, hung suspended by chains that seemed ready to snap at any moment, threatening to plunge them into the bottomless abyss of wind and snow below. Look at the center. Another angel statue. Hilltop shouted. No, not exactly. Mu Yi shook his head. He looked up and saw, as he had suspected, that the chains suspending the balance were gripped by a fully extended arm. The same was true for the teams on either side. At the convergence of the 4 arms stood a colossal, slender, pure white sculpture nearly identical to the angel statue. Unlike the earlier angel statues, however, this one possessed 4 arms, each holding a balance. Her eyes were entirely obscured by small wings sprouting from her temples. The Scales statue has awakened. Scale statue, LV30 Pseudo-Demon Lord, Boss. HP, 456,903, Strength, 109,973, Defense, 85,248, Agility, 0, Spirit, 110,231. Flawless Scales unsealed. Upon seeing this boss's stats, every adventurer present, including Makino, sucked in a sharp breath. Unlike the others, however, Muya's concern lay with his teammates' safety. Welcome to the Hell of Grace. I am the sole ruler of this hell, the Angel of the Scales. A gentle female voice echoed in everyone's minds. They exchanged glances, confirming it wasn't an individual hallucination. Do dungeon bosses talk now? Pseudo-demon lord level bosses might be capable of speech. Makino affirmed Liang Kai's question, suddenly recalling that the Queen of Hearts in the Mirror Castle had also communicated almost indistinguishably from a human. Before you may all come before me, you must reduce your numbers. 20 is too many. I will only accept 10 individuals and 2 scales. What is this? Some kind of boss mechanic? You may interpret it that way, human. Though none of Muya's group spoke, they all turned to look at Lu Yuanshan, who was covering his mouth. It seemed that once entering the flow dialogue, one's inner thoughts were automatically shared as well. In 3 minutes, I will open the passage to the Grace Prison within my body. Only 1 person per scale may step onto the passage. Upon entering the Mongolian prison, one must kill another to escape, then the next round begins. This cycle continues until only 2 scales and 10 people remain, at which point they may be granted an audience. So basically, it's a fair 1v1v1v1 deathmatch arena. Kill 1 to survive, right? Correct. A very clever human. Now, make your decisions. Captain Andre, that voice belongs to Makino. Damn you, Makino. I'm Edward's older brother. I challenge you. I'll enter the prison of mercy first. If you're too scared to show up, I'll slaughter your teammates without mercy. Makino. Our Curry Divine Kingdom has officially severed ties with your Huaxia nation all because you killed Prince Chache. We Huaxia have always reciprocated courtesy, we never strike first. If your people hadn't harbored murderous intent and struck with lethal force, how could Mu Yi have killed Edward and Chache? Amidst the barrage of voices, Liang Kai's indignant voice rang out, backing Mu Yi. Mu Yi. Thank you for saving my useless brother and his fiancée. My name is Yuzuki. Yuzuki Matsu *********. Once you're out, they'll come to China personally to thank you. Well, I've delivered the message. We're even now. A cool, detached female voice chimed in, offering Mu Yi another wave of support, though an air of arrogance seeped through her words. No need to thank me. You never owed me anything. I just couldn't stand by and watch people die before my eyes. In our China, we call that not harboring inner demons. As for Andre and that Indian guy, if they insist on fighting, I'll kill them all. Muya's nonchalant tone drew curses from Andre and the Indians, but the heartstream suddenly severed, for black paths abruptly materialized amidst the vast expanse of white snow and wind, connecting 4 scales to the abdomen of the scale statue. Since they've specifically asked to fight me, I'll go first. Mu Yi smiled at his 4 companions. Brother Mai. From this day forward, you're my big brother. In the capital city, your affairs are my affairs. Lu Yuanshan shouted, clasping his fists in salute alongside the others on the hill. You, be careful. Liang Kai reached out her hand, but with so many people crowded around, she couldn't quite grasp his. Alright, why make it sound like a farewell? Don't we all know Muya's combat prowess? We're not blind. Mu Qinger clenched her small fist and gave a thumbs-up gesture. Go for it. Mu Yi stepped onto the black pathway. 1. The moment he left Mu Qinger's group protection, the snowstorm debuff immediately took effect on him, steadily chipping away at the layers of his cursed shield. Each second depleted one layer of the spell shield, requiring 1 minute of life to replenish. With his life already depleted by 40%, Mu Yi grew increasingly anxious as he calculated the toll, inevitably quickening his pace. Just as he accelerated forward, his peripheral vision caught movement in the dark passageway to his right. 2 figures seemed to be shifting. 2 people. But before he could turn to get a clear look, the dark passageway they had entered vanished into thin air, plunging downward at breakneck speed, their shrieks echoing. Both figures were instantly swallowed by the pure white blizzard abyss. Curry Nation team members violated regulations. Punishment, plunge into the bottomless white abyss. Both shall suffer eternal death through endless descent. Mukano, whose nerves had been on edge moments before, suddenly began chuckling as he walked. When it came to pulling off outrageous stunts, whether in this life or the previous one on Blue Star, this Indian guy was truly unmatched. Chapter 54, Eternal Confinement. Absolute dominance within the same tier. Curry Nation team professionals, dispatch personnel to the Mon-En prison grounds within 60 seconds. Otherwise, I will release the scales holding you in place. As he walked, Mu Yi observed the scales holding the Indian team. The remaining 3 professionals jostled each other, seemingly reluctant to be the first to step onto the reappearing passageway. The colossal hand gripping the chains loosened slightly. The scales holding the Indian team immediately plummeted a short distance, violently shaking in the blizzard's fury, the movement visible to the naked eye. Finally, one of the Asen adventurers stepped tremulously onto the passageway. Amid the raging blizzard, the pure white belly of the scale creature slowly opened an entrance, revealing an orange-yellow light that symbolized warmth and safety. It stood out starkly against the vast expanse of white ice and snow. As Makino entered the enlightened prison arena, the deathmatch arena, he saw a slender, petite woman with long hair reaching her hips emerge from the entrance directly opposite him. Her barren front was as flat as her back. On the left entered a tall, green-haired Caucasian man, clearly the so-called Andre. Opposite him, on the right, entered a man with thick eyebrows, large eyes, and dark skin tinged with brownish yellow, his gaze evasive and shifting. An Indian at first glance. Mu Kai, go to hell. Mu Yi stood rooted to the spot, watching as Andre charged toward the Indian man. Flames erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him forward at breakneck speed. Poor Indian guy hadn't even managed to utter a sound before Andre's elongated lightsaber melted his throat. His health bar drained completely, and he vanished, dying with eyes wide open. Tech weapon? Andre, I am Mu Yi. You've got the wrong person. Ha! Who'd have thought the most sleazy looking one here isn't actually Mu Yi? Andre flicked his crimson lightsaber in a flourish, then pointed it at Makino, his eyes fixed elsewhere. I will avenge my brother now. Miss Yuzuki, will you remain a spectator, or join one of us? That depends entirely on Lord Makino's stance. Yuzuki Matsu ***** lifted her lovely face slightly, her extraordinarily adorable features betraying an arrogance beyond her years. Lord Makino, though you have done my brother a favor, but that has nothing to do with me. If you desire my aid, it is possible. Simply pledge your allegiance and become my servant. Ha ha. Makino chuckled and shook his head. What strange desire for control. You can choose to watch. Andre has already killed one professional. If either of us wins one more match, the remaining 2 can leave. So, you're refusing my invitation? Yuzuki blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. What else could it be? Why would you think I'd willingly become your servant without hesitation on our very first meeting? Humph, short-sighted Chinese professional. You'll regret this. Saying this, Yuzuki Matsu **** took a few steps back. I won't help anyone, but Makino, if you get seriously injured, don't expect me to come save you. Wise choice, lady, otherwise, I would have killed you too. He tossed 2 fist-sized spheres from his pocket. My profession is machine god. Makino, even if your spiritual power as a sorcerer is immense, my mechanical creations ignore all damage except physical harm, and as long as my creations remain intact, I am invincible. The spheres he tossed collided with the ground, rebounded into the air, and in the blink of an eye, transformed into bionic constructs resembling a wolf and an eagle. Staring into the crimson eyes of the 2 constructs, Makino unleashed his death curse. 0, invalid. Makino's eyes widened. After evolving from a basic command into the soul-reaping command through God-tier evolution, the damage it dealt had transformed into true damage. Even true damage was ineffective? Ha 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 ha. Mu Kai, I've found your weakness. Die. The mecha werewolf's limbs emitted a cacophony of mechanical whirring as it leapt with maximum power, snapping its dense alloy teeth toward Mu Yi. The mechanical falcon's wings flapped violently, unleashing countless poison-tipped silver needles from its steel wings toward Muyi. Andre raised his lightsaber high, his miniature thrusters blasting to full power as he charged toward Muyi. Watching from the sidelines, Yuzuki shook her head. He was merely a spellcaster. To have come this far was already remarkable. It was a pity he would meet his end at the hands of this machine god professional. Facing Andre's fierce charge, Muyi's expression remained largely unruffled. He merely snapped his fingers casually. Eternal confinement. The world froze. The charging mechanical warwolf, the darting silver needles, the flapping mechanical falcon, and Andre himself, hurtling toward him like Iron Man, all froze in place. Click, 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 click. Muyi walked slowly, step by step, toward the mechanical warwolf still poised to strike. Since true damage doesn't affect you, then how about physical damage? A withered branch in his hand lightly grazed the steel body of the warwolf. 25093. Muyi blinked, releasing the restraint on the mechanical warwolf whose health bar had been completely depleted. Its internal core shattered with a thunderous crash, reducing it to a heap of scrap metal that disintegrated and vanished. His gaze then shifted to the mechanical falcon frozen mid-air. Clutching the branch of the world tree, he leaned back and hurled it with all his might. 32399. Though not the spear of fate, the world tree branch pierced the mechanical falcon's body, draining its health bar and causing it to vanish into the air. Next, your turn. Makino opened his palm, and the world tree pinned to the ceiling abruptly vanished, returning to his hand. Watching the events unfold before him, Andre had assumed Makino's immobilization effect would last only seconds, at most a dozen or so, but now, nearly 30 seconds had passed, and he remained immobilized in place. Fear began to grip him. His pupils shrank and trembled, betraying his terror. As Muyi approached step by step, despair gradually consumed him. As he passed by Yuzuki, Mai suddenly halted. Yuzuki had just folded a stool from white paper, summoned and reinforced it, and was about to sit down comfortably to watch the spectacle. Her posture froze mid-motion, knees bent, hips lowered, yet still not touching the stool. Facing Makino's scrutiny, her eyes first flashed confusion, then anger. As Makino drew nearer, her pupils began to tremble slightly. It was the fear of being unable to control herself. You want me to bow down and serve you as your servant the moment we meet? Do you believe me when I say I could make you my servant right now? Yuzuki's eyes gradually reddened as tears welled up uncontrollably. Makino's face drew closer to Yuzuki's pale cheek. When he was less than a fist's length away, he suddenly pulled back and walked toward Andre. Ha ha, just teasing you. Chapter 55, The Cherry Blossom Saint Becomes My Maid. I hear you're planning to avenge your brother? Mukai gripped the branch of the world tree and slowly thrust it into Andre's chest. Crimson blood seeped out steadily, and the health bar above Andre's head rapidly diminished at a visible pace. In your beautiful country's words, Muyi whispered into his ear, may you never enter heaven after death, but sink into hell forever. With that, Andre's body slowly dissipated. The results of the first round of the grace contest have been determined. The entrance behind them slowly opened. Ha, ha, ha. Yuzuki knelt on one knee, gasping for breath. Her body had been held in constant tension during her confinement, and the sudden release caused her balance to falter, nearly sending her crashing to the floor. Makino, who was preparing to leave, was called back by Yuzuki. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I am the apprentice of the chief Onmyoji of our great Sakura nation. How dare you do that to me just now? Apologize to me. Yuzuki swept her sleeves outward. Two intricately painted paper dolls in kimonos drifted from her cuffs, materializing on the ground as female warriors wearing grotesque masks. As for why Makino could tell they were female warriors, the difference in their chest contours compared to their master, Yuzuki, was simply too obvious. Makino sighed softly and casually snapped his fingers. She and her Shikigami were once again bound to the spot. Seems my control over you wasn't lasting long enough after all. Or perhaps, you want me to do something else to you? Pervert, don't you dare. Yuzuki, who had been so high and mighty moments ago, lost her composure instantly. This time, Makino didn't restrict her speech. If you wish to die, I can grant your wish immediately. If you don't, then stop throwing a tantrum here. Understand? I understand. Yuzuki fell silent for a few seconds before responding, her lips still pressed together, looking utterly defeated. Her once proud status and abilities meant nothing before Makino. Such a blow would crush any genius, wouldn't it? Outside, if he encountered such arrogant professionals, Makino would send them to their deaths without a second thought. But now they were in the world's first level 20 primordial instance. To face the pivotal boss here, he wanted to avoid unnecessary casualties. Muyi snapped his fingers again, releasing Yuzuki from her binding. I don't care if you're the chief Onmyoji's apprentice or the tail-end apprentice. Demons and monsters, I'll take them all. Got it? Sensing Mai's aura, the two Shikigami immediately rushed to protect their master. Their gleaming katana blades pointed squarely at Mai. Actually, I want to make a deal with you. Since you could kill Andre so easily, you should be able to handle the professionals from the United States and India teams later on, right? Depends on my mood. Maybe if one of your team's professionals pisses me off next round, I'll take them out. Mu Yi replied casually. No way. I'll make sure to explain things clearly to them. Yuzuki shook her head like a rattle. I hope our two teams can cooperate and eliminate the other two teams together. In return, I'll grant you one request that doesn't violate my principles. Ha! After hearing this, Makino looked utterly perplexed. That's it? Do you think this is some kind of child's game? Then what do you want? Yuzuki seemed to make up her mind and stepped toward Makino. Here, take this. Muyi took a small golden Shikigami figurine from Yuzuki's hand. Though it was only palm-sized, it felt solid and had some weight to it. This is the token of our Sakura Nation's great Inyan Shrine. If you ever face hardship, simply bring this token to our grand shrine of Onmyo. The priests will do everything in their power to assist you. Not enough. And who knows if you're lying to me? Makino shook his head, flipping the golden figurine in his hand. What more do you want? This is the most valuable thing I possess. Yuzuki was so angry she felt like crying. I suppose I could agree to your terms, but for the upcoming battles here and the final boss fight later, everyone on your team must follow my orders, including you. Though hesitation flashed across Yuzuki's face, she finally replied, fine, and add to that the one request that doesn't violate my principles you just gave me. Yuzuki's eyebrows nearly shot straight up in anger, but having already agreed to Makino's two conditions, she couldn't very well back out now, could she? So she nodded, deflated like a punctured balloon. Alright, let's make the contract. Contract? Muyi froze for a moment before understanding. Yuzuki was proposing a contract with him, a promise to bind herself to a request that doesn't violate moral principles. Once such a contract was signed, any breach by either party would incur the backlash of the world's rules. Except this was a one-way contract, it carried no side effects for Makino. On the surface, Makino accepted it matter-of-factly. But inside, she was already grinning. He'd assumed Yuzuki was merely offering a verbal promise, but she'd actually followed through. It seemed the etiquette of Sakura country wasn't entirely superfluous after all. After the contract was sealed, Makino patted Yuzuki on the head. Alright, you can go now. Rogue. Though she needed Makino's help, Yuzuki was still furious at this excessive behavior. Given your nation's status, I could be considered a holy maiden. Is this how you treat your own holy maiden? Holy maiden? I patted the holy maiden, without giving Yuzuki a chance to speak. Muyi continued. From now on, in any situation, you must address me as master and treat me with the respect due a true master. I will call you little Yuzuki. Buzz. A humming sound echoed in both their minds. The contract was sealed. Yes, master. Yuzuki's face flushed crimson as she uttered the words, her voice trembling with shame and resentment. Alright, little Yuzuki, return to your group. Makino waved his hand and stepped into the snowstorm, heading toward his own passageway. Yuzuki Matsu *****A, revered and honored throughout Sakura Nation, was proud yet innocent. She never imagined Makino would use a request that doesn't violate morality in such a way to satisfy his twisted whims. All surviving operatives have returned to their units. Second round of the Grace Prison is about to commence. Second round participant criteria, only warrior class survivors may enter. Returning to the balance platform, Makino briefed his four teammates on the general situation inside. He kept his pact with Yuzuki to himself, merely stating that he had reached an alliance agreement with the captain of the Sakura Nation. Within the Huaxia team, the only warrior class member was Liang Kaier, a six-winged angel. Thus, she became the chosen candidate for this round. Detected that the Curry Nation team lacks any warrior-type professionals. The balanced scales will now retract. The voice of the balance's artifact echoed in everyone's minds. Then, the giant hand gripping the Curry Nation team's chain slowly released its hold. The last two class members on the scales plummeted into the blizzard alongside it, instantly swallowed by the howling white. Chapter 56, The Scale Statue. Boss Challenge. At the fate of the Indian professional team, Muyi could only shake his head regretfully, offering a heavy-hearted tribute in his mind. Liang Kaier stepped onto the passageway, entering the second round of the Grace Prison. The blizzard still howled, but fortunately, the natural environment's debuffs weren't severe. Mu Qing'er's psychic energy consumption and regeneration balanced out the team's protective shield usage. Within 3 minutes, Liang Kaier returned faster than Mu Yi had anticipated. Mu Yi, the Sakura team's professionals actively teamed up with me. We took down the American professionals together. Though he seemed outwardly enthusiastic, I could still sense a cold detachment deep within him. What exactly did you agree to with their team leader? Mu Yi cleared his throat. It's hard to explain in a few words. You'll understand when we take down the final boss. The spur of the moment master-servant contract had already taken effect. While being addressed as master by the Sakura Saint felt rather pleasant, it should be pretty satisfying. But I wonder how both sides will react once they learn the two teams have merged later on. All surviving operatives have returned to base. The third round of the Grace Prison Arena is about to commence. Selection criteria for round 3, participants must not belong to mainstream professions. When the going gets tough, this young master steps up. Mu Yi, you take a break this time, I'll handle it. Lu Yuanshan rolled up his sleeves, eager to get started. Mu Yi nodded. Alright, be careful. Alright, I'm in. Mainstream professions refer to the 4 roles commonly defined as warrior, tank, mage, and healer. All other classes are niche roles, like Muya's Cursemaker or Lu Yuanshan's S-rank Stealthwalker. The Grace Prison Arena would continue until only 2 teams remained, 10 players total. Team Asan had already lost 5 members, and after 2 rounds, Team Beautiful Country had only 3 professionals left. The subsequent rounds 4, 5, and 6 passed quickly. Shan Gang, Mai, and Liang Kaier advanced another round. As expected, the 3 remaining professionals from the United States were eliminated. Congratulations to the 10 professionals who have survived thus far. You have earned the opportunity to challenge me. A sudden surge of upward acceleration erupted as the massive hand gripping the suspended balance chain shot skyward. The already howling blizzard intensified, making it nearly impossible to keep one's eyes open. Visibility had shrunk to less than 3 meters. Everyone, stay calm. Hold hands, Makino shouted. The 5 linked hands with perfect coordination, steadying both their balance and their nerves. Those 10-odd seconds of rapid ascent felt like several minutes to each of them. Finally, in an instant, the howling wind and snow vanished from their ears, and the vast blizzard disappeared without a trace. In its place came the gentle rustle of wind brushing past their ears, a brilliant blue sky, and bright sunshine. The scales of the team Mai and Yuzuki belonged to gradually drew nearer, and everyone finally beheld the full form of the scales creation. Celestial Balance Statue, LV30, Pseudo-Demon Lord, Boss, HP, 456. 903, Strength, 109, 973, Defense, 85, 248, Agility, 0, Spirit, 110, 231. If the angel statue at Node 1 appeared to Mu Yi as a 50-meter tall hill, then the balance statue was a 200-meter tall mountain, equivalent to over 60 stories. Challengers, this is the final judgment of grace. Defeat me and prove your innocence, or let me wash away the sins upon your souls. The twin peaks rising from the statue of the scales chest and the eyes on its cheeks were both wrapped in crisp white cloth. Each of its forearms slowly raises a thick chain dozens of meters long, clutching them tightly before its massive form. Sin Scourge, basic attack. The scales statue swings its chains to attack, dealing 100% of its base strength as damage. Blizzard Summon, spell skill transforms the battlefield into a blizzard environment for 100 seconds. All practitioners within this environment suffer 5% of the statue's spirit damage per second. Phase Judgment, the scales statue possesses multiple phases. Unknown skills. 3 of them, no less. Seeing this, Makino's already racing heartbeat quickened even further. Even though the balance between his team and Yuzuki's had shifted in his favor, everyone fell silent after reading the boss's description. Node 2 final boss battle will commence in 180 seconds. Judgment Scales, Status, Uncontrolled, Controllable. Sawafu, you go ask if there's a plan for what comes next. Speaking, the group led by Yamagata turned to a petite girl in Sakura's team, pointing at Mai as they issued orders to their teammates. My deepest apologies. My senior sister has always been rather proud since childhood. Please accept my apology. A man who didn't appear particularly old but had already developed a receding hairline stepped before Makino, bowing apologetically. You must be the captain of the Huaxia team? It's fine. I don't mind. Muya's expression was slightly awkward as he struggled to control his amusement and replied. Who would have thought this little brat would disregard even the most basic surface-level courtesy cherished by Sakura just to avoid calling me master in front of everyone? For now, this plateau seems to be our only place to land. Saying this, Mu Yi looked down at the thick, pristine, endless expanse of clouds below. It looked beautiful on the surface, but only those who had ascended from below knew the dangers lurking beneath the clouds. Fortunately, we have 2 balance points. Therefore, I plan to proceed like this. 3 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. 30 seconds remaining until the boss awakens. Escape scrolls will be disabled in 30 seconds. Gazing upon the colossal entity towering above the clouds, everyone could foresee the grueling battle ahead and the possibility of casualties, but no one wanted to desert the field. The four arms that had originally encircled the angelic construct's body slowly spread apart. What should have been clumsy, massive limbs moved with surprising human-like agility. It swung its arms violently, whipping the chains into a furious motion. The intense momentum traveled down the chains, culminating in thunderous explosions at their tips. A shockwave followed, causing extreme discomfort in the eardrums of all 10 members of the assault team. Liang Kaier spread her 6 wings and rose into the air. Makino personally operated one of the scales, maneuvering it closer to the angelic statue. The other balance scale was operated by a female support class member from Sakura Nation. 5 professionals, including Mu Qinger and Lu Yuanshan, remained at the rear of the battlefield. This was to ensure the safety of the support members, guaranteeing sufficient healing and buffs. Second, to maintain combat strength reserves should Mu Ye's group encounter danger. The remaining fighters could provide backup. Wind, snow, call, summon. A deep voice echoed from the mouth of the celestial balance artifact. The clouds below were violently torn apart. Dark, grayish-white wind and snow howled upward, once again enveloping the combat zone where the 2 scales stood. I'm seriously fed up. Barely had a moment's peace before this hits again. Lu Yuanshan took the operator's position, steadying the balance that was teetering in the storm. What he hadn't anticipated was that controlling the scales demanded far more mental energy than he'd anticipated. At this rate, he could only hold on for 5 minutes at most. Chapter 57, A Rage for a Blue-Eyed Beauty. Death Curse Command. Amid the blizzard, Sodefu controlled the scales, barely keeping the needle steady. Makino unleashed a death curse, directing it at the mountain-like white marble face of the balance's creation. To his shock, the attack vanished without a trace after penetrating the cloud-like aura surrounding the celestial balance. A black dragon-like chain pierced through the howling blizzard, lashing violently toward the scales where Muyi stood. Dodge! Hayafu! Quickly control the scales and evade. Miss! This is the fastest I can go. The teammate Yuzuki called Sadao flushed crimson, expending every ounce of his psychic energy to steer the balance. Unfortunately, the balance scale, already struggling to maneuver within the blizzard, was severely hampered by the storm. Like a fisherman who'd lost his oars, he could only watch helplessly as the enormous black shadow beneath the water rapidly closed in from behind. Don't be afraid. I'm still here. Red light blazed in Yamagami's eyes as his entire body was suddenly encased in white dragon bone armor. He raised a shield taller than himself, standing at the rear of the balance, ready to absorb the chain's impact. Dao Shu, hurry and help him. Yuzawa flicked 2 shikigami from her wide sleeves. The shikigami grew larger in the wind, transforming into 2 warrior spirits nearly as massive as the mountain itself. They stood beside him, ready to bear the brunt of the impact together. Boom! The balance, struck by the fierce impact, shot away like a bullet fired from a gun. Ugh! The mountain's strongest bone shield shattered under the strike of the iron whip. Over half a meter of the shield's surface was torn away. Shinon's health plummeted, dropping by a full third. Keep in mind that Hilltop currently boasts the highest defense among all members except Mai. A single strike, even with the shield absorbing most of the damage, still packs this kind of power. His true form must be even more terrifying, seemingly suffering backlash. The Hilltop staggered back several steps, his face turning pale. Fortunately, the shikigami beside him caught him. Up ahead. They're coming again. Watching the chains hurtle toward them, Sadao blurted out in panic. Not just ahead. Makino's brow furrowed into a near twist of tension. The balance statue possessed 4 arms, yet 2 additional arms attacked from different directions. While Yamago defended against the initial assault, Makino had tested every skill he possessed except the World Tree Branch against the statue. It wasn't that they couldn't hit, they were bizarrely absorbed by some indistinct thing in front of the statue, like mud sinking into the sea. He could clearly sense that his skills had struck the target. Yet now, 3 chains screeched toward him, all aimed squarely at the scales where he stood. There was no way to dodge. This is the only way. Makino turned to Yuzuki. Order your people to stop manipulating the balance. Sawafu, do it. Without hesitation, Yuzuki Matsu issued the command to Sadao. But miss, this will. I said do it. Yuzuki's sharp voice pierced through the wind and snow, stabbing into Sadao's ears. Yes, Yuzuki wasn't blind, she understood the situation perfectly. In the blink of an eye, massive iron chains whipping in from 3 other directions would crush them alive. She was at a loss too, relying entirely on Makino. Just as Sadao released his grip on the balance, Makino slammed his foot down on it. The scales, which had been steady until then, rapidly descended under the force of the wind and snow. Using the reaction force, Makino managed to halt himself in place for a few seconds. Only when the chains, accompanied by a sonic boom, swept past the heads of Yuzuki, Liang Kaier, and the others who had just regained their footing did Liang Kaier realize what Muyi intended to do. No! As Liang Kaier's cry echoed, 3 chains simultaneously slammed into Makino's body. Blazing crimson flames erupted from Liang Kai's golden hair, staining her golden armor with a scarlet hue. The 6 wings unfurled behind her merged into 3 pairs, replaced by a single pair of enormous wings over 10 meters long, blazing with fiery crimson flames. 6-winged angel, seraphim, blood-burning state. In this state, Liang Kai's all attributes increase by 300%. Her maximum health decreases by 100 points per second until her health bar reaches 0. Upon manual termination, she enters the extreme weakness state with a 1-month cooldown. Liang Kai was truly enraged. She could not bear to watch the man she was meant to defeat die before this hideous colossal statue. A figure plummeted from the sparks ignited by clashing chains, causing Liang Kai to abandon her plan to charge forward and fight the scale statue to the death. Mu Yi, wake up, cough. I'm not dead yet. Mu Yi's faint voice came from his mouth. You can fly, right? Of course. Liang Kai gazed at the man in her arms, suddenly feeling a stinging ache in her frozen nose. Take me closer to it. I know how to kill it now. Saying this, Mu Yi patted his own dazed head. The absolute curse shield was right. It truly shielded Mu Yi from an attack powerful enough to kill him 1,000 times over. But the intense physical shock remained unavoidable. The sudden, violent impact nearly knocked Mu Yi unconscious. He shared the 3 pieces of intelligence he'd gathered from his strike with everyone. Unknown Skill 1, Divine Protection, generates 2,000 layers of impenetrable shields within a 20-meter radius of the balance statue. Each layer regenerates at a rate of 1 layer per second after being depleted. Unknown Skill 2, Celestial Balance's Might, all attacks ignore 40% of the target's defense and mental power. Risking his life to uncover 2 unknown skills wasn't entirely fruitless. So, we need to get closer to it? Exactly. Given this situation, attempting to control the scales to approach it is nearly impossible. You can fly. You'll have to carry me closer to her. Liang Kai clenched her jaw. Once we're close, are you confident you can kill it? Mu Yi shook his head. I'll try my best. Alright, I'll take you in. Liang Kai fanned her pair of fiery wings, swiftly approaching the balance statue at the heart of the blizzard. Sawafu, release every Shikigami you have and follow those 2. Yuzuki watched their figures vanish into the blizzard, her expression solemn. Miss, those were all left for your protection by the master. Sawafu glanced at Yuzuki Matsu ***** with hesitation. You know I'm still your young mistress, just do it. If those 2 fail, we'll all die here. Got it? Sawafu's evasive attitude drew contemptuous glances from the others on the hill. When our master is fighting for his life, for us to hold back is nothing but cowardice. Yes. Sawafu hurled all 10 of his Shikigami forward, commanding them to follow Makino and the others deeper into the darkness. But suddenly, his movements froze. Miss, who did you just call master? Sawafu turned to look at Yuzua, who was covering her mouth. You misheard. I never said those 2 words. Chapter 58, Slaying the Heavenly Balance Statue. World's First. Conclusion. Your health bar seems to be steadily decreasing? Makino clung to Liang Kai's back, barely dodging the chains of the Heavenly Balance Statue thanks to her nimble movements. It is. But don't worry. I'll do my best to get close to the boss. If we don't kill it, we'll all die in the end. Trust me. I will kill it. Mu Yi whispered into Liang Kai's ear. Then he leaned in beside her cheek and kissed her lightly. Feeling the warmth on her cheek, Liang Kai's pupils contracted sharply. The fiery wings on her back flared brightly. Thankfully, there was no friendly fire otherwise. Mu Yi would have been roasted to a crisp by that intense heat. Rogue. The closer they got to the colossal body of the celestial balance statue, the greater the resistance Liang Kai felt. By the time she brought Mu Yi within 20 meters of the statue, her health bar had already dropped below half. Though her body was still brimming with power, waves of mental exhaustion were already washing over her. It seemed she had no choice but to use the branch of destiny once more. Hold on, Kai. Mu Yi aimed at the balance statue and hurled the fate branch. 695. 366, critical hit. 693,000? Looks like I one-shot the scale statue. Liang Kai's weak voice drifted up from beneath Mu Yi. Don't sleep. Quickly don't sleep. Quickly deactivate Seraph mode, we succeeded. Mu Yi shouted into Liang Kai's ear. The dim, monochrome blizzard gradually subsided. The colossal form of the balance statue crashed to the ground with a thunderous roar. The platform rose, catching all the survivors. Mu Yi defeated the scale statue, Pseudo-Demon King. All surviving operatives instantly level up by 5. Good lad. I knew he could do it. Luo Zhanjuan, seeing the World Channel system update the battle status of the primordial dungeon, leapt excitedly from his chair and turned to Lu Fengxiao beside him. Brother Luo, cut it out. Your drool's getting on me. I'm just excited. Luo Zhanjuan scratched his head sheepishly. Thud. The conference room door swung open as an elderly man with graying temples, yet radiating sharp vitality, stepped inside. This news going viral means Mai has become famous worldwide. Governor! All rise! Luo Zhanjuan slammed his left foot down on the floor, causing the entire building to visibly tremble. Salute! Luo Zhanjuan, Lu Fengxiao, and Li Jie stood together, saluting the elderly man. Now! All this commotion, are you trying to announce my arrival to the entire building? The governor waved his hand with a smile, signaling them to stand at ease, though he protested with words. The look on his face clearly showed he was thoroughly pleased. Luo Zhanjuan pulled out a chair for the governor. Transmit my orders, seal all transmission channels from Huaxia to other nations, until the war with the other world begins. Once seated, the governor began issuing orders methodically. I don't know much about this young man, Mu Yi. Within 5 minutes, bring me every single document on him from the day he was born naked to 1 minute ago. Summon those level 96 veterans to the capital. It's time to get to work. Also, the 3 of you guild leaders gather your forces. Recently, within minutes, news of Mu Yi slaying the pseudo-demon king dominated front pages across nations. Nearly every professional player was discussing the event. The world's first level 20 primordial dungeon. Defeating his pseudo-demon lord tier boss, this instantly made China's already enigmatic image even more unfathomable. Mu Ye's journey had only just begun. Due to personal circumstances, I regret to announce this book will conclude here. The next one will definitely not be cut short. Add me on WeChat, MMY66618 more great book recommendations in my moments. Tomato, Tushio, Shuchi, Jihu, Story Club, and various other platforms.